For those of you who participated in our dinner yesterday night, we had a very exciting performance by Irvin, singing for all of us. I'm not sure how you slept. I certainly was still buzzing, and I didn't sleep that much, but I also had 2 different desserts at the end. So it's my absolute pleasure to open day 2 of our conference. I mentioned to you already, today is a slightly different format. It will probably turn a bit more academic. That is to say, we will have 4 exciting panels that will look at crucial issues. And I know some of you would have liked to see another panel on another topic. These were choices we had to make given the limited time we have. So I'm absolutely delighted to now hand over to our chair and discussant of the first panel, Memory, Community and Activism, Professor Nicole Curato, and she will introduce our speakers for today. And since we are starting a bit late, Nicole, you can still plan with the time we have allocated, and we will shorten a bit the coffee break, I would suggest. Yeah? Over to you, Nicole. Thank you very much for being the chair.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Philippines Update, and thank you, Bjorn, for the introduction. The topic of our first panel is on memory, so I think it's only fitting for us to also start with an acknowledgement and remember that we are meeting on unceded territory. We are meeting in the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and where we are is, was, and will always be Aboriginal land. So let's get the discussion going. Our first presenter is Jocelyn Martin, who traveled all the way from France to be with us here this morning. Jocelyn will have 12 minutes to give a summary of her presentation. So, Jocelyn, over to you.
My slide, do I just do this for the slide? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Or here. Okay. Here, this one? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. So in the next 12.5 minutes, I will discuss this map. They said it will be academic this morning, so I will discuss this map of memory, which I will simplify very soon, that I draw from mainly memory studies, which is my discipline. And it is a combination of different forms of, and I argue that it is a combination of different forms of socio-cultural remembering and forgetting that feed the Marcos memory entrepreneurship and pose challenges and opportunities for the present and the future. So my share in this update is actually about the past, or a new understanding of the past, hopefully. So I'm going to use this, this diagram where I will only talk about the ones in blue, which apply to the Marcos regime. So for now, we can define memory as the present time of things past, whose primary preoccupation has always been the faithfulness to the past. That's always the worry of memory. Collective memory of peoples can be understood as an interaction between communicative and cultural memory. While cultural memory is that which is institutionalized and mediated through rituals, performance, and icons, communicative memory is informal, which lives in everyday interaction and communication. That's your number 1 here. So communicative memory is not promoted, or not really promoted by experts, nor summoned on special occasions. And an important characteristic of communicative memory is its duration. It reaches only up to the recent past, not further back than 80 years, the time span of 3 interacting generations. This also means that a certain degree of affect can be transmitted with the memory during this period only, which is linked, of course, to the living witnesses. Communicative memory, this gives us an idea of our present period of effectively transmitting affective, experiential memory that gives us an idea. Transmitting affective experiential memory of the Marcos era. Some still feel very strongly, positively or negatively, about the martial law or EDSA events because some might have lived memories of them, or because they are children and grandchildren who might have received stories of these from relatives who have recounted them with emotion. But what about silence? Silence can also be communicated. And the time of communicative memory can also be the time of post-memory, which is number 2, and post-memory describes the relationship of this second generation, and especially to the second generation's powerful traumatic experiences, the relationship with the first generation that preceded their births but were nevertheless transmitted to them so deeply as to seem to constitute memories in their own right. Although unidentical to lived memory, because they never really remembered the event itself, post-memory approximates it in its affective force. Whether members of the post-memory generation before or against this particular memory, like the martial law memory, their lives have been conditioned by it or impacted by it. This is why children, grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren of trauma survivors of the Shoah, Rwandan genocide, martial law torture, for example, martial law torture victims may feel guilt, anger, zeal, affective responsibility from an experience transmitted to them by means of stories, images, behaviors within this interacting generation. Last night at table, we were talking about the descendants of the atomic bomb victims who are still angry with the Americans, for example. To generations of post-memory, be it familial or affiliative, their relationship to the past is not mediated by recall, but by imaginative investment. For indeed, rather than remembering, what is more natural to a new generation is the non-inclusion of the lived memories of the generation before them. So the third one, automatic generational forgetting, is a form of oblivion linked to generational change, with each new younger generation eager to create its own defining memories, values, and projects. This type of forgetting usually dismisses the experiences of an older generation. As long as the future remains the main objective and progress of the youth, remembering the past could appear to them as backward. While generational forgetting poses already a basic challenge to all post-martial law generations, as other scholars have already argued, the onslaught of the digital, post-truth, postmodern era adds another layer to oblivion, according to Joyce Ariola, or because of a surfeit of information, which we can attribute to selective forgetting. Selective forgetting is the power of framing, and which the Marcoses also still use, how they interpret certain events, how they frame certain events is linked to selective framing, selective forgetting, which means also selective remembering. So what we usually term as historical revisionism, for example, may take this form of selective forgetting, but also constructive forgetting, archive and canon, which I don't have time to discuss today. So media, at times, claims to act as a surrogate to the affective charge of memory. In videos, the Marcoses have referred to themselves as family members, Marcos as Apo, Imelda as mother of the country, thus not only favoring the Filipino filial and group culture, they also latch on to a pseudo-affect. So indeed, number 5, prosthetic memory emerges at the interface between a person and a historical narrative about the past at an experiential site such as a movie theater or a museum. In this moment of contact, an experience occurs through which the person sutures himself or herself into a larger history. So as such, the deadly combination of generational forgetting, selective generational forgetting, selective forgetting in a post-truth era, and a certain prosthetic memory is a disservice to the communicative memory of martial law. So I will skip a lot of things now, and I'll just say that that number 6, lieu de mémoire, which is a hint of the cultural memory, which means that it is basically seen in monuments, museums, plaques, commemorative dates, national hymns, heroes. They have, and in hero cemeteries, for example, this one, they have one advantage or disadvantage for us is that they remember for us. So they are like a crutch to memory. We don't, and so they, what I'm trying to say here is that in the future, they might be bereft of any emotional attachment. And so without a milieu de mémoire, and they're just lieu de mémoire, they will remember for us. So unless somebody takes it away like Sara Duterte, but then in the future, what will happen is that they will tell us, okay, here is a hero here, and whether they're living people who are still have a connection to it, then it will amount to nothing. So communicative memory is also affected by traumatic memory and repressive erasure. But maybe I just want to talk about the 3 last things, which is complicit forgetting, which can be understood as a way of protecting perpetrators by covering up for their past deeds. For example, this may take the form of burning incriminating documents or hushing up witnesses, and we may think of people, the ones helping the Marcoses, registering them under William Saunders and Jane Ryan, in the museum. Nostalgia, we have somebody who wrote about false nostalgia here, but nostalgia can be weaponized politically, as we know. And the word nostalgia comes from nostos, return home, and algia, longing, which can either be restorative or reflective, while reflective nostalgia delays the homecoming wistfully, desperately. Restorative nostalgia attempts a transhistorical reconstruction of the old home or a return to origins because it sees itself as a truth and tradition. Trump's Make America Great Again exemplifies this nostos. Discourses of a Marcosian golden age, or any golden age for that matter, is made appealing precisely because it gives rein to the possibilities of the imaginary. The imaginer's subjectivity is made to believe its agency in selecting which parts of the past can fit a personal version of a supposed future. But of course, the other agents, sociopolitical context, times, and other variables of the past do not necessarily correspond to those of the present. Lastly, for a therapeutic forgetting to take place, number 11, one must first remember, actually, and even narrate before one can forget. Remembering is the gateway to forgetting. That is why a moving on, which skips narration to the legitimate party, actually circumvents healing. So it's no use saying, mag-move on na kayo, because instead of peaceful forgetting, it actually produces repressed memory, which is a form of blocked memory, which I don't have time to talk about, is the one in the middle. It's just like sweeping trash under the carpet. Repressed memory will only return again and again until it is consciously addressed. So as far as the memory of the Marcos regime is concerned, the Philippines is still within this period of communicative memory to work on the transmission of an effective affiliative memory. And what I wanted to do is, or what I would have wanted to do, is to talk about these different ways of memory and forgetting. And it's not just one-sided. It's a combination of different aspects. And to conclude, yes. According to Pulitzer Prize-winning writer Viet Thanh Nguyen, all wars are fought twice, the first time on the battlefield, the second time in memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. While we have a little chat, may I invite Michael to please start loading your slides. Perfect timing, 12:36.
Well, yeah.
Thank you so much. So, I'm a sociologist, and it's such a pleasure to talk to someone whose expertise is memory studies from the perspective of sociology. So I very much appreciate the map or the Venn diagram that you presented. I think it clearly conveys the different ways in which remembering is performed, silenced, and negotiated. And in your presentation, and actually in the paper, if you get the chance to read the paper, she makes a striking point about forgetting in relation to generational change. And I find this particularly intriguing because when we talk about today's younger generation, we are talking about digital natives or people who grew up capturing, documenting, and storing their lived experiences online. We have a culture of receipts, right? Recibo. We have a culture of receipts where people demand proof and in so doing demand agency and accountability in digital spaces. But at the same time, there are also trends of fleeting documentation, such as Snapchats and Instagram stories. Who's using a Snapchat or Instagram stories here? Thank you very much. So basically, to those who aren't using Snapchat and Instagram stories, you basically post not to remember, but for it to be deleted after a certain period of time. So these photos are not stored on the grid, so to speak, they're meant to disappear. So my question is, based on your observations and theoretical work, what practices of remembering and forgetting are emerging among digital natives, especially in the Philippines?
Yeah, thank you. We were just discussing that last night at the table, and I think there will be a panel this afternoon on the digital world. Anyway, yeah, definitely. What I want to point out is that the default status, I would say, for humans is forgetting. We forget. So every act of remembering is already an act of resistance. So in a way, whereas it's the opposite for the internet. It is well, there are two debates: either internet forgets everything or internet remembers everything. Because even if we delete, or it's supposed to be deleted, the snapshots, for example, it can either be restored maybe somehow, or I don't know. So what happens is a surfeit of information. And what internet has is that anyone can be a curator. Anyone can curate, whereas in museums, memory is curated. It's this selective forgetting or selective remembering in museums. But then what is happening in our generation, in the generation today, is that each one curates for himself or herself, in a way. Or so there is this challenge. There's this multiple challenge of surfeit of information, which is a form of forgetting. If you don't know what to really remember, or everything forgets for you, or and at the same time, this memory and knowledge are very linked. So I was hearing somebody, while we were walking, that they don't read anymore, or they don't retain things anymore. And it's also the challenge of this digital era. It's all speed. Whereas the main characteristic of memory is that time has to pass in order for memory to occur. And here, it's as if there is this speed of time. Everything is there.
All right, thank you. Please join me in thanking Jocelyn for her presentation. We'll have more time for questions later, but for now, Michael Panta is joining us. Michael is from Ateneo de Manila University. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Nicole, and good morning, everyone. I'm grateful to the Australian National University Philippines Institute for including me in this wonderful panel with a very timely topic. My presentation is Deadly Intersections, Historical Distortion, Fake News, and Red Baiting in the Philippines. It's no secret that Rodrigo Duterte's presidency used a systematic campaign of disinformation to spread falsehoods, to silence targeted individuals and groups, especially those that were vocal in their opposition to his policies. The repercussions of these acts have outlived his presidential tenure, as seen in the cases of oppositionists whose political careers have been unceremoniously derailed in the process, like former Senator Laila de Lima. This presentation shows another side of Duterte's disinformation campaign. Whereas Duterte capitalized on the populist appeal of his war on drugs to discredit traditional oppositionists, he turned to another bogeyman to harass opposition coming from the left by linking individual activists and their organizations with the communist insurgency, which has been waged by the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army since the late 1960s. The strategy gave rise to the popular usage of the term red tagging, more popularly known in the West as the McCarthyist tactic of red baiting. The effects of red tagging, however, did not stop at destroying reputations and ruining careers. It served as an opening salvo for eventual outright criminal activities, including kidnapping and murder. Okay. Duterte's presidential campaign in 2016 benefited from a systematic spread of disinformation aimed at sowing black propaganda against opponents. Working alongside this systemic campaign of disinformation was propaganda that painted a positive picture of former President Ferdinand E. Marcos Sr. by romanticizing fabricated exploits of the dictator, paving the way for nefarious revisionist narratives. And when Duterte captured the presidency, the system of network disinformation remained in place as it aided his political agenda. Duterte's war on drugs presented a potent formula for character assassination. The administration would offer the public concocted stories of kingpins and their purported protectors, presented visually via diagrams known as drug matrices that are often bereft of credible sources. And these stories would gain momentum on the ground due to how they are amplified in shareable clickbait posts on Facebook and YouTube. Unfortunately, this formula of stoking populist anxieties went beyond the drug war. Despite initial public pronouncements that this administration would actively engage with the National Democratic Front of the Philippines through formal peace negotiations, in contrast to the tepid response from previous administrations, the regime did a 180-degree turn just 2 years into his term by terminating the talks and launching a virulent anti-communist campaign. The regime conducted a so-called whole-of-nation approach to fight the CPP, NPA, and NDF, but in the process, it victimized innocent victims who were not involved in the insurgency, most of them activists who chose to participate in the parliament of the streets despite the climate of fear. The whole nation approach essentially involved first demonizing communists as terrorists who ought to be treated as less than human pests that had to be exterminated, and second, establishing connections, no matter how tenuous, between the underground communist movement and above-ground organizations and activists to legitimize attacks against the latter. The government enjoyed a huge leeway in labeling certain organizations and individuals as terrorists due to the passage of the Anti-Terror Act of 2019, which empowered the Anti-Terrorism Council to make such designations without the benefit of a judicial procedure. Trumped-up charges, arrests, and other forms of harassment against activists became a normal occurrence. Red tagging was the name of the game, and leading the charge was the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, or NTF-LCAC. The NTF-LCAC was an interagency body in which the Office of the President had led a handful of other cabinet departments, especially in the security cluster, in a coordinated counterinsurgency strategy. NTF-LCAC officials, most especially its chief spokespersons, Lorraine Badoy, presented here, and General Antonio Parlade, who was then an active officer of the AFP, a rather unorthodox, if not unethical, concurrent assignment in which an active military official simultaneously served in what was on paper a civilian agency. They maximized their state-sponsored platform to spew accusations left and right, denouncing activist organizations as communist fronts. The most prominent of these targeted organizations and individuals were those affiliated with the multi-sectoral group Bagong Alyansa Makabayan, including party list representatives who sit in the Philippine Congress as duly elected legislators, collectively called the Makabayan Bloc. Even academic institutions were not spared from red tagging due to the persistent insinuations of NTF-LCAC officials that schools and universities were the CPP-NPA's preferred recruitment spots. In 2018, the AFP bared a supposed communist-led plot to oust Duterte, the plot known as Red October, involved 18 Metro Manila schools, including UP and Ateneo. And Parlade explained, may ongoing film showing kasi sila about the dark years of martial law sa mga class to incite students to rebel against the government. And what followed was a wave of EJKs that targeted activists and were rationalized as either necessary measures to preserve peace and order or, especially in the countryside, legitimate encounters between the AFP and armed combatants, regardless of whether the fatalities were actual NPAs or not. Following the government's abandonment of formal negotiations with the NDFP, unidentified assailants murdered peace talks consultants Randy Malayao, who was assassinated while sleeping aboard a public bus, and Radal Echaniz here, whose body bore traces of torture while he was at his own residence in Quezon City, even as the entire metropolis was then under a strict militarized COVID-19 lockdown. Another notable case was the fate that befell the people involved in LUMAD schools. For decades, the LUMAD, long been marginalized by mainstream Philippine society, as evidenced by their lack of access to basic services such as the public education system, had turned to community-based schools for literacy with the help of private individuals and volunteer teachers. These schools came to be known as LUMAD schools. Unfortunately, due to the progressive content of the school's curricula and the militarization of their ancestral domain, these institutions became very easy targets for red tagging. An unfortunate turn of events had actually predated Duterte. But things went from bad to worse under his regime. LUMAD communities that put up a resistance became targets of red tagging. The agency that was supposed to ensure their welfare, the NCIP, was at the forefront of delegitimizing their struggle, even claiming the word LUMAD as an artificial concept perpetrated by the communists. LUMAD students who moved to other places in the country to escape the worsening conditions in their communities continued to experience harassment, such as in the police raid conducted in Cebu City in May 2021 that led to the arrest of 7, including volunteer teacher Chad Book, an activist and fresh graduate from UP Diliman. Although eventually freed, Book eventually became a casualty of Duterte's murderous regime. In February of 2022, he and 4 other companions were killed in New Bataan, Davao de Oro. The AFP claimed that it was an armed encounter and that the victims were all NPAs. However, an autopsy of Book's remains conducted by forensic pathologist Raquel Fortun revealed that there was a clear intent to kill the youth activist. Now, a huge beneficiary of Duterte's disinformation was the Marcos family, especially BBM. Duterte's presidency saw the development of a certain mutualism between the two. They would prove to be a deadly combo. Although they did not run as a tandem during the 2016 national elections, they eventually acted more like a riding in tandem. Pardon the injection of Filipino humor here. It was also no surprise that in the run-up to the 2022 presidential elections, with Marcos Jr. Gearing for a retaking of Malacanang with Sara Duterte as her running mate, disinformation through red tagging also came in handy in discrediting electoral opponents, especially presidential candidate Leni Robredo, who was subjected to black propaganda that tried to discredit her based on not just her Dilawan ties, but also on her perceived closeness with the Makabayan Bloc party list legislators. Although the honeymoon stage of BBM and Sara saw exchanges of favors between the two, it soon became apparent that the partnership was headed to Splitsville. By his second year, Marcos Jr. was trying to distance himself from the former president to create an image that would appear like a reversal of the Duterte brand. Mela's presentation yesterday provided us with a few examples. Marcos Jr.'s character arc has intrigued a lot of analysts. But one factor that needs to be further analyzed here is his public pronouncements about how he intends to address a peace and order situation in the country. On paper, Malacanang presents its drug campaign as a bloodless one, a clear attempt at inverting the discourse of Duterte's war on drugs. However, investigative journalists and academic researchers see an entirely different picture based on police data at the precinct level. Such disparity between publicity and reality is not limited to the Marcos Jr. administration's drug war. Its approach to the communist insurgency and red tagging is pretty much the same. Initially, the government tried to present itself as turning over a new leaf in dealing with these issues. The early pronouncements of National Security Advisor Clarita Carlos seemed to offer new hope at first when she declared that the government wanted to put an end to red tagging. And in November 2023, the Marcos government and the NDFP issued a joint communique in Oslo stating that the two sides have agreed to talk about resuming the formal peace negotiations. Unfortunately, numerous cases in the first 2 years of the administration have also revealed the empty rhetoric behind Malacanang's official talk. For one, the NTF-ELCAC remains in place and well-funded. The president himself has defended the body, refuting claims that it has engaged in spreading disinformation in the name of counterinsurgency. In the name, and despite the ostensible policy shift, many of the officials who occupy the top positions of the security portfolio are the same Duterte lackeys that oversaw the gruesome attacks against activists. Included here are the likes of former Generals Eduardo Año and Carlito Galvez Jr., as well as Jonathan Malaya, who served as DILG Undersecretary and NTF-ELCAC spokesperson under Duterte. Duterte appointed Galvez to be the presidential advisor on peace, and Marcos Jr. reappointed him for the same post. Both Año and Malaya are top officials of the National Security Council under Marcos Jr. And while Malaya is Assistant Director General for Strategic Communications of the NSC, Año is the current National Security Advisor replacing Carlos in 2023. And Año presents an intriguing case. Año is also notable for his role in the April 2007 abduction of activist Jonas Burgos, who remains missing to this day. And in relation to this point, a documentary about Burgos' disappearance that was released in 2024, this year, was initially given an X rating by the government's Movie and Television Review and Classification Board. And so, although I have other slides to show, I don't have enough time. I want to end my presentation by looking at an unwanted return. And this is the return of desaparecidos during the BBM administration. With regard to continuity, more telling are the incidents of harassment against activists that continue to happen. Despite the appearance of a new dispensation, more accurate description of the current administration is one of a deadly spillover. Lethal gray zone tactics used against activists are still part of the arsenal of the security establishment under BBM. And alarmingly, the number of enforced disappearances under the current regime is climbing fast. And once again, members of Bayan, such as Capoy and De Jesus, they are subjected to enforced disappearances. And thus far, I want to end here, the most blatant example involves environmental defenders Jonila Castro and Jed Tamano, who managed to escape their situation as a result of a surprising turn of events. Castro and Tamano were abducted on September 2, 2023, and their captors subjected them to tactical interrogation to pressure them to present themselves as NPA rebel surrenderees. However, on the day of the press event organized by the NTF-ELCAC, Castro and Tamano decided to turn the tables on the NTF-ELCAC. As it turned out, the two played along with their captors at the start of their ordeal and waited until the final minute before they decided to deliver a tell-all account with the media covering everything. Now, although this is a story of courage, Castro and Tamano's case is also a revelation of how far state actors are willing to go in carrying out the current counterinsurgency campaign, a sordid reminder of what other desaparecidos must have undergone or are still going through. Marcos Jr. claims of a bloodless peace and order campaign would mark a harrowing redefinition of the word bloodless. Consider that it would not account for the blood of people who could no longer be located and will probably never come back. So that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Michael. May we invite Sir Sol, please prepare your slides while we have a chat. So thank you for the presentation, Michael. I had the privilege of reading the full paper, and I found it bold, actually, in its approach. It broadens our analysis of fake news and historical distortions in the Philippines by connecting these issues to the complicity, if not the active participation, not just of the state and state forces, but also of transnational companies, which wasn't mentioned in the presentation. So I want to use this time to actually explore that part of the paper. So in the paper, he was actually making an argument that transnational mining companies are active participants in red tagging and consequently militarizing areas inhabited by indigenous communities in the Philippines. And I especially appreciate how the paper draws a parallel between what you referred to as the colonialist ethos of Australia's gold rush, which displaced First Nations people, and how the transnational capital of Australian mining companies are doing the same to the Lumads of Mindanao. And thank you for courageously making that connection. Please don't deport him. So actually my question is, maybe to just ground the discussion again in the place we are meeting, which is obviously, some would argue, which I also support, is where genocide happened, right, among indigenous populations in Australia. So my question is, what kinds of solidarities do you think can we build between Australians, First Nations people and Australians who were subject to the same violence that you mentioned in the Philippines?
Thanks for that question because I didn't have time to talk about it. But there are actually existing forms of solidarity between nations who have this kind of similar circumstances in their own countries. So just to give deeper context here, the reason why I talked about the Lumad schools in the first place was that many of these Lumad communities, indigenous communities in Mindanao, the reason why their communities are heavily militarized is that mining companies are active in many of these areas, and they have displaced a lot of these Lumads from their ancestral domains. And as they fight, and the fact is many of them do become NPAs. And unfortunately, that has led to further crackdowns, many of them being red tagged as automatic. If you're a Lumad, more or less you're an NPA. That's what happened to Chad Book, a teacher of the Lumad schools. And the Lumad schools are actually an example of these international forms of solidarity because Lumad schools have gained recognition from countries outside of the Philippines. Many of these volunteer teachers are not just teachers, but are activists involved in international solidarity organizing, many of them involved in conferences such as this, academics like you and I, who are not just content with speaking in front of an academic audience, but when they do have the time, they go out there and devote their spare time to teaching these Lumad kids basic literacy, numeracy. And so through their actions, such as Chad Book, as a very good example, unfortunately, his life cut short, he is a good example of how someone who has the privilege of being part of those two worlds can create solidarity so that the Lumad struggle is not just localized, but can have some impact outside of the country.
Fantastic. Thank you, Michael. Please, another round of applause for Michael. Thank you for sticking to time as well. Our final speaker is Soliman M. Santos Jr., a retired regional trial court judge and currently an independent researcher. Sir Sol, the floor is yours.
Nicole. This short presentation covers some critical perspectives on issues of memory, forgetting, and history derived from working on 3 particular books on activism, insurgency, and martial law, ML, in the Philippines, one of them forthcoming. I have had the privilege as an amateur historian of the practitioner activist, not academic mode, to work on these 3 books over a span of 3 decades from 1994 to 2024. The first part of my paper is on the struggle of memory against forgetting at the micro or personal level. The second part on approaches to historical work. This discussion will be a little different from most relevant discussions on the Marcos ML dictatorship and the systematic historical revisionism in its defense. As quite much has been written, published, and said about and against the latter, I pay more attention here to some needed critical introspection on the part of political activists and revolutionary movements. In the first part, on the struggle of memory against forgetting, I noted that it was a challenge to find contributors of stories of activism and martial law. This had to do with motivations and counter-motivations, as well as other factors. There were the unable, those physically and mentally handicapped to tell their stories due to old age and poor health. Several contributors, in fact, died of natural causes before the books were published. This is not surprising in the case of two books which each took more than a dozen years in the making and where the contributors were activists of the 1970s and 1960s. There were the unwilling, like a few who were somewhat hostile to an independent book project on the pre-ML youth activist group SDK because of ideological or political grounds. One ground that it was not sanctioned by the dominant reaffirmist CPP. Another ground was a view, quote, never to commemorate failure, celebrating defeats such as the fall of Bataan, unquote. Others were not hostile but were supportive of the book project but declined for their own reasons. One said that he has had enough of intra-left dynamics, conflicts. Another was candid enough to say, quote, wag na lang, you will not like what I will write, unquote. That his new rightist capitalist perspective may not fit well in a book of predominantly leftist perspectives. A number suffered lingering trauma, the effects of physical and psychological torture during ML, and refused to remember. Many still live in constant fear of military in light of activists still being arrested, disappeared, and salvaged. A former human rights lawyer and retired judge, not me, said that all the stories had already been told and there was nothing more to tell. But there was and is. This was shown by the significant quantity and quality of stories given by those who were willing and able to struggle successfully to remember against forgetting. Most were motivated this way. We have to make this effort, even if late in the day or in the night, with more reason now when memories of names and events of decades ago are fading and before they are lost forever. An effort we owe ourselves as well as posterity. They were keen to share their experiences, such as two writers in their early 80s, and one who has never told his story before, even to his children. Another thanked us for forcing her to do this before she forgets very important parts of her past. The act of writing and storytelling can serve not only as a memory keeper, but also as a form of catharsis and closure in the twilight of our lives. One particular story of note is that of a retired psychology professor who wrote on her post-EDSA traumatic detention, providing catharsis for her survivor guilt for not having been detained during ML. All told, these stories of activism, insurgency, and ML, even just in Bicol, from these stories, there is still much to plumb from what is a rich wellspring for cognate academic disciplines, notably psychology, both personal and social, including trauma studies, and of course, history. In the second part, on approaches to historical work, the first point to be made is that not only open democratic societies, but also revolutionary movements need to be brave and honest about their own histories as well. Historical honesty is a value or standard not only for deliberative democracies, but also for revolutionary movements that purport to represent a better alternative to the status quo. Unfortunately, revolutionary movements, and most sadly those of the Marxist-Leninist sort, have some track record of erasing or airbrushing former revolutionary leaders from the historical photographs after they have fallen from the Revolutionary Party leadership's grace. The book on how the CPP-NPA started in Tigaon, Camarines Sur in 1969 is about the unheralded First Five All Bicolano expansion team, which has been omitted from the official CPP version that starts only in 1970 with the return of the prominent native Tigaon brothers, Romulo and Ruben Halyores, later known as Commanders Tangkad and Benji, coming from the first quarter storm in Manila earlier that year. But given the sufficient evidence of that initial expansion team presented in the book, it calls on those concerned to rectify the omission and recognize or reaffirm the mission. In working on books on activism, insurgency, and ML, I have had to grapple with several tensions of historical work. One is the tension between going for official, collective, comprehensive history versus unofficial, individual, anecdotal histories. Parallel or akin to this is the tension between academic, professional versus practitioner, activist, amateur history work. Historical works by academic and professional historians are expected to be comprehensive, in-depth, and or definitive in nature due to the academic rigor put into their works. On the other hand, those by practitioner, activists, and amateur historians tend to be of the genre of oral history, memory studies, and radical memoirs. This small part writing is from the heart, from memory of experience, in contrast to the big picture writing from the mind, from research of references. CPP founding chairman Jose Maria Sison once wrote in 2009 that, quote, "The Bicol Regional Party Committee is in the best position to write or direct the writing of the history of the CPP, NPA, and NDFP, the mass movement, and the organs of political power in the region of Bicol, at least in one book." The project of history writing is a good way of celebrating the 40th anniversary of the CPP and NPA, unquote. But no such CPP history writing project has been launched so far. Instead, in 2022, came out 2 thick volumes of Sison's selected writings on CPP history. In any case, the writing of official CPP history, whether national or regional, should be done not only on the basis of CPP documents and further analysis, as Sison says, because this is not the only basis for establishing the facts, which is basic for any history. But I agree, the regional approach and basis for national CPP history writing is also the way to go towards a fairer and more comprehensive Philippine history. When it comes to histories, whether of movements or of countries, it's not always the official histories which are the best or better works, some of which are the unofficial ones. The CPP might itself learn something from good unofficial histories of the CPP, also to help to complete the picture on the premise that there is no monopoly of truth or of wisdom. Working on Tigaon 1969 became an occasion for doing more history from below to complement the, of course, still important, if not indispensable, history from above or the top, as in the leader's view of Sison. The view from the headquarters can be very different from the view from the field. This brings to fore the idea of revolutionary history as seen by those on the ground level of the time, the rank and file cadres and fighters, the obscure little people who were not heroic leaders of exemplary stature, the kind who would publish their books and invoke ideology. There must be a conscious effort to redress the absence of small voices from the margins in the grand master narratives of history writing, lest their stories be forever shut out. They too have their story. It has been said that journalism is the first rough draft of history. If so, we can similarly say that oral history, memory studies, and radical memoirs are the second draft, while comprehensive, in-depth, and definitive histories by academic or professional historians are the third or final draft in the writing of history. But then, is the writing of history ever really final, finished, and complete? Take just two August 21 unresolved mastermind questions. Will the real masterminds of the 1983 Aquino assassination and the 1971 Plaza Miranda bombing please stand up? Finally, having worked on and read books on activism, insurgency, and ML in the Philippines, and finding ourselves now in the new Marcos era, I would say the writing of Philippine and revolutionary history must continue on a more grounded and rounded basis. But there is also a need for new and better trajectories of generic and organic movements for progressive or even radical change, premised on better Filipino virtue and political consciousness, and addressed to today's youth or younger generations whose time has come in making new history. Diyos mabalos.
Thank you, sir. Perfectly timed as well. All right, Sir Sol, before I give my comments, I first would like to express my love and solidarity to the people of Bicol in Naga City. The Filipino-Australian community has been working tirelessly to send support to the Philippines, to credible foundations, to support the relief and operations, particularly to first responders. So, Diyos mabalos, sir. So for me, one of the most striking parts of the paper is your call for a regional approach to history writing. And you mentioned that this creates a fairer and more comprehensive account of Philippine history. And as someone like myself specializing in deliberative democracy, I fully support having a more multivocal account of histories, whether that's the history of the revolutionary movement or other contexts. My question is, how do we navigate for these alternative regional histories? Because at the moment we're talking about historical revisionism, but it's also possible that if we have multiple histories, it might also descend to historical relativism, right? One of the favorite expressions of young people online is, well, that's just my opinion, right? And that can apply to history as well. Well, that's just how I remember it, based on my lived experience in my region, based on my lived experience as a woman, right? So how do we navigate that tension, sir? Having plural histories, regional histories, without descending into relativism?
Well, I'd rather have the plural and the many and let that sort itself out on what is relative and closer to the truth, like checking out each other on the facts and even on the interpretation of those facts. The last book that was shown there, Mga Daso, Stories of Martial Law in Bicol, forthcoming either from wow, UP Press or NCCA. Anyway, that followed the footsteps of books on martial law in Davao and then martial law in Cebu. No? So it's going northward. Next will be martial law in Bicol, no? Like the path of the typhoon, going northward. And probably there should also be versions in other regions, not only those three. And like what Joma was saying regarding CPP national history, if the CPP regional histories are written up, then there will be firmer basis for a CPP national history. The same with the history of martial law in the Philippines. The same with Philippine history, being informed by regional histories and of different kinds. No, I mentioned first draft journalism, no, including investigative journalism, no, like that of Marites, no. But speaking of Marites, maybe that even starts with the chismis gossip level, no. Ambet Ocampo said something about the role of chismis. Local journalism, then those more personal from the heart, memory studies, radical memoirs, oral histories. Those three books were mostly of that sort. And then there will be more material for the academic and professional historians to try to write the comprehensive, in-depth, and definitive, no. But some books we had once considered definitive about Philippine history are no longer seen as such. So maybe the more, the merrier. Let it work itself out.
Thank you. May I invite the two co-panelists, Jocelyn, Michael, please join us. We will start collecting questions from the group, but perhaps we can start with questions from YouTube. I wonder if anyone is collating questions from the live stream. No questions yet. All right, so let's start with questions from the room. Yes, please introduce yourself and keep your questions brief.
Hi, I'm Merlinda Bobis. Thank you for the fantastic presentations. Yeah, memory, memorializing, remembering is really about storytelling. And all of you that presented have told your own stories as researchers. And I'm just wondering, how do you personally navigate your positionality in relation to these stories, especially if they're stories of the desaparecidos, of trauma? You were not there. So I think I'm asking about the ethics of remembering from your position as researchers and as writers.
Right, thank you. We can ask all the panelists to reflect on this question. I will have a look at the room, just catch my eye if you want to ask a question later, and then I'll start a list. Who wants to take that question on positionality?
I love that question, and I've been grappling with the question of ethics and remembering for a long time, especially personally, because I had the experience of curating this book called Triggered with after the drug war victims for children, and I was in Ateneo then, and I was asking myself, we were a small group, and what we wanted to do was to write about the children who died, but then who were we coming from this academic institution, and then talking about them. And after 4 years, we had to have 4 years to get that book out. And basically the first thing to do, I think, for what we did was to tell about our positionality, to be explicit about it in the book, who we are, what we cannot do, what we don't claim to do. And second of all, was to also say that we're not here to speak for the family of the victims, because we can never do that, but we were just there to mourn with, to mourn with the people, and this is a way of expressing mourning, especially with the trauma victims, and that perhaps since it was a bit of a taboo subject, let alone publish about it, maybe other voices will come afterwards.
Well, since we're talking about positionality, then maybe I have to make this full disclosure that I am an activist, a national Democrat, as probably many of you here are familiar with those terms. And given that I talked about not them activists in my presentation, I feel that it's essentially my answer to your question, that as a not them activist myself, it would be a huge disservice if I don't mention their names. That given that parang ang pangit pakinggan, but given my privileged position that many of my co-activists, fellow activists, work mostly on the ground, full-time activists. They do the hard work, like blood, sweat, and tears kind of work. And I have that privilege of, attending conferences such as this and then teaching at a prestigious school, etc., while still using the activist card. It would be a great disservice for me if during these circumstances, when I'm in, I have this platform, if I can't give them that voice. Chad Book, I don't personally know Chad Book, but we have a lot of mutual friends. And when he died, it's like a part of me also died. We share a lot of stories. We have the same educational discussions. And so even without that personal connection, it really pains me that someone with that much potential who chose not to pursue a career in the corporate world. He was a BS Mathematics graduate at UP Diliman. He could have chosen mathematics or computer science. That's one of the hard sciences. He chose to live a life of a full-time activist. And for me, this issue of positionality, it would be a huge disservice if I can't give a fraction of my presentation to people like Chad Book.
What a question, no? I'm also an activist, a former not them activist, no? Since SDK 1970. So I have lived the experience of activism pre-martial law and martial law and post-EDSA up to the present, judicial activist, retired. The experience of martial law, not so directly the experience of insurgency. I was once CPP, but not NPA. Maybe the turning point was around 1987, after the first elections after EDSA, with the debacle of the Partido ng Bayan in that particular elections. Soon after that, I became PAPDEM. No? We had our own Naga PAPDEM. That exists now just more like a memory rather than a reality. So maybe I would position myself as a free radical. No, in the positive way, not in the negative medical, chemical way. So there have been a lot of learnings over those years and decades. In my case, explaining those that kind of activist progressive journey up to the present. I just also like to say that responsibility is not only that of the state. It's also that of the revolutionary movement and those that seek to change the status quo.
All right, we have a question. Sorry, how many people have questions? Can you please raise your hand? There's a lot of questions, so we'll take 2 questions at a time. Please
anyway,
start.
Judge Sol is a bit older than me, but I was also an activist like him. My house was actually raided 3 times during the martial law regime. I was part of the Philippine Collegian, and we were the only free papers during that time, so I really experienced it. But I also experienced this problem of positionality that you're mentioning. You know, both sides actually committed extreme, you know. It's not just the state, the other part, the Communist Party, the CPPA, also committed a lot of excesses, particularly in their internal cleansing process. Unfortunately, the ideologues would like to wash away that power portion and just look at the state position. And that's the role of the scientist, is to distance yourself in all of these things and look at the data and to position yourself. I had the privilege of working with the guys that you're mentioning, like Galvez, Anyo, talked to them personally, Jonathan Malaya. And I met actually Judge Sol when you were part of the, I think you were consultant of the negotiations of the CPP-NPA under Jess Dureza. I think I met you there. But that's the point, eh? How do you become objective in all of those things? And my turning point, why I shifted away from not them, is when I studied in England, I immersed myself with communism movement in the British Communist Party, Labour Party. And I found out that economic dogma will not really work in the 1980s. You cannot translate the theory of surplus value to distribution of resources. It's still prices which is more effective. So I came to realize that idea of nationalist industrialization, genuine agrarian reform will not work, and it will never work because it's beyond the realm of possibility. The only way that you can do it is become a dictator like North Korea or something like that. So how do you position yourself now? How can you be non-partisan, objective, and a scholar, and come out with some prescriptions? And by the way, that's my concern. How do you move forward?
Okay, we have
the
to park
analysis.
the question
Thank you.
there. Let's just hold that thought. We have another question here in front, please.
Thanks for a tremendously stimulating set of presentations. I guess my first question is the conceptual setting out that you did, Joyce, at the beginning on how to think about memory begs the question for me of the relationship between how personal memory works and collective memory. Is it synonymous, analogous, or dialectical? And that brings me to the second concern I have, which I'm not sure I'm able to express in a question as yet, but it stimulated these ideas about how to explain the return of the Marcoses. I guess one possibility is the nationalist imaginary is still very strong. What is the one moment in what is a series of traumas and tragedies in Philippine history? What is the one moment where everyone felt good about themselves was the 60s and the beginning of the nationalist development ethos and Sukarno and Nehru and Third Worldism, and there the Marcoses looking young and sexy and inventing lots of the terms of the nationalist imaginary. So why we remember the Marcoses and maybe repress the memories of the corruption and the martial law is that the Marcoses provide the terms of discourse of the nationalist imaginary. So if you want to feel good about yourself, then you go back to the same tropes. And Bong Bong provides benign, bloodless images of what the Marcoses are.
Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. Trevor Hogan.
All right, thank you. And we have another question at the back.
Thank you, Cleo Kalimbahin. Thank you so much for all your presentations. Jocelyn, when I was looking at your diagram, I was thinking about the multiple stakeholders in Philippine politics and society, and I thought, wow, I think we just had a perfect storm between forgetting and remembering. And also, you had a point there about humiliated silence, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, because it seems like from the left to the right, there was some form of humiliated silence. I mean, when the Marcoses won, suddenly the KBL supporters seem to have come out of the woodwork because they were silent for right after 86 as well. So I feel like from left to right, there's that as well. And to what extent will that contribute to polarization? Thank you.
All right. Do we have other questions? Going once? Twice? All right. We have 5 minutes. So please pick your favorite question before we conclude the panel. All right, Joyce, go for it. Your favorite question.
My favorite. Oh God, 5 minutes. Okay. So maybe I'll try to answer both your questions there's a difference between personal and collective memory. Personal is personal. So it's really by individual, and it becomes collective when it starts to be to have an impact on a group. For example, the Haiyan, the typhoon Yolanda, especially in Leyte, at that part, has really a collective trauma. We can say that. Somebody was saying in the TV once, "Oh, it's a collective trauma of the Philippines." I don't think so. It's really for a certain part only of those who had this trauma. And I didn't have time to talk about it a while ago, but you're completely right that we can have this memory of the 60s when the Marcoses were sexy, etc., etc. And I was going to say, what if we had this experiment and use the prosthetic memory, the affective impact of digital memory, where we would say in 1986, let's say every February of 25, we would have a systematic viewing for everyone in the whole country at the same time during the whole day of one court case when the Marcoses lost. You know, it has to be a memory that we would drive into, the people. And I mean, I know they did it for propaganda purposes in Indonesia, for example, for the 1965 coup, where generations had to watch, every day. But because my point is that we can make memory too. It's not just the Marcoses. It's not just one-sided. We also, if we really put something into it, we can do that. So my point is what if we make the memory where we drill into people that they have lost something, and we have to show that they have lost the case. For humiliated silence, yes, I have huge, maybe in a paper, but in also other papers, the trauma, humiliated silence and trauma are really connected. And in the Philippine case especially, there are a lot. Already trauma, the aspect of trauma is that we don't want to talk about it sometimes, and it affects us even years after the event. And humiliated silence can be bigger than just trauma. There is also, we don't want to talk about it because the perpetrators are still at large. There is a certain bad sense of utang na loob. But because they did that to me, so I cannot talk about it. Maybe there's taboo in the family. Maybe, there are other cultural factors that say, this long suffering, magtiis ka na lang, because, so different cases like that.
Now, on the question of objectivity, I think it's impossible. It can't happen. Especially in the humanities and social sciences. You have to bring yourself into the discussion. Yes, we're not saying that it's not a downward spiral into relativism that my opinion is just as good as yours. There are still rigorous methods to do things. Okay, even in the hard sciences, I think you can't be totally objective. Even in the hard sciences, you will always have your subjectivity affecting your decision making. The topic that you choose to work on, that's already subjectivity working. So it's, for me, it's impossible to do it. So is my positionality affecting my prescriptions here? Well, for one, I'm not making any prescriptions in my presentation. I'm just stating what has been happening for the past 2 years under the BBM administration. If I were to give a prescription, then it is stop killing activists, stop abducting them. That's my prescription if I were to make a prescription. Well, yun. Siguro yun na lang. Okay, doon na lang.
We can discuss this over coffee break as well.
Maybe I'll just try to address the question of Trevor, which was also a question for myself, why the Marcos family returned to power. It seems there were so many factors for that. Not only the deliberate or planned historical revisionism effort by the Marcos family. There is data, and maybe Steve can speak more to this than me, that by 1995, the late old Marcos already had a majority favorable rating among Filipinos, at least those covered by social surveys of the time, even before the conscious historical revisionism effort and Marcos name restoration moves. It's partly because of maybe the tumultuous events during the Cory regime or our administration, where a lot had to be attended to or fended off, including a number of coup attempts. And that administration, which was certainly even a revolutionary government at one point, could have taken a more decisive step to put away. No? And I'm not necessarily referring to extreme prejudice. No? Put away that Marcos myth and legacy, which, because it wasn't done, lived on. No? So you see there some responsibility on the part of the government of the time, since EDSA, responsibility of the Marcos family. You can't blame them for doing their thing of moving to restore the Marcos family name and return to power. That leaves the people, the masa, no? What did Mao say about the masses? No, the people and the people alone are the motive force in making of world history. The masses are the real heroes. Why their majority favorable view of the old man Marcos by 1995, and then what appears to be a convincing, even overwhelming electoral victory of the Marcos son in 2022, no? Maybe different generations maybe there is a dark side also to the masses, no?
Okay.
The force that everyone wants to claim so that the force may be with you.
Okay.
And then lastly, Nicole, the progressive forces, no, not only the CPP, NPA, NDF, but all progressives who had, you can say, had a stake in the Marcos return to power. I'd just like to quote former close SDK comrade, no, and UP Economics Emeritus Professor Emmanuel de Dios, who wrote a letter to his class for a course on the history of martial law and the economy, and I quote, "The blame is partly on me and my generation that we have not chopped off the monstrous head of the past, that we failed to fully exorcise those ghosts who now haunt the minds of the majority. We tried but failed. Or perhaps we did not try hard enough and long enough, especially in the face of an enemy that was smarter at using new weapons. The mere late existence and necessity of this course you are enrolled in is emblematic of that failure, which now forces us to watch our children weep in the gloom of their dashed hopes. For this, I must ask your forgiveness in behalf of my generation," unquote. But with all due respect to Noel, I would not be too hard on our generation for reasons given above. No, we did our part. It's the part of the younger generation now.
Okay, I think that's a powerful way of ending our first session this morning. Thank you to all our panelists. And we will return to this room in 5 minutes? In 10 minutes. So thank you, everybody.
Welcome everyone to this panel on the changing nature of oligarchic politics, or perhaps we can also say the changing nature of the Philippine oligarchy. We have 3 speakers as found in the program. We'll go in the order that we have found here. I will dispense with introductions since we have all of the biographical blurbs in the program already. So we'll start with Christina and move to Tonette and then to Marianne and then to my discussant comments. 15 max, puede? 15 max? Okay, sige. All right, very good. Thanks, Christina.
Good morning. I'm Christina, and today I will be discussing constitutional change and oligarchic politics in the Philippines. So in every administration, almost every administration except the Aquino administration, we've always had charter change attempts, or cha-cha, and it's been very divisive. And we wonder, why is it so divisive? Everywhere else in the world, it's done quite regularly. Other countries do it all the time. Constitutional change has been a recurring feature in Asia for the past 70 years, as we can see from this table. Changes range from amendments of existing constitutions, interim constitutions, to the adoption of completely new constitutions. Most of these have followed waves. The first wave was constitution making post-decolonization. This includes the 1935 Philippine Constitution, while the second wave was in the late 80s to 90s as a response to political transitions or following independence. Following the ouster of Marcos Sr. in 1986, however, the Philippines was one of the first countries to adopt the new constitution as part of democratization sweeping through the region. However, unlike its neighbors, which have frequently amended or redrafted their constitutions, the Philippines has kept its constitution unchanged for 35 years. In comparison, as we see here, other nations like Singapore has regularly amended their constitution up to 20 times. Thailand has had 3 new constitutions, 3 interim constitutions, and have adopted amendments 3 times in the same time period. The numbers and processes could be explained by differences in government structure. In parliamentary systems like Singapore or Malaysia, for example, it would be easier to make amendments with just simple minorities as opposed to presidential systems like the Philippines. So the question, I guess, is why has there been no change in the Philippine Constitution despite many attempts? Much of the existing literature points to institutional constraints within the Philippine political system. The Constitution is designed so that changing it is not easy, and we'll talk about the different ways to amend or revise the Constitution in the next slide or so. Another factor is the lack of public support. Historically, public opinion has not been in favor of constitutional change. It's just not a priority. However, we do not think that these arguments are sufficient to explain why, despite the many attempts, the Constitution has endured. I mean, why should powerful individuals care about what people think or the legalities? I mean, they've never cared before. So we think that these factors are insufficient to explain both the contestation of the framework as well as the endurance of the Constitution itself. So the role of political elites in constitutional change has received limited attention in the literature, despite evidence that constitutional developments have sometimes facilitated wealth accumulation for a select few, while simultaneously amplifying their power and influence in politics. This is especially evident in Southeast Asia, where electoral democracies are often characterized by clientelism, money politics, and the coexistence of oligarchic rule with electoral processes. Moving beyond traditional definitions of oligarchy as ruled by a few, recent political science scholarship has emphasized wealth defense as a defining feature of oligarchic systems. Winters defines oligarchs as actors who command and control massive concentrations of material resources that can be deployed to defend or enhance their personal wealth and exclusive position. Similarly, Hadiz and Robeson define oligarchy broadly as a system of power relations that enables the concentration of wealth and authority in its collective defense. Thus, the politics of wealth defense becomes critical not only in securing existing claims to wealth and property, but also in safeguarding future income streams. From this perspective, then, it's unsurprising that oligarchic actors often have a vested interest in constitutional change, whether to drive reforms when advantageous or to oppose them when they threaten the status quo. Meanwhile, in legal studies, scholars have also increasingly recognized the role that law plays in exacerbating wealth divide between those who control capital and those who do not. Consequently, attention has also shifted towards the understanding of how constitutions can facilitate or curb the concentration of wealth and political power in the hands of a small elite. And there are different pathways by which oligarchs might influence shaping the Constitution. This could be through oligarchic coup, influencing the drafting of the Constitution, patronage, or lobbying, or a combination thereof. How might this play out in the Philippines? Well, in the Philippines, there are three legal ways to change the Constitution. First is where both houses of Congress, the Senate and the lower house, constitute themselves as a constituent assembly. They can then vote for amendments and/or revisions with a 3/4 majority required to approve the changes. However, it's unclear whether the Senate and the House are to vote separately or jointly, because there was some mistake in the constitutional drafting process when we were originally supposed to be a unicameral legislature. However, most legal scholars would probably agree that it should be separate voting. Otherwise, it would be harder to pass a regular statute or a regular law than to actually change the Constitution. The second way is to amend or revise, is to call for a constitutional convention where the people elect delegates who will then draft the Constitution. And the third mode, which is limited to amendments, is through a people's initiative where the citizens themselves can propose the amendments. And all three modes then require a second step, which is a national plebiscite, where the Filipino people ratify the changes by a majority, with the proposed changes being presented to the public for approval or rejection. So why are we even looking at the Philippines to study the relationship between the oligarchy and constitutional change? Well, just look at our senators and their family trees right here. I mean, if family is home, then indeed they are at home at the Senate. Clearly, the people power revolution has failed to change the nature of the patrimonial oligarchic state. Even as the '87 Constitution restored presidential democracy with civil and political rights, strong judicial review and accountability, and anti-oligarchic provisions, we now have political dynasties competing within the existing constitutional framework to control public office and influence state institutions. And these same interests have shaped the constitutional debates since then. This table summarizes the attempts to change the 1987 Constitution under every administration. This includes the mode of amendment or revision, and the key issues of reform, whether economic reform or political reform, and as well as public support for or against charter change at the time that it was proposed, and the outcome of these efforts. In almost every administration, except for the two Aquino administrations, we saw attempts to change the Constitution. And while there is a broader consensus among political actors on the need to revise its restrictive economic provisions, a few administrations also sought more ambitious, far-reaching political reforms, such as a transition to federalism or adopting a parliamentary system. The method of constitutional change has also differed across administrations and often influenced by the primary reform being advocated. For example, are they pushing for an amendment or a revision? That would matter which mode you use. Or do they have the numbers in both houses of Congress? These variations underscored how both the content of proposed reforms and the political dynamics surrounding them shape the approaches taken to constitutional change. Nevertheless, despite the differing reform agendas, be it modest or ambitious, and the modes employed, all attempts to change the Constitution have been unsuccessful. So what we did here is we compiled this data by digging through past records on sponsorships and votes in congressional resolutions, public statements, news reports, and cases in the Supreme Court questioning charter change. And it summarizes how key political families have played prominent roles in supporting or opposing constitutional reform across various administrations. Again, note the S's after all of the last names, because we are looking at families, right? We're not looking at individuals here. As mentioned by Dr. Abao yesterday, in the Philippines, all political decisions are family decisions. So some key generalizations to be drawn out from this table. First, with the exception of the Aquino family, presidential families tend to advocate for charter change during their own administrations, although they may not always support similar reforms under other presidencies. Equally interesting to note is that while certain political families demonstrate consistent support, such as the Pimentels, Marcoses, and Riles, or oppose it, like the Aquinos, Rojas, Binay, to the charter change moves, the majority of political families have shifted their positions on reform across administrations. This often appears to be driven by strategic calculations related to whether they are in or out of power. The staunchest advocates for significant political and economic reforms, for example, Arroyo and Duterte, have opposed or failed to support charter change once they were no longer in power or aligned with those in power. For instance, despite having run on a platform to completely rewrite the Constitution and subsequently urging his successor to revise it, Duterte now vehemently opposes charter change efforts under Marcos, following the breakdown of their alliance. He now asserts that the Constitution is perfect as it is. It's in perfect condition and has even threatened secession over any proposed changes. He flip-flops as well, still, but that's his nature. Similarly, while Arroyo was initially a critic of charter change before assuming the presidency under Ramos and Estrada, she became one of its strongest advocates during her 10-year rule and later contributed to the drafting of a proposed constitution under the Duterte administration. This raises questions not only about the sincerity of reform agendas, but also that they promote, but also that political elites but also suggests that their positions are primarily driven by strategic considerations, including alliances. In contrast, we'll see here, the Senate presidents, the families of Senate presidents, have been less consistent across different administrations. Interestingly, they do not always support constitutional reforms, even when serving as the incumbent Senate president during a particular administration. This is significant given that the Senate is often viewed as an obstacle to charter change. Meanwhile, it's clear that the speakers of the House consistently favor charter change, with all having supported it during the administration in which they held office. The backing of the speaker is crucial in any constitutional reform effort, but their consistent support also highlights the strong influence of the president over the lower house, where administrations typically enjoy supra-majorities. In sum, the scope and focus of constitutional reforms may vary, but self-serving motives are a consistent driving force. Political families play prominent roles in charter change efforts, with competition and political alliances shaping positions that lead to strategic flip-flopping. Institutional pathways for reform allow the hijacking and derailment of the process. This results in repeated failures despite a minimal consensus among oligarchic groups on shared interests. Those excluded from power frequently mobilize to obstruct reforms, even if they had previously supported similar measures during their time. This narrow strategic oligarchic calculus leads to persistent contestation through both legal and extra-legal means, creating a state of constitutional fragility that, paradoxically, remains surprisingly durable. And so, in conclusion, the Philippines is a paradox with formal constitutional stability despite volatile political dynamics. And we argue that to understand this paradox, we need to examine the dynamics of oligarchic factions and constitutional politics, how the capture of state institutions are key to wealth defense and accumulation, and that the competitive and unpredictable nature of oligarchic rule has paradoxically created a fragile constitutional order that remains remarkably resistant to change. So, what does this tell us about the future of constitutional reform in the Philippines? Well, I think the BBM administration, or Martin Romualdez, probably shot themselves on the foot by trying to sneak the People's Initiative through. Not only was it not transparent, but there were allegations of bribery, and then they even tried to sideline the Senate. At the end of the day, charter change is a matter of trust and legitimacy. If we can't trust that those changing the rules of the game won't stack the rules in their favor, then how can we trust that process? And that's just us ordinary Filipinos. What more if you actually have more to lose and the rules are already currently stacked in your favor anyway? So I predict that it will be probably more of the same unless we suddenly have more trustworthy politicians. I won't hold my breath, but I would love to hear what everyone else thinks. Thank you.
Okay. Can you just... Okay.
You don't need the...
My hasn't... I will need every single minute. Anyway, so the previous report focused on political dynasties. I am focusing on big business as oligarchs. Philippine big business. Wait, I forgot. Okay. So I should... How do I go to my slide?
Sorry.
That's okay. So maybe, yeah. So maybe here, this one, I can do this. Okay, just this way. Okay. I can't go back. Sorry. Okay. Game. Okay. Philippine big business is often overlooked in the literature and oligarchic politics despite its growing role in the running of the country. In the past 2 decades, the post-authoritarian period has seen the greater privatization of governance, and with this, the growing presence of the wealthiest Filipinos in the development landscape. Today, they are in the forefront in the delivery. I cannot seem to. Okay. Today, they are in the forefront in the delivery of public goods, notably infrastructure and utilities, many of which are organized around their family businesses. My presentation this morning will discuss the involvement of big business, which for the purpose of this study will focus on the Forbes richest Filipinos in oligarchic politics in 2 ways. First, Their involvement in policy making comes from their massive investment in provision and delivery of public goods, and second, their direct involvement in policy making, especially those related to their core businesses. The paper will trace the key policies since the restoration of representative institutions that opened the floodgates of to private sector participation in the public sphere. Noteworthy, the increased presence of the country's wealthiest Filipinos have also meant the increase of their wealth in their business empires. My presentation will conclude with a discussion on the convergence of interests between elected officials and the captains of industry, a convergence that studies have referred to as oligarchic democracy that thrives in neoliberal settings. Okay. The country's wealthiest Filipinos have been in the news lately. We read about them, we read about how they are at the forefront of setting up modern, integrated commercial residential complexes, high-rise information technology hubs, industrial estates, commercial and residential, and giant shopping malls. With increasing regularity, too, we read about their forays in the construction of the country's major roads, bridges, tollways, takeover of airports, seaports, and other privatized state facilities, and bids for national and local government contracts to provide power, water, and some other utility to communities across the country. Snapshots of the many activities would suggest that the country's 1% is today's the impresario of urban development, the builder of cities, extending the boundaries of Metro Manila and other metropolitan areas, as well as facilitating connectivity across or throughout the archipelago. No doubt, it can be argued that the business elite's involvement in the provision of public goods is an exercise of corporate social responsibility. Nevertheless, a close examination of their involvement will also suggest that such undertaking is very much tied to the specific pattern of privatization that, by design, has turned the provision of public services into big business. In fact, the role of the private sector as, and I quote, the main engine of national growth, end of quote, is enshrined in the 1987 Constitution. Toward making this a reality, the succession of administrations since the dismantling of the Marcos Sr. authoritarian rule have issued a raft of policies intended to relieve the Philippine state of many of its traditional responsibilities by turning this over to the private sector. For instance, President Corazon Aquino's Administrative Order Number 59, aimed at streamlining at government, had not only reaffirmed the leading developmental role of the private sector, but also narrowed down government's role to addressing, and I quote, market failures in vital industries that are either natural monopolies or are not adequately served by the private sector, end of quote. Noteworthy in the case of Executive Order Number 215 that called on independent power producers to generate electricity in response to the power crisis during that period, government's role was reduced to, and I quote, addressing market failures meant government covering for the loss that producers might incur should there be a shortfall in demand for energy. Government's big push to institutionalize the private sector's participation in public service delivery came with the passage of Republic Act Number 7718, or the Build, Operate, Transfer Law, in 1992 under the Ramos administration. The BOT law laid out different arrangements of public-private partnerships aimed at providing, and I quote, the most appropriate incentives to mobilize private resources for infrastructure development, incentives such as ensuring a climate of minimum government regulations and procedures. Other incentives include the development, operate, transfer, contractual arrangement that allows the private sector proponent to develop the adjoining property so as to, and I quote, raise property and rent values of the projects. More, proponents can also avail of government or official development assistance as well as submit unsolicited proposals. In the next slide, you will see that the POT law will cover almost every aspect of utilities, the provision of every utilities that government used to be in charge of. So here it is. I'm not going to read it, but you will be amazed by almost everything. It's going to be actually being put into private hands. With the BOT policy in place, the privatization of public utilities followed in 1995. RA number 8041, RA number 80041, or the National Water Crisis, empowered the Philippine President to reorganize or privatize the Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewerage System and the Local Works and Utilities Administration. Here, the public government would provide give incentives for the private sector to finance, construct, repair, rehabilitate, improve, and operate water facilities. In 1997, government turned over the responsibility of supplying water to Metro Manila to the two richest, among the two richest business families that were the Ayalas and the Lopezes. Later on, it would be Enrique Razon and Metro Pacific's Manny Pangilinan. The privatization of local water systems, for its part, gained momentum when the NEDA, and I've already talked to Dokoy about this. I know. I said this is part of history. Okay. The establishment of, when NEDA came out or issued the revised guidelines for the establishment of joint ventures between the government and the private sector in 2013. In contrast to the BOT arrangement where projects would eventually be turned over to the government, the JV or joint venture scheme allows the private sector to take over the project once it is done. The guidelines also allowed the establishment of a government-private sector joint venture corporation that is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. It is mainly through the joint venture agreements that Villar's Prime Water, owned by the country's third wealthiest Filipino in 2024, which is Manny Villar, provides water to communities in 161 cities and municipalities in 16 regions. As for power, the landmark As for power, the landmark legislation is the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, or EPIRA, that privatized the National Power Corporation and the sale of its power plants. Perhaps more consequential for private sector participation, though, was the division of the power industry into 4 distinct segments: generation, transmission, distribution, and retail electric supply, which allowed this fragmentation of a natural monopoly allowed or helped lower the cost of entry for the private sector. In fact, the fastest way for the private sector to join the industry was to buy, through bidding, privatize NPC assets. The 2 biggest investors in power today, Sabine Aboitiz Power Corporation and Ramon Ang's SM Global Power, got their start by buying NPC power plants. Because such a segment is considered a standalone operation, the private sector may set up different companies for power generation and power distribution, an arrangement that increases revenues for companies. The discussion above shows that the shift from authoritarian rule to electoral democracy also comes with the new ruling political elites more fully embracing neoliberal rule. Oh my God. Okay, the key policies during this period show an earnest attempt to recruit the private sector to take on what were traditionally state responsibilities. The public sectors discussed in the studies saw one administration after another loosen regulation and sweeten the pot. Up until Benigno Aquino III or Pinoy's presidency, however, there were few takers. During the 3 previous administrations, or in the span of 18 years, there were only 5 BOT projects. But when the Aquino III administration came in, it received 25 BOT applications and completed 7 projects. The administration was credited for the uptick in the number of projects. Among its policies was to transform the BOT center to the public-private partnership center that came under NEDA. No doubt providing a conducive policy environment, in this case a minimal government regulation and the provision of incentives, is a necessary but not sufficient condition to mobilize the private sector. In the Philippines, favorable terms that government was giving to the private sector only began to translate into action when the economy itself took off, and in consequence, so did the earnings of business elites. As Forbes magazine noted in 2006, the 40 wealthiest Filipinos as a group was the poorest in the region, with a combined network of only 16 billion, with only 3 billionaires, that was Henry C. Lucio Tan and Jaime Zobel de Ayala, and the lowest net worth of 24 million to make it to the Forbes list. This changed with the booming trade in services and explosion of the global services industries that brought new opportunities to the country's commercial elites. My previous studies on the richest Filipinos found that their investment patterns during the second half of the 2000s began to diversify to line up with the spending patterns of remittance-receiving households. These business elites and their conglomerates set up or acquired commercial banks that handled the remittances, the billions of dollars of remittances, to opening up different commercial enterprises, again, to be able to better cater to the needs of the expanding middle class, but notably those who receive remittances. The massive infusion of capital worked not only to increase the liquidity of capitalists so that they could participate in capital-intensive infrastructure and utilities development, more these revenue streams. These revenue streams improve their standing in the international community, facilitating partnerships with their multinational corporate counterparts that have the technology, experience, and funds. Soon after, infrastructure and utilities became part of their investment portfolios. So these are with the 10. Okay. So with this, let me just talk about 4 of the leading individuals, and I will say individuals because and families. Okay, so perhaps no one exemplifies this emerging pattern of wealth creation than Ramon Ang, who, after becoming the chair of the San Miguel Corporation in 2012, engineered the diversification of this food and beverage giant into banking, property development, infrastructure, and energy. The SMC infrastructure is credited for the construction of major thoroughfares, while its subsidiary, SMC Tollways Corporation, has the concession rights to the Metro Manila Skyway system. Equally significant, it is constructing the New Manila International Airport in Bulacan, and has recently, upon the approval of its unsolicited proposal, and recently won the concession rights to the NAIA. Equally breathtaking, uncontrolled SMGP, or Global Power, has managed to expand its reach so that it has become the biggest investor in power. With this, Ang's forays in infra and utility have contributed greatly to his rise in the Forbes list, from 29 with a network of 510 million in 2015, 3 years after he took over SMC, to number 4 with the estimated network of $2.2 billion in 2024. Second, the credit steering the Aboitiz family business toward becoming the country's second largest power generation conglomerate in 2021 goes to Sabina Aboitiz. I'm going to skip now. I'm just going to say but I need Manny Villar. Right, anyway. So let me go to Manny Villar. Of the one, Manny Villar benefited. Manny Villar benefited from the revenues from infrastructure and utilities development. In 2011, he founded the Prime Asset Ventures, PAVI, an investment and holdings company that counts among its subsidiaries Prime Water Infrastructure Corporation, a water utility company that supplies water to about 1.75 million households, and Kratos, or Kratos RES, that provides electricity to households and commercial and industrial uses. Okay, so from mainly being a real estate builder in 2006, with 110 million to his name, Villar's network grew as he diversified, built more homes for OFW families and the expanding middle class, later supplying these homeowners with water, power, retail stores, and shops. In 2012, his net worth grew almost sevenfold to 720 million. But the big leap came in the period leading up to 2019, when he became the richest Filipino with a net worth of 5.84 billion. It has been 30 years. This is my conclusion. It has been 30 years. I know, I don't want to see. It has been 30 years since the restoration of representative democracy in the country, but more and more, Philippine democracy has been equated to oligarchic rule. That, in the broadest sense, means a concentration of political power to a few. Given how the captains of industries have assumed quasi-governmental roles as they take on jobs that we elect government for, they have also, it would seem that the Philippine big business has come to fit the definition of oligarchs as those whose power derives from material wealth. More given that wealth that those at the top of the social hierarchy have amassed as they begin or benefit from government's aggressive privatization of public assets, they have also begun to enjoy more and more privileged access to policymaking. And I will just talk about two examples. One would be the Villar family, who directly participates in policymaking by entering politics. So Villar began his career in politics in 1992, when already with a successful career in real estate and property development, he won a seat in Congress. He would eventually go to serve as Senate President. His wife and daughter are currently serving as senator and House representative, respectively, while a son served as Public Works Secretary. The other route, of course, is the appointment of corporate officials in top positions in government agencies related to their business concerns. The most recent case, and this Paul mentioned yesterday, has been the appointment of 3 board officials of the Aboitiz Group. to the top government posts, including Secretary of Energy in the energy sector. Needless to say, their access to policymaking have ensured the passage of policies that incentivize the participation of the private sectors in specific economic activities. That privatization also comes in the form of transferring government assets or awarding government contracts to specific individuals or enterprises. It has also today become a fount of rents. Such participation in policymaking of business elites attained a new high with the establishment of the Private Sector Advisory Council by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. The PSAC, led by Sabine Aboitiz and made up of the owners and CEOs of the country's top conglomerates, reportedly meets with the President and the Cabinet in Malacanang twice a month to discuss policy unprecedented in the world of government-business collaboration. All told, there is today a convergence of interest between elected officials and the captains of industry, a convergence that studies have referred to as oligarchic democracy that thrives in neoliberal settings. So take a longer look at the slide. That is today the face of oligarchic democracy in the Philippines today. Maraming salamat.
Okay, good morning. So my presentation has some overlap with Tonette's, but I'll highlight some differences. So I'm here to, first of all, I'd like to thank the ANU for the invitation. I'm here to present my work on corporate political connections in the Philippines. And I define corporate political connections as family ties between firms and politicians. So Tonette presented the view on big businesses. So my paper includes big businesses, but also smaller corporations. And the hope is that this will provide the quantitative evidence for the already rich anecdotal literature on Philippine politicians and their firms. I'll try to stick with the main points. So this is the flow of the presentation. I'll just start with a very brief institutional background, the theory and typology I used in the paper. Of course, as economists, how I define the variables, the methodology, and the data. And then the bulk of the presentation will be on the findings. And of course, I'll conclude. Okay, so Tonette talked about, I'm gonna exchange the order. So if you think of oligarchs, I think one of the most popular ones are Luis Chavit Singson. So if you're a fan of Manny Pacquiao, you would have seen him go up the ring also when he wins a fight. So Chavit Singson is the governor of Ilocos Sur. And on his website, so this is the company website, he boasts that he's been a governor for 30 years, even though there's a term limit to local government positions. And he is the owner and chairman of the LCS group of companies. It's a holding company. And he has stakes in various businesses. So I just want to show where he owns businesses, what industries he's at. So he has GAC Motor. It's a distributor of vehicles or motor vehicles. Baluarte is a resort. He has Kasha. It's a banking app, a financing app. He has an airline, Platinum Skies. He's in mining, of course. He owns Miss Universe, so he's in entertainment. He has Triton, a defense firm, and of course, real estate companies. So later in the data, you will see that this is actually reflected in the data. Also, I would like to say that the Singson clan has been in power since the Spanish regime. So the patriarch Don Leon Singson is appointed gobernadorcillo during the Spanish regime in 1846, and they have been in power until today. Okay. So in contrast to that, we have, as Tonette already mentioned, Manny Villar. He is a real estate magnate, Forbes' top 3 richest Filipino for 2024. But what people don't know about him is he actually married into a political clan. So the wife, Cynthia Aguilar's, are the political dynasty in Las Piñas. So he's a businessman who married into a political clan. Okay, I think it's important when we have these discussions to acknowledge the key role of the family network. It has been an emerging theme for the 2 days already. We've talked about political dynasties. But in the Philippines, there's really, the family network is an institution. Why? Because it dictates, it influences the nature of all other social organizations in business and politics. There are hierarchical structure, there are rules, there are norms within the family. There are also sanctions if you don't adhere to the family norms. So we've already heard of utang na loob, reciprocity. So all those values dictate how this organization will function and move. So in the corporate sector, what's not being highlighted is that a lot of the firms in the Philippines are still closely held family firms. So there are around 400,000 corporations in the country. We only have 200 listed firms. So it means the majority of the firms in the Philippines are controlled by a family who's also the top managers, who's also a board of directors. That's the structure on the corporate side. And then on the political side, we also see political competition being organized around family units, like the dynasties. And this happens because from an institutional economics perspective, it's a response. The family organization is the preferred type of organization as a response to weak institutions. So in politics, in lieu of political parties that are stable, they would prefer to ally with people they know or they have family relations with. Similar in the corporate sector, limited access to capital markets, weak rule of law, would then, you would rather do business with people you know or people, your family. So it establishes a good response to the weak institutions in the country. And then also, I just like to highlight that when we talk of oligarchs, it's not one homogeneous group. So there are 2 emerging trends based on the literature. The first class is your traditional landholding oligarch, which is like, if you think of the Singsons, they have been there, they owned land during the Spanish regime, and then they were institutionalized, appointed into power, and stayed in power. That's the traditional oligarch. But there are also new men, like the Villars, those who came into power post-war, and they diversified. They're not in agriculture, but they are in other industries. They are non-landlord professional politicians. So we will also see this trend reflected in the data. In order to establish the measure, I have a theory that the inherent family-centric structure of Philippine society, the existing weak constitutions, would require direct connections defined as family ties to ensure contract enforcement. So like Paul Hutchcroft said yesterday, you don't befriend the regulator, you make your friend the regulator. But in this case, you make your family in government, or you put your family in government. And in the paper, I also identify some heterogeneity across connected firms. So there are firms that would do better than unconnected firms. So I tag this as business clans going into politics to get grants from government. But there are also firms that do worse than unconnected firms. So these are firms of political clans going into business for nonprofit motives. Am I going too fast? It's fine. Okay, so in the paper, I define political connection as family ties between, on the firm side, the board of directors, the shareholders or owners, and the management of the firm, and if they have relatives or are themselves in local government posts. So these are provincial governors, vice governors, mayors, vice mayors of cities and municipalities, and HOR, or House of Representatives, the congressional district representatives. How do I establish family ties? So there's a methodology of matching the surname and middle names of individuals, so local government officials, and the surnames and middle names of the firm shareholders, directors, and management. And if I make a match of those names, then I establish it's identified as a family tie, as a family relations. And this methodology has been used in many other literature. I think the most popular one is by Ron Mendoza on the political dynasties, but other papers have also used this method. And of course, I did robustness checks to establish that I don't have false positives. With respect to the data, this is the first study to be able to use 18,000 corporations data. It's sourced from Bureau Van Dyke. And I match it with the data from the COMELEC elections results. Okay, so the main findings so I used data for 2017, and based on the methodology I described earlier, I estimate that around 22% of the 18,000 corporations are connected to current incumbents at the local government level. And about half of the firms are connected to either current or past incumbents. So that's a big share of the corporate sector being politically connected. And among those connected, the surprising finding for myself was that 70% of those connected corporations actually originate from politics. So it's not the typical West definition of political connection wherein firms lobby to get grants from government. In the Philippines case, it's politicians that are going into business themselves. 5 minutes? Okay. So some expectations would be these firms are inefficient, they get more, they would have non-competitive practices and preferential treatment. Okay, how can I explain in 5 minutes? But one of the main, in applying the typology, I find that a lot of the politically connected firms that originate from politics are actually younger firms. And the trend is so this is a decomposition by age, and the trend is consistent with regulatory reforms and heavy deregulation in the 90s. So if by age, if we try to look at when there's a boom in the number of politically connected firms originating from politics, it came about after the Ramos deregulation in the early 90s. And most of these firms are in trade, retail trade, trade, finance. Finance means banking, professional services. They are in hotels and restaurants. Manufacturing is still a little significant. It's here. And if you can see, agriculture is not significant at all anymore. So there's like a movement out of agriculture. And in terms of concentration, there's a high concentration of incumbent-connected firms in banks. And when I say banks, these are rural banks. They are in hospitals. They are in utilities. This is consistent with what Tonette presented. They are in mining, schools, and water. And if we look at the composition of politics or connected firms that originate from politics, the top industry that they're in is in public administration. So public administration provides services to government. Examples are defense and public order and safety firms. So just to qualify, these are just a handful of public ad firms, but all of them are businesses of political clans. Okay. Also, I'd want to point out there's entertainment there. Entertainment refers to gambling and betting activities. So these are also owned by politicians. Okay. And then I was able to decompose connections to the executive only, that's the orange line, connections to legislative only, which is the gray line, and connections to both executive and legislative. And it seems that for some industries, it may necessitate that you have connections to both the local government unit to get, of course, your permits and licenses, and then you need connections to the legislative in order to influence the laws that or reforms that will benefit your industries. Okay. Of course, as economists, we try to see, of course, if whether there are effects on the macroeconomy as a whole. So in the literature, there's evidence to show that these connected firms are inefficient. So these are just some, I just looked at relationships. These are just correlations. So the higher the incidence of politically connected firm in the industry, it seems like there's lower growth. So there's lower GDP growth rate. This is a growth year, a normal year, 2018. But in times of recession and election year, so 2019 is an election year, and then 2020 is a recession year because of COVID. So in times of these, they benefit these industries with higher incidence of politically connected firm tend to perform better. So either they benefit from government trends, they get protected, or they benefit from election-related spending. And then, of course, I try to look at whether there's an effect on competition. So it seems that if there's a higher incidence of politically connected firms, there's more concentration. There's more concentration in the industry. Okay. And then I looked at effect on employment, because if you're Filipino, usually during election time, you see there's a surge in election-related employment in these local firms. So during an election year, there's a positive relationship. So regions with a high incidence of politically connected firms there's a spike in employment, and then this gets reversed in the next year. So you're temporarily hired in time for the elections, but then you lose your job after. Okay, so just to conclude, in the paper, we presented the quantitative evidence on political connections in Philippine corporations. So we estimate that about a fourth are connected to incumbents, and about half are connected to either incumbent or old political clans who are not in power anymore. 70% originate from politics going into business, and they are found in highly regulated industries and captured markets. Some macroeconomic implications, there's some evidence of counter-cyclical growth for industries with high incidence of these firms, some evidence of election-related growth and employment at the regional level, and then I have weak evidence on the effect on national level competition. And then so these are just some thoughts on the implications. These are debatable, so open to debate. But what would this imply on private sector-led growth? So if we are advocates of fair competition, we already know it may be difficult to achieve because government is entrenched in business. There are blocks to reforms that promote ease of entry and regulation. The benefits that accrue from connections promote the survival of inefficient firms. This may discourage, maybe one of the reasons why investments don't come in the country, and it dampens the contributions of a private sector-led growth if these firms are inefficient. And then what are implications on reform? Just some thoughts again, these are open to debate. But maybe reforms should focus on reduced cost of reforms that focus on reduced cost of investment should also address some perceived political costs. And if you want to have reforms, maybe these can be non-excludable projects or reforms that increase returns to the whole private sector and not just individual industries or firms. So there I end my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Your turn. Pwede na gumanti sa akin. But not yet. Okay, thank you very much to Christina and to Tonette and Marianne for terrific, very insightful presentations on topics that really deserve a lot more attention than they have been given. I have some of my own comments, and as this is a panel on oligarchy, I think it's appropriate to start with the fellow who more than 2,300 years ago first coined the term. According to Aristotle, where men rule because of the possession of wealth, whether their number be large or small, that is oligarchy. Further, as a system of government, oligarchy, he said, is rule for the benefit of the men of means, not rule for the common good. Now, to make space for the likes of Senator Cynthia Villar, a.k.a. Mama Bear, let's quickly make this more gender sensitive, rule for the benefit of individuals of means. Further, unlike an aristocracy, an oligarchy has little stability in its composition. There's a constant stream of new entrants as new wealth is created. Hence, we cannot say that the Philippines is ruled by X number of rich individuals or X number of prominent families, as some drop by the wayside over time and others arise out of nowhere. For example, what happened to the Elizaldes? Such a prominent family back in the Commonwealth and early post-independence years, and we barely hear of them anymore. And by no means can we treat the Gokong Weis as old wealth, given that their grand old man, the late John Gokong Wei, was just a few decades ago operating at the margins of the economy of Cebu City. All the more, from whence cometh the Kasungis, and how did they and their DMCI end up moving from prominence in the construction industry, as Tonette has explained in her paper, to being among the top richest families in the Philippines? So who's next? Maybe the Tulfos, should they go to 3 members of the Senate in 2025 and end up having one of their members ascending to the presidency in 2028. We just don't know. The papers for this panel offer such rich analysis into understanding the changing nature of the Philippine oligarchy, and I so much enjoyed learning from each of the papers. And let's keep in mind that Christina's paper is co-authored with Bjorn. At the same time, it's my job to provide some comments to the papers, as they will be chapters in an edited volume that comes out of the conference. and I will try to kick off the discussion here with some sort of meta thoughts on issues of Philippine oligarchy and the richest in the Philippines. So I'm going to start with Tonette's paper, if I may, which puts a particular emphasis on the towering heights, those that Forbes has named the richest 10 Filipinos. With the title Philippine Big Politics and Big Business and Oligarchic Politics, she wants to interrogate the growing presence of the wealthiest Filipinos in the development landscape. Based on Aristotle's definition, however, I think that at least initially we want to examine their presence in the political landscape. Rather than using the term oligarchic politics, we might say that anytime the wealthiest are directly involved in rule or directly involved in politics, that this in and of itself constitutes an oligarchy. This then leads me to an important distinction found in Marianne's paper, perhaps not in the PowerPoint because she and all of us have limited time. Namely, an important distinction she makes between two general categories of connection between politicians and business. To paraphrase, and I hope I'm getting your distinction right, there are both direct connections when business people or their close relatives actually hold political office, and indirect connections when business persons tap a broader set of networks to exert political influence. Moving quickly to the paper of Christina and Bjorn, I find the term oligarchic actors, if I may, to be construed so broadly as to lack much specific meaning, as it even includes those who may decide to mount a coup. In fact, coups are most likely to come from the military, who are not likely to be first and foremost oligarchic actors, as they are known more for their wielding of coercive power than the power that comes from their wealth. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about the military, but I'm doubting whether we should in general treat them as part of the oligarchy. Military generals do accumulate wealth, to be sure, but the ultimate foundation of their power is from their control over the means of coercion. Particular attention needs to be given to their use of the term political-oligarchic actors and economic actors. The former are found in both houses of Congress, and we had your terrific slide up there with all of the people in Congress and their business interests. The latter, economic oligarchs, are said to be found in Indonesia, where they avoid holding political office and instead rely on political intermediaries. This, I think, takes us far afield from the original insights of Aristotle. The oligarchy are those who rule because of possession of wealth, whether their number be large or small. So where am I going with all this conceptualization, which may at first seem like conceptual nitpicking? I would urge that we start with those business people who actually hold political office. They, most specifically, are what we can call the oligarchs. We can also think of them as a political economic elite. Exhibit A, it's come up a lot here, is the Villiers, who feature in the papers of both Tonette and Marianne. They were already rich as they entered politics, but then became richer and richer. That extraordinary climb from 110 million to $5+ billion is extraordinary. Siya daw, ayon sa Forbes, ang pinakayaman negosyante sa buong Pilipinas. Where'd they come from, right? It's extraordinary to watch them. And then Exhibit B, the Marcos clan, whose wealth can be traced to the kleptocracy of the conjugal dictatorship. They were among the world champion kleptocrats of their day. Exhibit C, the Duterte clan, said to have gotten very rich in their time in office between 2016 and 2022. And Exhibit D, just to give a sense of variation across time, let's go back and think about the Lopezes. But more in the past than now, with one of their members, Fernando Lopez, serving as vice president, both under Quirino as well as Marcos, and then enjoying the influence more recently of an in-law, Senator Serge Lopez, who married into the clan. But now it seems they no longer have any direct relative or in-law in elective office. Happy for you to contradict me on that. But despite the virtue of starting with this strict definition of the oligarchy, just to get our concepts right, it would be unsatisfying to leave it at that. What about others who are in the top 10 list of Forbes who do not rule directly? We know that they have extraordinary political influence, which they use to further their wealth. We want to understand them just as we understand the Villars. Let's move then to number 10 on the Forbes list, Sabin Aboitiz. And more generally, the Aboitiz. That one is not correct. That was the 5 earlier. Okay. And more generally, the Aboitiz family, they don't go directly into politics, except I did hear about some distant relative that ran for office in Davao long time ago. Rather, they rely on more indirect connections, as they have absolutely catapulted themselves into the ranks of the super-duper rich across the past 2 decades, in particular, even leaving behind Cebu and moving their headquarters to Manila in the past decade or so. So why don't they run for office? Here, we need to look at the issue of ethnicity, which of course gets a lot of attention in the role of Chinese Indonesians in the Indonesian economy from Suharto into the post-Suharto years, and the emergence of Malay business people in Malaysia over the past 50 years. But ethnicity too often is ignored in analysis of Philippine political economy, and it deserves more attention. So contrary to those, like myself, mea culpa here, who have put so much emphasis on the dominance of a political economic elite in the Philippines, I think it's important to identify what we can call an economic elite. Those perceived in the electoral sphere to be more on the Spanish or more Chinese, and thus are not inclined to enter the realm of electoral politics because they know they wouldn't do very well. They're inclined not to assume direct political posts. These are what Christina and Bjorn are referring to in Indonesia, but also, in fact, are very prominent in the Philippines. Those who, quote, avoid holding political office and instead rely on political intermediaries. And I wish that, Marianne, you had gone a little bit further in that distinction between direct and indirect, because the issue of ethnicity doesn't come into the analysis, and I think it's really critical. I mean, you're not alone in not giving that attention to ethnicity. I'm just wanting to give it particular attention today for understanding those who opt for indirect rather than direct influence. So if we want to understand how the wealthy wield their influence, I would suggest let's start with the term oligarchy, which helps to emphasize how the terms feudal and aristocratic, with their quote-unquote fixed status barriers, to quote Max Weber, are entirely appropriate to understanding the Philippine context. Let's get rid of the words feudal, and not that it's found very often, aristocratic. But then let's move quickly into differentiating a political economic elite, like Manny and Cynthia Villars, like the Marcoses, like the Dutertes, from what should more properly be thought of as an economic elite, the likes of Sabin Aboitiz, Lance Gokongwei, Teresita C. Coson, and others. From this conceptual foundation, we can then explore not only the growing influence of the Villars, very much part of this political economic elite, which goes back so far, but they are relatively new entrants in terms of their wealth, and then explore new ways in which a Philippine economic elite is able to exert political power through intermediaries. Going back to the Aboitiz, as Tonette has highlighted, as we have discussed yesterday, this leads us to the Cusi phenomenon. Bringing in Energy Secretary Cusi, who worked for the Aboitiz for ages and then becomes Energy Secretary just as they are moving into the energy sphere. Extraordinary. And then under Marcos, the creation of what Tonette has said, the Private Sector Advisory Council, led by Sabin Aboitiz, who incidentally was photographed literally popping the cork with President-elect Marcos after his victory in May of 2022. And while they may not need to hold political office and thus rule directly, to go back to the words of Aristotle, they are given direct access to the president through this council, the Private Sector Advisory Council. As were the so-called ultra-billionarios who accompanied Marcos to the U.S. in May of 2023. Ramon Ang, Sabine Aboitiz, Jaza, Jaime Augusto Zobelda Ayala, Ricky Razon, Lance Goncowe, Kevin Tan, and Tessie C. Coson. It's a lovely family photo of them all together. Technically, they are not oligarchs, but they're still super powerful and worthy of very careful analysis as an economic elite that exists very comfortably alongside the political economic elite that has received, including from me, the lion's share of attention as we examine the Philippine political economy. There's so much more that I could say about these papers, each of which offers such rich analysis, but in the interest of time, I'll leave it to those sort of meta thoughts about the nature of oligarchy, about the nature of economic elites and how they relate to the political sphere, and the specific ways in which business and politics are so thoroughly intertwined in the Philippines, as in so many places in the world. The super rich hold sway, albeit in quite distinct ways, and the first step in holding them to account is to have a clear framework of analysis for how they have, by the third decade of this 21st century, exponentially expanded their power through ever more sophisticated strategies of accumulation. Thank you. Okay, we have time for some questions, and I see two right there, Maria and Louis.
Thank you so much. A really excellent presentation and response from Paul. I was really struck by, across all of the presentations, but perhaps this would speak most directly to Prof. Raquisa's paper. I was struck by how the resilience or stability in many ways of oligarchic politics in the Philippines is enabled by the uninterrupted neoliberalization of the country. And that while we may have changing leaders and changing leadership styles in view, they are all emboldened by the same consistent economic order. And so my question is, to what extent big businesses and political clans have played a role in promoting and embedding neoliberal economic ideas and policies, including via the academe and technocrats? And here I am reminded by Professor Tessa Tadam's pioneering work on the role of technocrats under Marcos' dictatorship. Is that still true now? Has there been any change? And what is the role of those technocrats in relation to big businesses? Thanks. And political clans.
Thank you. I enjoyed the presentations, but my question is directed to Christina. So this is more of a law and politics question, actually. So constitutional revisions can be done two ways. So it can be through a constitutional convention or a constituent assembly. But the past two constitutions of the Philippines before the 1987 constitution were passed or were made or were drafted by constitutional conventions. Based on your presentation a while ago, the current trend post-EDSA is for constitutional revisions be done through a constituent assembly. Oligarchies have been existing even before the EDSA and even after the war. So why is there a shift of the preference in the choice of that vehicle for constitutional revisions?
Okay, we have two questions, one on neoliberalism and one on modes of constitutional change.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think in a sense, it's also important to go into the kind of political system and political leadership that we have. And in one of my studies, I actually talked about proprietary politics or policy, which is, it's personalized, right? So you have, for instance, technocrats that are in fact friends and classmates and campaigners of like whoever is going to become the new who's going to win in a election. So the first thing that happens when the change of government is actually the change of the whole, the change of the whole or the technocrats, in the economy. And so in that sense, those who are brought in are personal connections, personal friends of the president. Now, and this is also where political contestation actually matters, which is because politics and economics are so tied in together, there's a tendency now that whoever becomes president will actually go after, or this is actually something that I think Paul mentioned in his book, which is sanctions are used against economic elites, because these are basically going to be threats to the incoming president, right? So when we looked at, for instance, Cory Aquino and Marcos, when Marcos took over and I did this in my study, when Marcos took over, the first thing he did was actually go after the traditional elites, because at that time, during the pre-martial law period, you had the landed sugar barons as the people in Congress, right? So the first thing that Marcos did was dismantle that economic elite, and again through crony capitalism actually set up his own economic support system, which are your cronies. And then when Cory Aquino took over, she again dismantled the crony capitalism and brought in the past. So in a way, there is a need to actually, the turnover of economic elites is so dependent on political contestation. And I think in that sense, neoliberalism that is brought in by the technocrats, because we have a very different system wherein you bring in people from outside of the state to take over economic and sectoral agencies. So many of our technocrats actually do not have experience in government before they assume the leadership, which is different, for instance, from Thailand and other Southeast Asian countries that actually come into power from their positions, having risen from the ranks. In the Philippines, it's not that way. So neoliberalism has a stronger hold, mainly because you have outsiders coming in who've never really been into government, and not really had that kind of appreciation in corporate interest from someone who rose up the ranks. So I think that's thank you.
It's a good question, but I think, and I'm not as familiar with the provisions of the revisions in previous constitutions, but I think the Constituent Assembly is actually a new provision under the 1987 Constitution. But more importantly, if we look at the history of constitutional adoption of new constitutions in the Philippines, all constitutions were products of a response to political shifts. So the 1935 Constitution was because we became independent. So it's not really like we're revising a new constitution. We needed a new constitution as a new republic. The 1973 Constitution, of course, under Marcos, it's questionable in its legitimacy because even the Supreme Court has already ruled that the way that it was passed was not in accordance with the Constitution. It just became a de facto Constitution. Now, the 1986 Constitution, of course, was a product of a revolution. So again, we're just overhauling a Constitution. Unlike now, if we do have a constitutional change, then well, we hope there's not another revolution or another huge political shift. So we would hope that we would follow the provisions of the Constitution on how to change it itself, right? So I think that's the...
Okay, I'm looking for 3 categories now. One is any questions from online? No? No questions from online. Secondly, Bjorn, and third, thank you, John. And also anyone who has a question for Marianne, because there's so much in that paper to highlight as well. So Fermin. Okay, so Bjorn first, and then was it you, John? Yeah, and then Fermin. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much to all the panelists. I mean, I have to confess, this was my dream panel. I thought, a panel like this should happen for a long time. I think there should be a book project coming out of it. What I really enjoy is that a lawyer is talking to a political sociologist, to an economist. To really understand oligarchy, I think we need a transdisciplinary perspective, and it's coming together here very nicely. I've just one observation and one question. The observation that came to me is that there are times of wild oligarchy and times of accommodated oligarchy. And I think the interesting story here is that at times of Ramos, which is often considered building a stronger state, is actually a time where privatization happens and people get accommodated. Aquino, you could argue the same when you look at your BOT data. But here's my question. So, Paul, really grateful for your comments. In fact, write them up and make them a chapter. And I think there's a lot of food for thought here in terms of that spectrum from the political to the economic, and frankly, the majority will fall somewhat in between. The question I have for all of you, and also for Marianne, is if we switch the question around, it's not about who is the new kid on the block and who accumulates wealth, but what actually makes oligarchies disappear. And here's my question for you. Disappear or decline. And so my question is, what drives that decline? Is it in the political? There's no daughter, there's no son. Or is it actually in the economic? You fail to diversify. And whatever answer you give me to that would actually then also question that framework, right? Is it really possible to separate that clearly, the political from the economic? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the really wonderful panel. So I just have a somehow relevant question to all the panelists. So it's a bit surprising to see that, there's a kind of a new form of monopoly wherein it's not just one family overruling a particular sector, but actually a monopoly in terms of ruling multiple sectors, which leads to new forms of vulnerability. So for instance, if you live in Camela and then, the Villars provide your water, your electricity, then you're actually kind of tied to that. And, as we've seen in the storms, then there's no other options. So what actually forces or encourages these oligarchies to diversify their industries, and are there actual legal or regulatory protection so that consumers are not just tied to one family providing a particular service and, kind of caution against that sort of vulnerability? Thank you.
Okay, so that'll be for all of you. And then Fermin, last question.
Sorry, it's more of a comment rather than a question. But the thing is that I'm really confused because I think the point of Ms. Raquisa about the transition of the so-called oligarchs, the economic elites, happened during the time of Mr. Marcos, because she was saying that it was the sugar-landed elite who were against the Marcos regime, led by the Lopez's family, Rojas, and everything. So he needed to create an economic base that was supportive of him. He knew that he could not rule without just build the military supporting him or the political system. So he needed that economic base. And basically, he nurtured that so-called Taipan. Lucio Tan. You go to, when I was young, Schumart was here in Carriedo, and then George T. in Binondo. They were so small during that. Commodore, Campos, Mercury. He nurtured that particular economic elite because he needed the economic base. I think that's the switch. And he knew that these Taipans are not beholden to any political family or elite, and therefore could support him because their survival was dependent on him. Okay, that was the key transition in terms of the formation of the economic elite. I think that has not been emphasized in the discussion. Now we're seeing a new economic elite, and this has been broadly discussed in the papers of Juliet Tihanki, Ronald. There is now an elite that's coming in, who are mainly engaged in the construction business. And you will see that if you look at the composition of Congress, you could hardly see lawyers now. And I was talking to, Corina and I were talking to Supreme Court Justice Mark Cleonen. He was saying that there are only 5 or 6 lawyers in Congress right now. Most of them are construction, related construction companies. And the reason for that is that, if you invest 500 million, we win a congressional seat, you'll be able to basically monopolize all the public works in your Congress. That's the last one.
I've just gotten the 5-minute sign from Bjorn.
The last one is the last one is about privatization, the idea of privatization and liberalization. These are not the same terms. Privatization means just private sector buying. Liberalization is about free trade, regulation, globalization. These are not the same synonymous. I think you are actually mixing the two. And there is really no liberalization because the Constitution provides it's a 60-40. Foreign companies cannot come in because of that. And the public service law, no Filipinos, non-Filipinos cannot engage in utilities. And that's the reason why those families were able to engage in all those public services because of the monopoly hold of the Filipinos. But why do you complain it? It's Philippines for the Filipinos. It's part of your nationalist industrialization, isn't it?
Okay.
Okay, was it John? Okay, so I'll address John's questions first. What defines where these oligarchs expand into, right? So if you think of a subdivision like Manny Villar's Camellia, it's a captured market. So first he's into real estate, and then houses will need water, so he's also into water. He's also into he has a telecom, he has an internet provision. So and he also has hospitals. He also has a mall, a grocery, a retail store, and a bank. So, UP. Oh, there's UP in Villar City. So I think there's a good outcome in all of this. So it's So first in economics we call it captured markets. So once you're in there, there's the market really has no choice. Secondly, what defines it is really the market need. But if you're able to capture a local market, then that's what's going to define where you will expand into. To answer Bjorn's question about how do we make these oligarchs disappear, I think it's sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, don't call me on that. Why do they disappear? I think if you're just focused on a local market, eventually there's going to be an implosion. If there's a lot of oligarchs that's going to share a small pie, then eventually some of them will naturally just die. And I was talking with Dr. Dokoy regarding political implosion as well. So eventually families, every year there's a new member of the political clan being born. But eventually, if you're just sharing a small pie, and there's only a few number of seats in business, so families grow much bigger than the number of positions in government. So eventually there's going to be an implosion.
Okay, yeah. So I would still say it's policy, right? The shift from Marcos to Aquino, the biggest thing that really in terms of policy was that the less priority given to manufacturing. So you do have, during the time of the pre-martial law, you had an import substitution elite. And they were actually, this is where the Elizaldes come in, this is where the Jacintos came in. They were in fact industrializing before Marcos took over, right? And so when Marcos took over, he did an industrialization, but he used a different base. When Cory Aquino came over, the whole infrastructure that was set up to actually, push for martial law industrialization was dismantled. And the Omnibus Investment Code was really about, liberalizing, turning it over to the private sector. So in a way, the thing that really affected the elites, the economic elites, was politics. You cannot survive without a supportive leadership. So there's that. But also so manufacturing early on took a hit, right? So the second thing is the fact that also in terms of the way national politicians are elected, changed from, for instance, you have landlord elites from the rural areas having their own political parties, and then eventually they align with the president or set. Now it's like they have the war machines, the wards, right? So in that sense, the shift from a landed elite that's both economically and politically united, so that they do have an interest in real supporting the real economy. Now you have a local machinery that is not into really going into business, that's not really going into agriculture, that's not really going into manufacturing. You just have a local elite that wants political power. And that, in fact, this is where I would say in one of my studies, that the commercial elites, the commercial interest in policy making actually made it easier for national politicians now, not needing to have like lawyers. They just really want, at the end of the day, they are after turning lands into real estate, into property development. They're not into agriculture, right? So in that sense, there is that kind of a shift in a paradigm shift. The last thing I'd like to say is that, because you have commercial elites right now, they are much, much more able to shift to different or new sources of wealth. Because again, they have, the business that they're in, they don't need to invest in land, cost, like factories and agriculture. They own restaurants, they own real estate that you can at the quick shift from your labor to, you can go from owning a restaurant like Tan Kak Kyong to moving that money to go to another investment. It's the nature of commercial interests right now. So you have the Jacintos and the Elizaldes not being able to move fast enough, and then you have commercial elites, right? So the thing that what is happening right now is government is providing those incentives to allow big business to shift to new sources of wealth that will come both from changes in the global environment, but also you're changing domestic market. Like the OFW had a really profound effect on the political economy of the Philippines.
All right, very good. I'll get last 2 minutes in then. Bjorn, I'm not trying to separate the political from the economic. I'm just trying to be more precise in understanding the diverse ways in which business and politics interrelate with each other. And Fermin, I don't think we can exonerate Marcos Sr. on the grounds that he was trying to create an economic elite. An economic elite has been thriving in the Philippines since Spanish times, becoming a political economic elite, an oligarchy in American times. What Marcos did was to create conditions for the explosion of cronyism. Of course, it's under Marcos that the term crony capitalism emerged, now used internationally. And that came with very grave economic consequences. We can have a useful contrast here with Park Chung-hee, who nurtured the emergence of a highly sophisticated economy at the same time, now part of the OECD. And I would be happy to share my comparison between Park Chung-hee and Ferdinand Marcos and just what very different economies they produced. Way more complicated than that. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you everyone for joining us here on this panel, and we will now be moving to lunch. And what time will we be reconvening? Okay, a round of applause please again for Tonette and for Christina and for Marianne. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Cabalfin, a research fellow at RegNet here at the ANU. I will be chair and discussant for this panel session on economic resilience and inclusive growth. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I'm delighted to introduce our panel speakers this afternoon. I will introduce them all at once, but request each of them to come in front and speak one after the other. We will then convene them for the discussion and Q&A. It's an honor to be in a panel with two undersecretaries and an emeritus professor, although it's quite intimidating. As a former public servant myself, I am conscious about addressing our speakers by their titles. However, since we are in an academic forum and in true Australian style, I will dispense with the titles. Our first speaker is Maria Socorro Gochoco Bautista. Corina is an emeritus professor at the University of the Philippines, specializing in monetary economics and macroeconomics. She was also UP scientist from 2008 to 2012 and the senior economic advisor at the ADB in 2010 to 2015. She also held appointments as at the advisory panel of the ASEAN +3 Macroeconomic Research Office, Bank of International Settlements, Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, and University of Hawaii. Next, we have Fermin Adriano, an adjunct professor at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, where he also previously served as Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development and professor. He served as Undersecretary for Policy and Planning at the Department of Agriculture. He also held advisory roles at the ADB Institute and Southern Philippines Development Authority, and served as Director of UP Information System and consultant to the World Bank on agriculture, social, and security issues. Finally, we have Joseph Docoy Capuno. Docoy is a professor in economics at the University of the Philippines, on secondment as Undersecretary for Investment Programming of the National Economic and Development Authority. He oversees the development of strategies to link government planning, programming, and implementation of projects, and provides policy guidance on project appraisal, monitoring, and evaluation of big-ticket infrastructure projects. May I now call on Corina.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming back after this lunch. It's always difficult to be the first presenter after lunch. But anyways, I have a very simple title. I looked at the title of the session. It was Economic Resilience and Inclusive Growth, and I couldn't think of a better title, so I put on Economic Resilience and Inclusive Growth. And because I have very limited time, I'm going to give you the main points and the storyline. So in case I don't go through all my 100 slides, you've got a sense of what I'm trying to say. So I first thought about what economic resilience means, and I think there are at least two different ways to understand what economic resilience means. One is to say that an economy's GDP is relatively unaffected by shocks and quickly returns to its trend, okay? When the economy is hit by a shock. So the policymakers are really trying to minimize the cyclical deviations about the trend output growth. And typically in macro, when we teach this, we talk about the use of fiscal and monetary policy to stabilize the economy. The second way to think about economic resilience is that the underlying trend of GDP itself is unaffected and not permanently shifted down by shocks that hit the economy. And my contention is that it's the second definition of economic resilience that is really more challenging and that really we should focus on. And that the Philippine economy is not truly resilient using either of these definitions. And why is that? Well, it's largely due to the failure of government to make quality and sufficient investments in critical public goods, such as climate change adaptation, education, health, IT, and technology. In order to raise factor productivity, and the reason for this inability is the weak institutions and the poor governance in the country. And to some extent, there is a degree of path dependence due to missed opportunities in the past, which keeps the economy really in perpetual catch-up mode. And the two other co-panelists here, Fermin is going to talk about agricultural productivity and what the problem is with agricultural productivity, and Doko is going to talk about his experience trying to get all the big infra projects going. Okay, so I think this is a nice session because our presentations complement each other. Now, there was a big report put out by the World Bank in 2018 on growth and productivity in the Philippines, winning the future. And in fact, it makes this point. We need to sustain high growth by sustaining high total factor productivity while accelerating capital accumulation. So you need to make your available resources more productive, and you need to accumulate more resources in order for the economy to grow. But the point about this report I found is that the role of government here is pretty much relegated to enhancing and fostering competition in markets. So it's almost like a laissez-faire approach to the economy by government, simply leveling the playing field and unleashing the market forces to make the economy more efficient by increasing competition. There isn't really an emphasis on underinvestment by government, which is a very critical factor, in my opinion. I think that's what's not being emphasized. So I'm talking about what constrains the Philippines from undertaking necessary reforms: poor quality of institutions, poor governance, which result in underinvestment by government. So instead of saying government has no role, let the market fix itself, I'm saying no, government has a role to play in providing critical public goods, okay? And the World Bank report, in fact, shows that there's a very low level of public investment, averaging only 2.5% of GDP per year in the period 1998 to 2015 versus 3.8% in the region. Now, I say, in large part, the political process for crafting and implementing policies and laws provides large opportunities for rent-seeking behavior to benefit favored individuals or groups. And another reason might be the group of technically competent government officials. We have a lot of technically competent government officials. This group is unable to influence policymaking sufficiently and/or control or disincentivize rent-seeking behavior, or perhaps end up being co-opted themselves and join the rent-seeking gang, or some are forced to remain quiet to obtain or remain in sinecure positions. There's also a lack of capacity of departments and agencies in government to implement programs and spend their budgets properly, and Doka is going to talk about infra. And there's very poor adherence to the rule of law. And I think of all the institutions in government, for me, the most critical institution is the judiciary, actually, more than the executive or the legislative. If we have a failed judiciary, we're sunk, okay? So the way I'm going to illustrate this point about underinvestment by government, low productivity, lack of capital accumulation, poor institutions, is to go through 3 examples. Okay, one is the COVID-19 experience. My colleague Toby Monsod and I wrote a paper back in 2021. And in that paper, we showed that despite strong macroeconomic fundamentals in 2019, prior to COVID, the Philippines was predicted by the IMF to have the largest drop in GDP growth in 2020. The second example has to do with health outcomes and expenditures. In particular, there's been, for 30 years, there's been low level of real per capita spending on health and very large out-of-pocket expenses, which makes health access difficult for the poor. Okay, so we're talking about inclusive growth here. And then finally, this climate change strategy of the Philippines, there are 2 papers, both involving Toby and one involving 2 other people. We have a nationally defined contribution, NDC, that is GHG-centric. Okay, now note that, and there are very unclear pathways to achieving this reduction that we promised the Paris Agreement by 75% reduction in emissions. The budget is not well aligned with the plan and the numbers don't add up. Expenditures are less than approved budget, and the plan, it doesn't seem to be leveraged on the comparative advantage of the country, such as in biodiversity. Important sectors like forests and land use and the blue economy are de-emphasized in favor of terrestrial agriculture, especially rice production. And you'll see this in the unconditional commitment of the government. There's nothing, it's zero, okay? The unconditional commitment or contribution to the NDC from agriculture is zero, okay? So in short, what I'm suggesting is that there should be a focus on making quality and sufficient investments in public goods in a few critical areas: health, education, climate change adaptation, and IT and well, that's a part of climate change, okay? And power generation is also there. So the economy, I said the economy should remain open to trade and foreign investment to benefit from capital accumulation, technology transfer, job creation, higher labor productivity, greater degree of competition. I'm not dissing greater competition. I'm just saying that this very important aspect of government spending and investment in critical public goods has not been really examined. And then, of course, you need to strengthen and reform key institutions, improve governance, raise the capacity of government departments and agencies to plan and implement programs, et cetera, okay? Reduce opportunities for rent seeking. So when I look at the definition, of my sense of what economic resilience means, look at this graph of trend GDP growth, real GDP growth from 1980 to 2016. That purple line there, and you see that there are fluctuations in real GDP whenever there's a shock. In the blue bar, the yellow lines, external debt crisis, 83-85, coup attempts in 89 to 91, and the power crisis in 91, the Asian financial crisis in 97-98, and the global financial crisis in 2008-2009. So every time we've had a shock, you can see there is an effect on real GDP, okay? And it takes a few, more than a year to get back to some positive rate of growth. The blue line, the blue dashed line is the $3.20 day poverty headcount ratio. And you can see what it's showing there is that when the economy is growing, there is a positive, beneficial effect on poverty reduction. But what I want you to think about here is, are we resilient in the sense of able to minimize cyclical deviations from trend and make the economy not respond so much or be affected by shocks? That graph ends in 2016, and of course I got from JC's. This is 2018 to 2024, and again you can see the biggest drop in GDP in 4 decades in the second quarter of 2020 of minus 16.9%. So there's a very large drop in GDP every time we have a shock. So it's clearly not resilient based on the first definition of resilience. And moreover, if you look at the trend in GDP over time, this is over 26 years, GDP, when there are no shocks, hovers around 6%. In other words, with all the rigidities and distortions in the economy, unless there's a major shock, you can expect the economy to do about 6% growth at best. Okay? So that then led me to think why JC had this kind of graph. Because that yellow line there is a projection assuming no COVID shock. So JC is saying if the economy simply grew on its normal path without the COVID shock, then we would have grown like that. But I dispute that. I think 6% historically is really the best we do. That trend is flat, right? The second definition, which JC shows in this graph, is that you see after 2020, there's a purple trend. And that's what I'm worried about. Is there a structural break, a permanent shift down in the trend of real output? That's what I want to address. Not these cyclical deviations, we do expansionary monetary fiscal policy. It's a question of, what's happened to the potential output in this economy after a shock, and what kinds of interventions do we need to have? So again, if you look at that report of the World Bank, it's really focused, sustaining high total factor productivity, accelerating capital. Well, look at the contribution to growth of TFP, total factor productivity, labor productivity, and capital productivity versus the regional peers. So the first one is the Philippines. We didn't do too badly in terms of total factor productivity, even labor productivity. Capital productivity is the blue one. But if you look at Malaysia, for example, Malaysia has much higher labor productivity because it also has much higher capital productivity, right? And that partly explains why real wages are stagnant in the Philippines. Over time, the last bar there, from 2011 to 2016, you can see that capital productivity, the blue bar in there, is more than a third, right? So capital productivity is very important, actually, to raise labor productivity. Look at our labor productivity relative to others in the region. We're like 5th from the bottom. Okay, if you take output and divide it by employed labor and convert it into $20-21, so it's comparable across countries, we're 5th from the lowest in the region. Okay, and why is that? Okay, we're more than 2 times lower than the E&P average, blah, blah, blah. But low labor productivity is caused in part by historic low levels of capital accumulation, okay? Resulting in low capital per worker, which limits labor productivity. All right. So then the World Bank says we need policy reforms, improve market competition. It's all about competition here. Anything that hinders competition, the government should remove. Okay. So everything is about improving competition, logistic costs, reduce competitiveness, blah, blah. Oh my gosh, I haven't even gotten to the, okay. So what I'm saying is, as I said, the World Bank study, the onus is on the private sector. It's a more laissez-faire approach, government hands-off. It depends on the market system working better. And mine is the government should spend and invest in the in critical public goods. Okay, so let me first skip my paper and go on to the okay. Okay, let me give the example of health. Okay, so I mean I only know about this because I happened to be asked to comment on the draft of this book. It was a 25-year review of the Philippine health sector written by a medical doctor, Carlo Panelo, who did a master's in economics with us. My colleague Orville Solon, who is probably he and Alex Herin are both my colleagues and probably the best in the field. And another doctor, an obstetrician, Rebecca Ramos. Anyways, I looked at at that time, they had these Millennium Development Goals, but look at the things I encircled because it really makes you weep. Look at the maternal mortality ratio, that's per 100,000 births. From 1990, 209 maternal deaths per 100,000 births. And in 2015, it was 204. It hardly changed, right? I mean, okay, I want to show you how bad the outcomes are. The under 5 mortality rate also did not change. In 2017, it was about 26 or 27 still. Infant mortality rate, about the same. Prevalence of underweight children under 5 years of age. Okay, that's from 1992 to 2015, 26.5 to 21.5. Hardly changed, right? This study really changed my perspective about health and all that. And if you look at this one, the proportion of women currently married of reproductive age who have need for family planning satisfied, 56.9% in 2017 only, right? And that's only of married women. So, when I think about this, where should the money in health go? You should start from reproductive health, maternal health, right? Children, nutrition, until age 6 at least, right? Then here, the out-of-pocket expenses, almost 40% in 2020. So if you're poor, you can't possibly access any healthcare system. Look at this. This is another one that gave 56% of public health facilities are properly stocked with selected essential medicines. So only half, right? Look at the utilization of health facilities by wealth quintile. Okay, obviously the poorest use the public facilities. The richest, 73%, use private. Okay, so that tells you a lot. Here's the distribution of surgeons who are fellows. They're all in Metro Manila. We're producing more surgeons, but they're all in Metro Manila. Okay? Now, look at the health expenditures. Spending has grown, okay, in nominal terms, but if you correct for inflation, it didn't grow by 10.95% per year. It only grew by 5.84%. And here's the total health expenditure. Again, the real per capita, because the population practically doubled, right? From 62 million in 1991 to 112 million in 2022. the real per capita health spending grew from 2,542 pesos in 1991 to 8,658 pesos in 2022. That's only a 3.4-fold increase in 30 years. Out of pocket, the blue shaded area, the biggest contributor to total health expenditures is out-of-pocket expenses. National government, 21%. Social health insurance is 46%, and local governments, 10%. And the local government's getting squeezed out. We haven't met the WHO target of 5% for developing countries having a healthcare expenditure as a share of GDP. Okay, so again, here, the out-of-pocket share in that period, from 1991 to 2022, is about 50% of current health expenditures. And if you look at the trend in public spending on health, you see it's very flat, right? That's from 1991 to 2022. It's flat. The only thing that's changing is the composition. So the red one is national government, the yellow one is local government, PhilHealth is the green one underneath. And the target is to reach 70% total health expenditure to be covered by social health insurance and government spending. Okay. Now, if you compare that with ASEAN peers, on the left side, we're doing okay in terms of current healthcare expenditure as a share of GDP. It's about 5%, but per capita, on the right-hand side, is very low. Why? Because of history. We're not starting from the same starting block, because over the past 3 decades, the Philippines has lagged behind the neighbors in health, in spending in absolute cares. So PhilHealth, this is what's happening to PhilHealth. And you can see that local government share is also smaller. National government share has gotten bigger because now national government is covering some of the things that they used to share, that they used to co-share. Okay, let me just, okay, here's the big, this is the climate change thingy. I think it's important. So this is the Bicol Peninsula deforestation of the basin and range. So the purple area, the denuded forests. The yellow area is a catch basin. Naga is up there. Okay? So, yeah, okay, all right. Well, let me stop here then. Okay, I mean, you basically, I can continue if there are questions, but let me stop here so that Fermin can do his thing and talk to you too. Thank you.
How do I transfer to? Can somebody help me? To my presentation here. This, please, thank you. I feel like Barack Obama speaking after Michelle Obama. She's a very good speaker, so I have to. It's agriculture. Anyway, basically the storyline of this presentation is that without addressing the problems of agriculture, the Philippine economy will not be able to attain sustained high and inclusive growth. Agriculture, if it's not developed, will serve as a drug to the overall growth, sustained development of the economy. That's basically the storyline of the presentation. So, and let me also credit.
Struggling currently.
Yeah. Anyway, the paper actually is a co-authored paper with my son. We are not creating an intellectual dynasty. But he could not join us. He's the Assistant Secretary for Fiscal and Head of the Fiscal Policy and Monitoring Unit of the Department of Finance. So all of those fiscal policies, actually, he learned it from his mentor, Corina. So he's handling that. Thank you very much. Then I go down. Sorry, old people are not very techy. So the presentation is, I'll make an introduction, which I already did, and then situation there on the status of Philippine agriculture. And on the basis of that, because of its undeveloped status, what are the results of such implications of that undeveloped status? And then the causes of the laggard development of AFF, it means agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. When we call it AFF, that's the way that NEDA categorizes it. And then some recommendations. I might not deal with the recommendations because I calculated that I have to skip, I have to make for every slide I need to devote 30 seconds. So we know that agriculture plays a significant and critical role in countries' development because it is a source of food, it's a source of raw materials, and livelihood to many. Like the Philippines, most of the countries prioritize agricultural development. And previous administration always taken the mantra that they will develop the agricultural sector, they will prioritize it because of the fact of this critical importance. But the reality is, in Philippine agricultural sector is that 2 out of 3 poor Filipinos reside in rural areas. Farmers and fishers are the poorest among the poor in the country. So we now go to the situation analysis. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So if you look at historically, we did the historical analysis of this from 2000 to 2023. I had the opportunity of accessing a lot of data because I was the Undersecretary for Policy and Planning of the department. The contribution of agriculture to GDP in the Philippines has been declining. It was about 15.4 in 2001, but it has declined to less than 10% in 2023. But the thing is that it's not bad. It's not really bad when your agricultural sector is declining in terms of GDP, because if you look at developed countries like Japan or Australia, and particularly the US, the contribution of the agricultural sector is quite low, but very productive. That's the problem there, the condition. Tulatilla. Unfortunately, the Philippine agricultural sector is not productive, which is shown in the next graph here. As you will see, the average contribution of Philippine agriculture per year was 0.3. And we had a population growth rate of about 1.3 to 1.5%. So there's no way that that kind of growth performance can ever feed the bulging population of the Philippines. For industry, it's 1.4, and services sector is 3.3. And despite the fact of despite the low contribution of agriculture to GDP, it still employs substantial amount of labor of the working Filipino. About 23% of the labor force in the Philippines is in the agricultural sector, but it's a low productivity sector. So there is still about let me see. There are a total of 11 million people dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. But if you look at productivity, this is what Corina has been saying. It's quite fast, yeah. The output per worker was consistently the lowest among the major sectors in 2000 to 2003. But in 2020, there was an increase because of the fact that they could not work in the factories and other offices. A lot of them were employed in agriculture because of the strict lockdown that was imposed by the administration during the time. And then if you look at what Corina was saying, total factor productivity, you will notice that the Philippines has the lowest total factor productivity in terms of agriculture. Out of the selected ASEAN countries, the Philippines' total factor productivity growth in AFF, which is a measure of productive efficiency, was the lowest from 2010 to 2014, compared to Indonesia, the big ones, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thailand. So it's a low productive sector and a lot of people employed in that sector. And if you look at yield, actual yield, you'll find that the Philippines is again lagging behind, 9% lower than Malaysia and 67% lower than Vietnam. because of low productivity, our agricultural sector's exports is highly limited. In fact, there are only 3 products that hit more than $200 million per year in terms of our agricultural exports. Basically, coconut oil, banana, of course, and then pineapple. The rest, for example, in Thailand, they have about 17, Malaysia is 11, Vietnam is about more than 10, but in the Philippines, there are only 3 agri-exports, which again is reflective of the low productivity of the sector. And because of the low productivity, it is expected that Philippine agricultural trade deficits were widening. We need to import to be able to feed our people, and therefore, an importation policy is a dispensable tool in managing our agricultural sector. Next slide. Oops. And what is the impact, or what are the impacts of a laggard or underdeveloped status of the agricultural sector? There are actually two major negative impacts, socio-economic impact. One is low wages and high poverty incidence among our agricultural workers. And the second one, which has something to do with your health and education, which will impact your health and education, is that soaring domestic food prices resulted in high incidences of malnutrition and stunting among Filipino kids. So those are interrelated. You talk about agriculture, nutrition, learning capacity, health. Those are interrelated concerns. So in terms of wages, you will see that the average daily basic pay in agriculture is 58% lower than services and 48% lower than manufacturing. Because of basically low productivity also. Your wages is tied to your productivity. And then, in terms of visible underemployment, there was a large gap between the rates of visible underemployment in agriculture sector and the national average compared to industry and services. Oops, sorry. Where am I? As a result, because of low income, definitely it leads to higher poverty incidence. And then you look at it from the occupational groups, you'll find out that the poverty incidence among the agricultural workers are the highest on your left side. And if you look at it from in terms of tech sectoral very sensitive. Okay. By household, you'll find out that the agricultural households, suffer more than non-agricultural household in terms of poverty. And I think this was very controversial when I presented it in the Cabinet Economic Development Cluster, that if you look at it more than 20 years, there's an item when you calculate your consumer price index called, there are about 11 of them, I think, food and non-alcoholic beverages. That's only one item. And we found out that when we look at that item, it constituted 43% of your overall inflation. That means if we're able to bring down prices of food commodities in the Philippines, we would significantly reduce overall inflation. And that's the reason why the government has a difficulty in reducing overall inflation. Like particularly last year, it even hit, the average is 43, it even hit more than 50% of our inflation is due to high food inflation. We're able to arrest that right now, but it's hovering around 43%. That's the average. In that more than 20 years, the significance that it is really the burden to the economy. And because of that, if you look at it, the poorest of the poor, using the FIS data, the poorest of the poor practically use the 60% of their income in purchasing food. They don't buy cars, they don't go to swimming pool, they don't travel to Australia. But the focus of their expenditure is really just to be able to survive. And 60% of their income already goes to the poor. But there's a study that was conducted by the World Food Program that even if they spend 70% of their income to food, it would not be enough to give them the required nutritional diet for them to, be able to live a decent life. That's how serious the problem is. And as a result of that, because of high food prices, high inflation, you will see that the Philippine malnutrition is significantly higher in the Philippines compared with the ASEAN neighbors. And I always have a debate with some DOH and nutritionists that they keep on saying that it's just a matter of educating them properly of what to consume. No, I told them that the basic root is just high food prices. That's the cause, the major cause of why they cannot buy the nutritious food. And it is shown here, malnutrition level in the Philippines is 7 times higher than Malaysia, 8 times higher than Thailand, and 61 times higher than Vietnam. And as a result, which Corina already showed, stunting the data that we obtained from FNRI and World Bank in 2021, this is really scandalous. Almost 29% of children aged 0 to 5 years old are stunted. And, in medicines, I have a daughter-in-law who's a pediatrician. She was telling me the formative years, the development of the brain, the child of the brain, takes place 90% of it from 0 to 5. So if you don't give them the proper nutrition and diet, they will be cognitively impaired. And that partly explains the learning poverty in the Philippines. So your school feeding program is actually a palliative measure because it's a 0 to 5 where it is critical to intervene, and we're not intervening. Okay? And because of malnutrition, it becomes a vicious cycle of underdevelopment. It leads to poor learning capacity, it lowers productivity, it results in low income for the people of working age, it results in high health costs, and therefore, taken together, results in slow economic growth. Okay, let me go to the causes of, I'll quickly, doesn't want now. If somebody is sabotaging me. They don't want to make a presentation. There are so many icons here now, sorry. There, sorry. It doesn't want to. Oops. What happened? Sorry. The next page talks about the causes of the laggard development of the agricultural sector. Yeah. Well, what are the causes? There's too much focus on production. The department is focused on production. Let's increase productivity. But the way that they do it is that they provide. This is what Corina was saying: is the quality of your expenditure, which is important. They use it as production inputs, free seeds, fertilizer, etc., which only lasts during the cropping season. And you have to keep maintaining that in order to maintain that productivity. What if you don't have the money? But the political system likes that because that's dole out. You can talk to your congressman, mayor, etc. Mayor, you have dole out subsidies. Then they like it because they can win election. And 93% of the budget goes to production input services. So it will not permanently increase. The productivity, it will not be transformative of agriculture. That's the problem, the first problem. The second problem is because of the production-focused nature of the DA, it has forgotten basically to to provide public goods services like post-harvest facilities, farm-to-market roads, dryers, etc., and which last longer than production input because public goods are basically consumed by the community rather than by just the individual. So it makes sense to do that. So from the public financial perspective, that's a better policy choice for public goods. And you're actually addressing the entire value chain instead of just focusing on the production side. And then the second one is the problem is that protectionism and self-sufficiency. We have been protecting our agriculture so long that as a consequence of self-sufficiency policy,
of successive DA leadership, more than 20 years or 30 years, domestic agriculture producers remain relatively inefficient by virtue of protectionist tariff, non-tariff barriers. Since there is no competition, local agri-producers are less incentive to innovate and be more productive. I'll give you an example. There was a poultry producer, Ubra, and he was telling me that if you're going to lower tariff on chicken, he's been in the business for 25 years, he would just pull out from the business. And I told him, if you're in the business for 25 years and you're still not making money, you don't have a business going into that business. No, if you're going to protect, it has to be time-bound. You know, it's not just protection. We need to have quality protection. Okay, sorry. So the budget shares of the rice sector is 50% of the total budget of the total rice. And unfortunately, now it's 70%, but the productivity is low. There is no fund for high-value crops where we have a comparative advantage. And then, of course, the next one is on land fragmentation. And studies have shown because of prolonged protracted implementation of the agrarian reform, it has led to decline in productivity. Dimopoulos and Prestucia, Economic Journal, said that there was a 17% decline in productivity because of minuscule farm sizes, wherein you cannot adapt technology because they're too small. And in agriculture, the highest return to investment is in technology. And then, of course, the climate resiliency, it's not climate resilient agriculture. We have an office there, but the only regular staff is the director. Everybody is temporary. Anyway, the budget, I will tell you, it's lower, and then conflict exists between the development function and the regulatory. For example, BPI, Bureau of Plant Industry, they have developed. Nobody wants to go to development. They want to go to the regulatory function because they can engage in a lot of rent-seeking activities. Anyway, recommendations, farm clustering, that's it. I think you can just read the paper. I can just give you a rundown. First is farm consolidation clustering so that you will be able to enjoy economy scale, apply modern technology, digital agriculture, etc., etc. And you can serve better the farmers if government can work with groups of farmers rather than individuals. Then it's a paradigm shift from commodity towards food security, which is defined as the availability of quality and nutritious food at affordable prices. That's a key word, affordable prices at all times. Then institutional reforms. We have 13 undersecretaries, 14 assistant secretaries in the Department of Agriculture, and they cannot make a job properly. So we have a bountiful harvest of officials. And then the budget, of course, spending away from rice, because it's just 2 rice entry. We're predicting a decline of 600,000. We have a harvest of about 20 million last year. It's only 19.1. Conversion ratio is 64% from palay to rice. That means about 13 million are supply in terms of price, 16 million on demand. So we have a supply gap of 3 million. But the USDA is predicting that we will be importing about 4.9 million metric tons next year. So the Vietnam people have a lot of business with us. Increased expenditure, input assistance should be time-bound, and then from perpetual protectionist to time-bound, and then crop diversification. A developed agriculture is a diversified agriculture. It cannot just be a monolithic type of monocrop, just like we are seeing in Vietnam, they diversify. So we need to do that. Of course, it's also good for climate change, national information, etc. Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much.
So how do you say that? Oops. Click ba? Ito. Okay, so good afternoon. First off, I'd like to thank ANU, particularly the Philippine Institute, for inviting me to the 2024 Philippines Update Conference. I'd like to believe that Bjorn, Paul, and Hal think that there is still an academic in me worth resurrecting while in government. So I shall do my best, even though Corina and Fermin are tough acts to follow. I hope to impress on you that there is an equally important and interesting story about the Philippine infrastructure program that has to be told. In true academic fashion, however, I should also begin with some disclaimers. The first one is that this is a work in progress. I'm not done yet fully encoding the data that I'm able to dig up while in NEDA. And second, much of what I'm going to say are based on NEDA internal reports and conversation with those involved in project evaluation in NEDA and other government agencies. Perhaps my only real contribution here is organizing the materials for an academic conference. However, I should add also that the views and especially the errors are all my own. Okay. In fact, I'm hoping Ambassador Helen de la Vega will be here so that she can defend the Philippine government. Since she's not here, I can only plead whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Okay. How's this? Okay. So when I accepted the invitation, I was thinking of a topic, and I come up with about the government's infrastructure program, and that led me to ask 3 research questions, and you can see them on the screen. I won't read them. And since some of you might not be persuaded to stay by the boring topic alone, allow me to give you the takeaways, and these are already shown here. But the real reason is that before I further incriminate myself, we can stop here since the takeaways are already there, unless the chair tells me that I still have time. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let me go straight once to the main features of the Build program of the Duterte administration and the Build Better More program of the Marcos Jr. administration. So I've compared the 2 infrastructure programs in terms of sector focus, target annual spending, the core list of infrastructure projects that each program is promoting, and the total investment cost as estimated by NEDA. So those are the broad similarities of the 2 programs. But the more interesting part is where they differ somewhat in terms of core features. In terms of financing modality, based again from conversations from my NEDA colleagues, at the time of the Duterte's administration, the emphasis was to secure ODA financing, especially Chinese ODA, but did not materialize as expected. And now the Marcos Jr. administration is shifting towards more PPP projects, although ODA remains as a big significant source of financing for the country's infrastructure projects. Whereas before, the steering committee that oversees the implementation of the BBB was supposed to be led by DPWH. From what I understand, it was a very... Oh, sorry. Okay, so...
We missed the takeaways.
So both the BBBA and BBM break from the past in that both commits significant resources and focus on key infrastructures. Not just any infrastructures, but there's a core list on which to focus under the 2 infrastructure programs. Building on BBB, BBM also introduced new legal and institutional frameworks to expedite the implementation of its infrastructure flagship projects. Despite this, completing the projects within cost and on time remain challenging, and I will show to you later the records for the past 25 years or so of monitoring infrastructure spending and other big capital, big ticket items in government. And then I move on to the symptoms and causes of infrastructure project restructuring, which means going back to NEDA to adjust the cost because of cost overrun or extend implementation period because of the delays. Okay, so that's where my story is leading to. And again, this just shows the main features of the 2 infrastructure programs. The main focus is on infrastructure. Well, Transport and mobility, ICT, energy, water, urban and regional development under the BBB program. Then we just reclassified it a little bit differently under the BBM. The more physical connectivity basically means roads, bridges, yeah, to differentiate it from digital connectivity. Well, both programs target to spend at least 5% of GDP annually on infrastructures. And we're not promoting just any infrastructure. There is a core list, and the core list is called Infrastructure Flagship Projects. There were initially 75 in 2017 when the BBB was started under Duterte, and then it grew up to 112 projects by the end of the term. At the start of the term, well, the BBM program did not start until late 2023, early 2024. And the initial list comprised of 194 projects, now down to 186 because we review the list every year, just to make sure that those which are not moving or not priorities anymore are delisted. Okay? And the total investment cost, by comparison, it's about 5 trillion pesos for the BBB program, whereas under the BBM program, it's up to 9.60 trillion pesos. Again, financing modalities, there's a leaning towards ODA under the Duterte administration, specifically Chinese ODA. As I've said, that did not pan out. Now we're shifting gears under the Marcos administration. ODA will remain a significant source of financing, but there's a focus more on enticing private sector participation under PPP, public-private partnership arrangements. Steering committee, nominally it was supposed to be headed by DPWH under the PPP, but they hardly met. But now what we're doing here under the NEDA Board Infrastructure Committee, we regularly update the list every year and monitor the implementation of the projects under the IFP quarterly and report it to the NEDA Board, as you can see there. Now, with regards to the legal and institutional frameworks, there was supposed to be a monitoring framework under the BBB, but then again, it never really took off. Well, there are many reasons for that. One is COVID. Yeah? If no projects was implemented, there's nothing really to monitor. But now, under the Build Better More program, you probably heard of the PPP code. That's an attempt to consolidate all those pre-existing legal frameworks governing private sector participation in government undertakings or projects, including the recent EO 59. It's an ARTAR issuance or initiated issuance that will facilitate the expeditious licensing of permits and of projects for those in the IFP list. And then, as I've said, we have quarterly progress monitoring by NEDA Board to the NEDA Infracom. Okay. So this gives you a comparison of the status of the BBB IFP's infrastructure flagship projects as of June 2022 versus that of the BBM as of June 2024. So you could see there, the status of the different projects in how many were completed, inaugurated, partially operational, ongoing at the time of June 2022 or June 2024. How many more are in the pipeline, meaning they are in the very early stage of development. Some of them are in the conceptual stage. Some of them are under project preparation, meaning undergoing feasibility studies, so forth and so on. Okay, so that's the numbers and amounts allocated. They were allocated, but corresponding amounts to those projects by implementation status. Okay, so now we can ask the questions: are these breaks from the past? How different are these from what we can see based on the records on how well we manage, finance, implement infrastructure programs in the past? Let me begin by comparing how much is the 5% that the BBB and the BBM program targets to allocate to infrastructure projects relative to what the government has been spending on social services over the years since 2001. The orange bar tells you the percentage share of social services on GDP. Okay, and the blue shows the percentage shares of infrastructure spending to GDP. So as you can see, it's only since 2017 when we start hitting the 5% threshold for infrastructure, whereas social services has already breached that threshold since, I would say, 2011, at least mga 5 years earlier. So it's not that social services is disadvantaged. You can see here, infra is only just catching up so far. We're not saying that it should exceed it, but it's not true that we're underspending on social services. Maybe not enough, but relative to infrastructure services, we've already consistently spent more on social services than infrastructure since 2001. Okay, so that's one break from the past in that sense. And why do we need to do that? Well, we need to catch up with our closest ASEAN competitors. Yeah, forget about the other lines and just focus on the dotted ones. Yeah, which are Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So you could see the red dotted line and the blue dotted line, which are for Indonesia and Vietnam. At any given year, they're spending more on infra or government capital formation, as we call it, yeah, as a proportion of GDP than the Philippines. And they are our closest competitor. When I was in college, our closest competitor was Thailand. Ngayon, wala na. And when I started grad school and I was a young professor, we looked down on Indonesia and Vietnam. So ngayon, I don't know, they will be looking down on me now. Okay, so there is that impetus, right? And we need to catch up, at the very least, not with the top performer in the region, but 5 minutes, I refuse to see that. but with our closest competitors, yeah? Vietnam and Indonesia. Okay. Okay, so well and good. But if you look at the reports, some telltale signs tell us that, we're going to encounter the same problems that has been happening ever since for a long time. Okay, so as I've said, we do a quarterly monitoring report of the IFPs. Report this to the NEDA board. And these are based on the latest IFP monitoring report. These are the findings that we have. Of the 31 IFPs, amounting to a total of 1.338 trillion pesos. That's a lot of money. That's about a fourth of the government's budget. Yeah, it's about 5 trillion. That have already secured government approvals, meaning malinis na yung appraisal and all that. 19 are on schedule, well and good, but 12 are behind schedule. Okay? Of the 66 ongoing, meaning hindi lang sila shovel ready, they are already being implemented. Yeah? 26 projects are on schedule, 37 projects are behind schedule. Okay? And we listed down some of the problems encountered by these projects. Right-of-way issues, site condition availability, so forth and so on. Okay? So these are the monitoring reports of the current IFP list. So we ask the question, are these the same problems that we've been seeing before? If it is endemic, pervasive, systemic, then, there's really something that we need to fix. Yeah? It's what it tells us is not only regime specific or administration specific, but the problem, is it could be deeper than that. Okay? Okay, so we look at a closer view of the past. Major projects approved since 2001, 2023. Kayo yung unang makakakita nung data nito. It gives us a benefit of taking a long view of what's really happening. Yeah? Okay, ayaw na. Okay, so just a bit background how we do it in the Philippines, because I have to define what is a major project and what approves means. Okay, so major projects means if it is ODA funded, it's automatically classified as a major project because we don't borrow piso-piso, we borrow large amounts. Yeah. Second, if it's a government funded, purely local government funded, meaning GAA, the General Appropriations Act, provided that the cost is about 2.5 billion, it goes to the NEDA ICC. The ICC, that is the Investment Coordination Committee that evaluates major capital projects, major investment projects of the government. Okay? So if it's locally funded, meaning GAA, 2.5 billion, if we have to borrow it from foreign banks or from multilaterals, whatever amount, it goes to NEDA. If it's a PPP project, it's a public-private partnership project. It used to be before the law, the PPP code. The threshold was 5 billion. Now it's 15 billion. So these are really big ticket, investment projects of the government. 2.5 for locally funded, all ODAs, which large, and 15 billion pesos for PPP projects. They go to the ICC for appraisal. We check for their consistency with the development objectives, social analysis, economic analysis, so forth and so on. But the two parameters that we're looking at what we call economic internal rate of return and the economic net present value. Okay, and then the threshold is 10% for the economic internal rate, which is way above the commercial interest rates. Yeah? Although you can deposit that in your money in the commercial banks, earn 6%, 7%, but unless it delivers 10% in economic benefits, it won't be approved in the NEDA board. Okay, so once it gets approved in the ICC, it goes to the NEDA board, which is chaired by the president, and whose members are all the key economic managers plus. Once it's approved there, then it gets financed to the GAA via the DBM or loan financing to the DOL. Then once those contracts are made, budget allocations are made, the project is implemented by an implementing agency, and then while undergoing implementation, it's monitored in terms of budget utilization by DBM, in terms of physical and financial accomplishments by NEDA. If a project suffers a serious cost overrun or implementation delay, it goes back to the ICC for reappraisal. And that's what I call restructuring. So we reevaluate whether it remains economically viable, so forth and so on. So that's what we do. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, just to give you the numbers of projects approved by administration, and then the economic internal rate of returns. So they all made the grade, not less than 10%. Okay, so we have here the distribution by sector: energy sector, water sector, so forth and so on. And then by financing modality, ODA, PPP, so forth and so on. But all is not well when some don't add at all, because many of them goes to restructuring. So question again, how many of them? Look at this one. So of all the 86 projects that went initial approval under physical infrastructures, these are roads, bridges, so forth and so on. During the year 2001 to 2023, 35 of them went back to NEDA for first restructuring. And then of the 35, 25 went back for a second or more or later restructuring. Are the numbers clear? Green, first restructure, the first approval. Those who suffer delay or cost overrun goes for first restructuring. And if they are delayed even further later or suffer cost overruns even later, they go to a second or third or fourth restructuring. So that gives you the distribution by sector. I also have the numbers by by financing modality, ODA, so forth and so on, and then also by sector. Yeah? Here, what I'm measuring, how much more had we paid because of cost overruns, basically? How much more additional money we have to finance this project because of cost overruns? Yeah? So this gives you the average numbers. By financing modality, remember, many of these are ODA funded. Yeah? So at initial approval, 2.7 trillion. After first restructuring, the cost of this project goes up to 3.9 trillion. Latest restructuring, meaning some of them even goes for second, fourth restructuring, nearly twice the amount of the initial approval. Remember, this is not regime specific. This is for all. Yeah? Okay. Oh, conclusion. Actually, mas exciting yung conclusion ko ba? Etiology and prevention of project restructure. No, okay, sige, kayo rin, it's your loss. I'm already implicating myself here, so. Okay, so root causes and possible, power of the purse overpowers project. It is about, how Congress meddles in all these things. Tie grants to loans, tie FS to project financing, because it gives you a grant component, which is easy to disperse, but implicitly you have to commit to tide it over to project appraisal. But even if it is a poorly done feasibility studies, you're going to accept it because there's a tight grant to it, and you can enjoy all the perks associated with that one. Okay. Chicken and egg excuse is something about the DBM. I cannot propose new because you're not giving me budget. I cannot give you budget because you're not spending the money for the old budget. So there's a convenient excuse. I think shortly proponents and long gestating projects. There's no major capital infrastructure project that can be reasonably completed under one term, presidential term. Yeah, even removing the right-of-way issues. Yeah, the procurement process alone is very long. Yeah, so projects that were started long ago goes to us for restructuring. And it puts us in a bind. What do we do with that? The proper way to do it is reappraise whether it's still viable or not, right? Extend it if it's viable, refinance it if it's viable, but punish those who fouled it up the first time. Yeah, otherwise there's no accountability. It will always be up to the incumbent, whose turn is to restructure the project, to implicitly assume liabilities because ginoo mo siya eh. You approve it eh. Yeah? Falling through the cracks, holdouts or holdups, anything about local governments holding out the hindi mo alam kung they're holding out because they want to protect the interests of their constituents, or they're holding it up, so they can get more money or contracts or favorable terms from you. I think one more slide. Sunk cost suck. It's always an argument. Again, I'll tell you the last two projects that you cannot quote me, but the last two projects I've seen while in ICC. These are projects by Department X, yeah? So they went to us for restructuring, and the restructure, the terms they're asking for is double the original budget and twice as long the original implementation period because they are delayed. Can you imagine that? 5 years at 2 billion, now you come to us, you were delayed, and because of the COVID, so forth and so on, you're asking for 4 billion and up to additional 5 years. So what have you done in the how do I kill you? And the paradox of the day, this is more about internal to NEDA, yeah? Okay, that's all folks. Thank you very much.
No, there's no more. Yeah. Okay, thank you to our speakers. Unfortunately, we have less time than we have topics to discuss. So let me just discuss provide my discussion on the presentations. So on economic resilience and inclusive growth, Corina defines economic resilience either as the GDP level's return to its path after a shock, or the return of its economic growth to its path. She argues that the Philippine economy is not resilient in terms of either definition. Analyzing national accounts data from the PSA shows that, indeed, the level of GDP has not returned to its pre-pandemic trend. On the other hand, it appears that economic growth has returned to its pre-pandemic trend rate of 5.5%. Thus, the parallel growth path mentioned earlier, even somewhat higher actually at 6.3%. But of course, with an annual rate fluctuating around the trend. The issue seems to me to be that the economic growth has been restored at the cost of rising government spending without achieving the pre-pandemic GDP levels. Before the pandemic, government spending constituted an average of 11% of GDP. Since the pandemic, the share of government spending to GDP rose to 17%. Remember the ayudas. The share of consumption has not changed with the pandemic. However, government spending appears to have crowded out private investment, with the latter decreasing from 26% to 22%. National government spending shares have increased during the pandemic for social protection to 13.3% in 2020, for health 6.9% in 2021. There goes your vaccination. And however, these have decreased or stabilized in the past year. On the other hand, education spending has declined from 19.8% in 2017 to 14.5% in 2022. While government spending has generally increased during the pandemic, the quality of governance remained low. The World Bank governance indicators show that government effectiveness and rule of law have declined with the previous administration. While government effectiveness has improved with the current administration, rule of law remains poor. To promote sustained growth, Corina emphasized capital accumulation and total factor productivity. However, she also mentioned the importance of human capital development. And in growth accounting, total productivity is a residual. As such, it has been called the measure of our ignorance. It is therefore important to unpack the determinants of total factor productivity in order to identify a measure of our enlightenment. In this regard, apart from proximate determinants of economic growth, it is important to consider deeper determinants of economic growth. These include addressing geographic disadvantage, integration or our participation in the international trade, and the quality of legal and political institutions, as mentioned by Corina. To promote trade, particularly our exports, it is important to consider the economic complexity of our products. Economic complexity measures the available know-how in a country based on the goods and goods it produces. It depends on the diversity of products it exports and their ubiquity or the number of countries producing them. Countries that produce a wider variety of and more unique goods are considered more complex. We need to produce goods that few countries produce, and we need to diversify our products. Philippine exports are dominated by two main products, machinery and vehicles and services. Machinery and vehicles made up 48% of the total value of exports in 2021, while services accounted for 26%. However, while machinery and vehicles are complex products, services are not very complex. Chemicals is the second most complex export, but its share is very low. So we need to focus on more complex products. On agriculture, Fermin Adriano mentioned that successive political administrations declared prioritizing agricultural development. However, we need to measure the prioritization because in terms of 2020, in terms of the budget, agricultural sector only has 3% of total government budget. While agricultural output has been decreasing, agricultural employment remains substantial. Not surprisingly, underemployment is high and labor productivity remained low, even declining since the pandemic. As a result, wages are lowest and poverty highest among agricultural workers. Food prices is also contributing substantial part toward the overall cost of living inflation. Various issues have been identified as reasons for the poor agricultural performance, including inefficiency of agricultural producers as they lack incentives to innovate. So my question is, how do we now envision innovation in agriculture? Among the recommendations given was farm consolidation. So the question is, what is the optimal farm size? And while consolidating farms may increase productivity, aren't we creating greater inequality and poverty? There is also a recommendation to amend the agrarian reform law. What specific provisions should be changed? And there's a recommendation on paradigm shift to promote crops where the country has comparative advantage. So maybe we can identify these crops where we have comparative advantage. And on institutional reform, what development functions should be promoted? Shouldn't we leave the market to do the innovation and let the government focus on improving regulatory institutions? And regarding diversification, if the huge budget for rice is unable to ensure rice productivity, how does spreading the limited budget of DA thinly across commodities ensure productivity? And lastly, crop diversification, how does diversification square with the suggestion of promoting crops based on comparative advantage? Finally, what is the role of the private sector? The third presentation, Dr. Capuno presented Build Better More, the government's infrastructure flagship program. So the government was able to achieve its target of at least 5% spending on infrastructure as a percentage of GDP. However, beyond the inputs, it is important to assess the efficiency in the delivery of outputs. For instance, it was mentioned that 40% of the flagship projects are behind schedule. Dr. Capuno has presented various implementation issues surrounding this. Moreover, 40% of the projects have undergone restructuring, and 22% for the second time. In terms of economic returns, actually, while these are high, as mentioned by Dr. Capuno, they have been declining over the years. Most of the IFPs are actually for physical connectivity. 47% are roads and bridges and urban transport. These include public transport modernization projects, bus rapid transit projects, bike expressway projects, and intermodal transit interchange. The Philippine Development Plan discusses transportation or infrastructure in the context of the National Spatial Strategy, which hopes to decongest the NCR and extend economic growth to different centers across the country. So according to the plan, public transport of people and goods will take precedence of private transport. Non-motorized transport infrastructure will likewise be developed. So,
maybe let's focus on 1, 2 questions.
yeah, okay, so now, the Sustainable Development Goals includes promotion of sustainable transport, defined as the provision of services and infrastructure for the mobility of people and goods in a manner that is safe, affordable, accessible, efficient, and resilient. So the question now is, have we achieved, based on this infrastructure flagship program, improved mobility for the Filipino people? Thank you. So may I now call the speakers to come in front, and we can now have the Q&A. Okay, questions from the floor? Paul, and then, yes, next.
I actually have a question for each of you, but I'm going to confine myself just to one, since we're running out of time. For me, I wanted to pick up on your comments about the Department of Agriculture and the many issues, the many challenges that have existed there. Can you think of any example of any country in the world in recent times that has performed well in the agricultural sector without an effective Department of Agriculture? Is it in any way dispensable? Sort of going back to a World Bank perspective that highlighted, just let the market take over. So that's first of all. And secondly, based on your experience, what hope is there for improving the capacity and effectiveness of the Philippine Department of Agriculture?
I think, Paul, I think it's a wrong misconception that there is no role for the government. There is a role for the Department of Agriculture.
I agree. Like I'm asking, is there any example you can think of an agricultural sector that has performed well without an effective Department of Agriculture?
There's none. Because there are specific functions of the government that cannot be taken by the private sector. Your R&D, for example, is so critical. Some regulatory measures like SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary, in order to be able to protect public health, animal, etc. There are quite a number of them. Provision of extension services, that will be done by the private sector. There are particular activities that the government should be addressing, and there should be particular activities that the private sector can best perform. And you've seen that in Vietnam. For example, the idea of farm consolidation, it's not necessarily consolidation titles, but just clustering the lands into contiguous area, was done by the government. It was not done by the farmers themselves. That is a role of the government, to cluster them so that you can have economies of scale. The provision of all of these technologies, that is beyond the private sector. It has to be given by the government, or a matching grant can be taken. There is a proper role for everybody, but we need, just like expenditure, we need to focus. The targeting is so important in order to come out with an efficient results. That's the difference. And the other one is, how are you going to restructure the agriculture? I think it's really best for the agricultural sector to have a private sector engagement strategy. It doesn't have a private sector engagement. It does not know what to do with the private sector. And the private sector, as there is little evidence of investment in the agricultural sector, of the private sector, simply because they cannot consolidate lands. If you're in agribusiness, you cannot consolidate lands, therefore you cannot assure yourself of the supply. Okay? That's it. This is the main problem of the food processing industry. I have a graph, actually, which is included, that most of our food processing industries are highly dependent on their
raw materials from on imported commodities coming from abroad. Yeah, because of that problem of low productivities. Anyway.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. So I'm a nutritionist dietitian back home. So definitely my question is on nutrition. So it is quite refreshing to hear economists now talking about nutrition. Back then when I was working closely with DOH, it was seemingly like an echo chamber with all health professionals talking about malnutrition. So that's why I'm doing my PhD now on food systems. So I'm curious, I just would like to add that now Philippines is also facing a double burden of malnutrition. It's not just undernutrition now, which is our problem. We're nearly 50% adults overweight and obese in the coming future. So there's a, yes, I'm just adding to the list of problems that we have now. But
Your question concise then.
yeah, so yeah, perhaps due to the lack of the cheap and diverse options and all that. But I'm more curious on the role of DA for nutrition. So of the 10, 20 things that the DA has to do for nutrition, which among these are the low-hanging fruits or pwede nang mauna or sabay-sabay ba dapat yun nangyayari para magkaroon ng impact yung agriculture system on nutrition?
Just a brief answer, please.
Me? Okay. Actually, the nutrition planning and agricultural planning should go to hand in hand. That's a problem. It's not just a concern of the health sector because the supply comes from the DA. And therefore, we need to really increase the productivity of the sector and the need for diversification because it's all rice. Of course, I can understand because that's the cheapest source of energy and that's the only one that can be afforded by the poor. But, vegetables and all of those stuff, again, the role of the government, if you give free seeds, vegetable seeds or something like that for their gardening, that can really boost the nutritional aspects of a lot of poorer families. But it's not doing like that. It's more on regulation of imports so that they can allocate properly to favor the traders. That's what we call state-sponsored cartels. It is actually the one that is doing that. The import allocations are allocated because of protection, to favor traders. Just like what you see in rice, in sugar, 3 traders. The price, by the way, I just like to shock you. The price of sugar in Thailand is 25 to 30 pesos. The tariff rate is 5%. Landed cost is about 38, 40 pesos. The retail price, the lowest is 80 pesos. So you can just imagine what kind of serious damage that they're doing with this kind of setup to the consumers. And that's the reason why your nutrition is really horrendous form because of this policy of protectionism tied to the cartel.
Maybe Corina can add.
Yeah, actually 70% of protein is sourced from fish. And unfortunately, as I was trying to say earlier, but didn't have enough time, the climate strategy is very focused on GHG emissions, of which we contribute 0.47% of global emissions. All right, and agriculture productivity. I mean, there's very little there's zero unconditional commitment in the reduction of the GHG emissions in agriculture when it's the number 2 emitter. Even by that standard of a GHG centric focus, it's not being true to the strategy. Now the problem is they've excluded forest and land use from the NDC, and basically forests are excluded because they're seen as negative emitters. So there's no need, they were saying that they only see forests as carbon sinks. But forests, as we could see in that picture that I perform a function more than just carbon sinks. They protect, they prevent floods, they protect slopes, right? So Bicol would not have been, inundated like that. And then, you have to do something about the forests of the sea, right? You have acidification, you have climate change and sea warming, and all the fishermen now are not able to fish in the traditional fishing grounds, and 70% of our protein comes from that. We're so focused on rice, right, and not enough on true sources of protein and seas.
The third thing is about fish. We don't have tariffs on fish. But the problem is we have that import ban. You need the certificate of necessity to import. Galunggong, the market is, when you import it from China, it's 55 pesos. The landed price is 80 pesos. But they are selling it at 200 to 240 and allocating it to favored traders again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all the time we have. Okay, last question for Dokoy.
I just want to link this with the politics of it, your infrastructure. Because like linking to what Ma'am Tonette presented earlier about, like the central link of public service and profit is infrastructure. So I wonder if there's any link with the, like financing modalities in terms of the delays as well as the returns. Like, is there a necessary correlation to the two? Thank you.
Well, right now, the reason we're seeing more ODA projects being delayed is, for now, simply because there are more ODA-funded projects in the list to begin with. So I'm not yet able to unpack whether controlling for the numbers of ODA projects in the list, it's necessarily true that once it's ODA funded, it's going to be delayed. Hindi pa ako maabot doon. Papunta pa lang ako doon. But right now, what we're seeing is simply because of the sheer number of ODA-funded projects, and if any project is likely to be delayed, naturally, you're going to see more ODA-funded projects being delayed. But that's going to be true for all. That's all that I can answer for now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for all your questions, and please join me in thanking our speakers. Thank you.
Hello, we're just having a short 5 minute break, please. Thank you.
I'm missing one. Okay, folks, now that it's 2:30, we can get started. Welcome to the last panel. There will be some closing remarks, but that won't be my fault. This is my fault. You may notice that there is a structural difference from the previous panel. I'm old and the panelists are young. I'm hoping that the natural Filipino deference to age will make time management easier than it was in the previous panel. So, I actually don't have the normal wording of the acknowledgement of country, but as a longtime worker in the Cordillera and Muslim Mindanao, I certainly would like to pay my respects to indigenous leaders past, present, and future, and their elders. Let's see. Afternoon tea. What do I do to make up? Anyway, I have, gentlemen, how do I go? Oh, yeah. All right. That's easy enough. Is it? Okay. We'll go in not quite this order because we'll stick. No, we got it right. Somebody's very smart. They even improved my picture. My picture on the website was my passport picture, and that's why I always have trouble getting into Australia. But okay, so this is the order in which we will go. Justin is going first, and then Akram, and then Weena, and then Irving. And we'll try to keep it at 15 minutes for real, because what I'd like to do is, instead of opening with my comments, I want people who have been here for 2 days to have a chance to make their own comments or their own questions, and I will police them as furiously as I police the panelists. So, Justin.
Thank you, Steve. Let's start with the youngest in this panel. Just kidding. So my name is Justin C. Definitely not related to Henry C. So that's different. Okay. Now, seriously, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting in the unceded and stolen lands of the Nanawal and Ngambri country. Pay my respect to elders past, present, and emerging. So I begin this talk on the terrain of climate change adaptation in the Philippines. And by adaptation, I mean I'd follow the IPCC's definition, which is the process of adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effects. This means moderating harm and exploiting beneficial opportunities. So this is meant to be a forward-looking presentation. What I'll try to do is to look at where we're at the moment. So look at the past and the present and try to make projections into the future. I'd like to begin by, with an observation. There seems to be an adaptation paradox in the Philippines. Again, here with the word paradox. Despite progressive policy frameworks and a strong will to improve, a gap persists between what is intended and what is accomplished. We have sophisticated knowledge and policy frameworks like Republic Act 10121, Climate Change Act of 2009, Climate Change Adaptation Plan, all of these different strategies. But on the other hand, there is also persistent failure to convert these legislations and capacity and knowledge into meaningful implementation across scales. In fact, international engineering firm GHD estimates that floods and droughts could result to a loss of 124 billion by 2050. So to interrogate this paradox, I'd like to draw upon adaptation theory. There have been several studies that have traced the conceptual evolution of adaptation knowledge, but I found this recent typology quite useful. This is actually a bigger framework, but I'm only going to focus on the components that I think are relevant to the Philippines. In this study, the authors propose that adaptation can be conceptualized or understood by 4 key traditions. First, adaptation as a specter. It sees adaptation as urgently needed response. Everyone is vulnerable, and there's a need to deploy climate projects and scenarios. Second, adaptation as signal. Adaptation is seen as a development project, something that can be managed and governed. Vulnerability is driven by exposure to hazards. So the way to do this is the tools such as climate risk assessment and awareness training. Third, adaptation as social. It sees climate change as uneven, driven by deep underlying structural disadvantages. The way to do this, the tools used are multi-criterion participatory vulnerability analysis and the like. Finally, another way to conceive of adaptation is as a system. It seeks to normalize change, to live with climate change, and to build resilience. It encourages approaches that cultivate healthy and naturally buffered socio-ecological systems. So my argument here is there is no typology that is better, than all the others. And I argue that in the Philippines case, no single typology dominates. Different actors deploy multiple strategies for different objectives upon different moments in time, and that these four traditions actually overlap. And this provides the financial and political imperative to reinforce pre-existing adaptation initiatives in the country. So it's a messy picture that have complex futures and complex outcomes. So, drawing upon a review of the Philippine Climate Adaptation Scholarship, secondary data from the government, and my own fieldwork, I argue that climate adaptation projects in the Philippines can be characterized by four things. First, they see climate change. How do you conceptualize it? Is as a threat, as a development project, as an uneven, and as an inevitable. Second, how do you conceptualize vulnerability? They see the poor as vulnerable to and culpable for climate change. Third, what are the favored tools? Technocratic infrastructural solutions. And fourth, these are all mainstream into policy frameworks, not just at the local level and the national, but also at the international. So let me go through one of these in more details. First, how do we conceptualize climate change? The scale and magnitude of climate change has really caused us to see it as apocalyptic, as end of the world. As you can see, numbers like this from the World Risk Index are published and circulated. We're the number one, most at-risk country at the world. Even our government has responded, with all of these documents saying that, it's inevitable. Quote unquote, there will be projected increase in air temperature over the next several years. It's also seen as a development opportunity. Climate change agenda is within the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 and 2028. So in the words of the literature, its development is folded into the world of adaptation, or adaptation is folded into the world of development. And it's also uneven. There is a recognition that climate change has uneven impacts to different groups. Now, my prediction is I don't predict that this will change in the coming years. I feel like climate change will continue to be conceptualized as a specter, as a threat, a project, etc. Next, how do we conceptualize vulnerability? Who is vulnerable to climate change? So my argument is that our conceptualization of vulnerability follows the traditional deficit models of development. While all things and places will need to adapt, some groups and people will need to adapt more compared to others. And I'd like to draw on something from people whose work is here with us today, saying that first, Sagin Alvarez mentions that slum settlements, the poor are designated as danger zones. Their areas are uninhabitable and in danger of flooding. Alvarez and Cardenas argue that informal settlements are also stigmatized as endangering not only themselves, but also the broader community, broader city too. Dakilayi claims that the poor are being prevented from returning to the coast where their livelihoods are rooted. So in short, in our conceptualization of vulnerability, we see the poor and marginalized people as as victims, and we're stripping them of their rights and agency, and as recipients of adaptation interventions. Now, I don't expect this discourse will change over the next couple of years. Blaming the poor at the same time, seeing them as victims, have always dominated narratives of climate change in the Philippines. And I think it will continue to do so because they're easy scapegoats for our failure in urban planning and the broader political economy of development. Next, after we identify what are the favored tools used in protecting communities, I'll draw upon the work of Kyra Alburo-Canete here, and who identifies 3 strategies that reinforce these feelings and beliefs towards dangerous spaces and objects. First, spatial classification, such as danger zones, no risk-prone zones, no-build zones. This has a powerful effect on how communities feel and connect with their environment. It instills a sense of anxiety that leads potency to state interventions like relocation. Second, hazard mapping. Hazard maps are deployed to graphically present hazards affecting an area. But maps are not ideologically neutral objects. They have a performative effect and can instill fear and trauma on people living in red zones. Third, the use of warning signs as a reminder of the danger that lurks. So that's one of the favored tool. Another one, relocation, forced displacement, and moving, particularly of informal settlements, have been normalized as a fix. In their review of 308 cases of planned relocation around the world, Bower and Weerasinghe claim that planned relocation is a global phenomenon, but this is really happening a lot in places like the Philippines. The problem with planned relocation is that it has a tendency to be maladaptive. In my own research in Iloilo, I critically examined a planned relocation program looking at 3,500 families, because they have been relocated away to make way for a flood control project funded by the Japan Bank. On paper, the resettlement action plan looked terrific. It aims to improve living standards, engage community in consultations. However, several years after the resettlement, as you can see here on the right, some communities are better off compared to other communities. In fact, communities handled by NGOA, so there were 4 NGOs that handled the resettlement. Communities handled by NGOA had improved access to basic services, better incomes compared to those handled by NGOs B, C, and D. So, in other words, planned relocation has a tendency to generate inequalities and further marginalization within the same community. Next, another fix is infrastructural development. To substantiate this claim, I've had a look at the adaptation priorities outlined at the National Climate Change Action Plan. Now, the action plan details 7 thematic priorities for the national government. You will see here in front of you what those 7 are. Of course, you would get the impression that maybe the focus of the government would be human security or knowledge and capacity development. However, if you look at the government spending, then you would realize how different it is from your expectations. A closer look at the national government's expenditures vis-a-vis the strategic priorities reveals a worrying scenario. Climate spending of the national government has primarily been uneven, with only 2 of the 7 priority areas accounting for the majority of the budget. These are water security projects, water sufficiency, that is 54% of the climate change expenditure, and climate mitigation projects, where is 33% of the expenditure. Now, if we take a closer look at who implements these projects, we get a better idea of what kind these projects are. The bulk of the budget goes to DPWH, obviously for flood control infrastructures, and to Department of Transportation for railway development and mass transportation as the greener option. Both reflect a highly technical and infrastructural solution to the problem of climate change. Now, the problem with infrastructural fixes is that critical scholars warn that they can tend to lock communities in to pathways that seek greater control of the sea, but can also be ecologically harmful and have adverse impacts on communities. Despite these limitations, physical infrastructures, seawalls, these have an enduring allure, especially among Filipinos. Last June, I went to Tacloban to investigate the popular Great Wall of Leyte. Have you heard about this? The Great Wall of Leyte. It's 27 kilometers from Tacloban to Palo to Tanawan, designed by JICA, Japan, and implemented by DPWH. We talked to 400 people and asked them about their thoughts on the tight embankment. This survey indicates that community members who live nearest the embankment perceive it to be more durable compared to other alternatives like mangrove. They perceive it as a source of pride and identity. They call it the Great Wall, after all, and that it protects them more than other infrastructures like mangroves and trees. This is despite the fact that the project relocated 10,000 households, and that the project is slowly showing some of its cracks. As you can see there, they're just trying to repaint it with new paint. And despite the extensive modeling conducted by engineering firms, that this project can be overtopped by another Yolanda-like typhoon. I don't see, I believe that seawalls and relocations will still be the priority of the government in the next 5 years. In fact, the president himself and DENR talked about the need for both. I personally hope to see more nature-based solutions, right? But, as informants in Tacloban said, there's no money in mangroves. There's more money in cement. Okay, another strategy is mainstreaming, okay, requiring information about future climate impacts to be incorporated into development plans. I'm not saying this is bad, this is good. You see, there's so many mainstreaming words into our adaptation plans. I think in the coming years, we're going to see more of this. There will be more efforts to align our country's adaptation goals with that of the international community. More recently, in the recently concluded Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction held in Manila, President Marcos Jr. has called on more investments. We need more investments in climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction in our region. As you know, the Philippines has been selected as the host of the Board of the Loss and Damage Fund. This is a financial instrument designed to help vulnerable communities recover from climatic impacts. So we can expect more investments and more projects to implement adaptation interventions. Of course, there's more projects coming in, so there are also more risk for maladaptation. So let me end with some positive thoughts. Obviously, the current system that we have has kind of hindered a more imaginative way of adapting and protecting ourselves from climate change. Instead, we prioritize business as usual and infrastructural approaches. So what can be done? How could we turn things around? I think there are three things. First, repoliticize adaptation. This involves two things. First, questioning the political economic causes of climate change, right? Climate change happens not only because communities are exposed, but also mainly because they are deprived of the means to improve their livelihoods and build their resilience. Second, conceptualizing, seeing adaptation as an uneven political process that is shaped by uneven levels of power and access to resources. This involves questioning the governments, the institutions, the actors, and the outcomes of such practices. That adaptation can generate winners and losers. Second, mobilize. This involves working with communities, working with the poor, not seeing them as victims, but as seeing them as agents and partners who can develop their own adaptation strategies. Lastly, pluralize adaptation. This entails expanding the knowledge, the politics, the practices which underpin adaptation. There is more to adaptation than just seawalls and relocation. Let me end with a question for all of us. Working within this Western-centric, modernist and capitalist systems and organizations, such as our universities, our NGOs, the private sector, how can we engage with knowledge systems and alternative imaginaries that we need to radically transform how we adapt to climate change without recreating colonial and extractivist practices? Thank you.
Okay, where's the slide? Oh, there. Okay. Thank you very much to ANU Philippine Institute, to Bjorn for inviting me, and Vanessa for the logistic. So basically, what I'll do is I'll go with the conclusion, and then from there, I will justify why did I arrive with the conclusion. So one of the biggest development challenge in the Bangsamoro is the failure of the private sector to thrive, to flourish, and yet this sector is seldom given priority. Because what Bjorn told me is do something that is least studied, least given priority. And we look at the budget of the BTA, the BARM government, from the block grant, less than 50 million 150 million is provided for the development of the private sector in terms of support. That's translated to around less than 4 million Australian dollar given to how you develop the private sector in terms of helping them. So what is the implication of this lack of private sector in the BARM? The first one is the absence of what we call the middle class. Now, the middle class is basically 1.5%. They are middle income. 98% is low income group, and you have this very small 0.5%, which are the oligarchy, the ruling elite, and the high income group. So lack of private sector actually is one of the reasons. Another one is you have a bloated bureaucracy and the arm. Because there is no private sectors, everyone has to work in the government to earn a living. And this is why when you look at ARMM then, up to this point in time, the Bangsamoro government, a lot of people in government, most of the funding goes to MOE and salary and not enough for capital outlay. And this has been the case. And the reason for that is, well, there's no other opportunity aside of government. Now, when you look at the persistent poverty is also the cause because people have no opportunity. But these are just some of the more benign effect of lack of private sector. Another one is the deadly political landscape that we had. Well, I'll go to, because this one is very important on explaining why barangay chairman will kill one another just to hold a position and be elected as barangay chairman. And when you go to Iligan, the neighboring city, well, chairmen don't kill each other, because the reason is that the fortune of the entire family relying on winning that elected position. If my clan will not win the mayoral race, then we have no future, because there's no other opportunity for us. We can't start a business here. There's no private sector in the Bangsamoro. So it's worth dying for. And that's why you see every election, ARMM has the deadliest election. We have a lot of failure. And another thing when you look at is the return on education, because most of the budget that we have goes to education. But the problem there is, I work in the Mindanao State University system. Almost all of the people we educate goes outside the BARM because nobody is to absorb them. So you have engineer, doctor, lawyers, all of these people. And the Bangsamoro government, more than almost half of its budgets go to education, but all of those budget is wasted. Because it doesn't accrue to us. It accrues to someone else. They go to abroad, they go to Luzon, they go to Visayas. So we are left holding the bag. And it also creates a huge informal sector. So this is why I've been telling some of some donor agency, because I am a very good position. I am an academic, and at the same time I go work in the grassroots. So I really see how policy work in both end of the spectrum, that I cannot be really that academic. And we do a lot of applied research, like the COVID impact on BARM. So I go to the poverty in BARM. I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, we were doing the Mindanao Job Report with World Bank, and we were sitting in the World Bank office in Mandaluyong. And James was there, James Robinson was there, because he was my external examiner for my thesis. And we were discussing, and they went to the poorest municipality in the Philippines, which happens to be the neighboring municipality of my hometown. They call it Bacolod, Galawi. The poverty incidence there is around 89%. So everyone, and they were questioning me, do you know this place, Bacolod, Galawi? And I said, yes, because that's my neighboring municipality. And why is it so poor? And we went there. The houses are all concrete, and they have SUVs. And everyone seems to be rich. And they have 2 grand mosques. And at that time, Roger Banderg was actually working at the World Bank. He just released 400 million loan for the Poor Peace Program of the Philippines. I think you can blame Roger for that. He said, why are you blaming me? And the country representative of World Bank was listening intently. Because you guys have incentivized poverty. Now, people realize that it pays to be poor. And the Poor Peace Program was channeled through the barangay chairman, who can use it as a means for political clientelism. So everybody started declaring themselves to be poor. The poorer you are as a province or a municipality, the higher the budget you get for Poor Peace Program. So you have this kind of, well, Poor Peace is great in this and that. If you look at the data from BARM and ARMM then, there's been a sudden increase since the implementation of Poor Peace. We are moving away from the average and increasing over time. And the reason for that is it now pays to be poor. Now you look at, I highlight here 2 data. One is Lanao del Sur, who had a phenomenal decline in poverty incident. I'm partly to be blamed on 2018. We are the poorest province in the entire Philippines. So Governor Odyong won, and he said, call this guy. So I went to him, and we had a meeting, and said, we have to do something, because I'm embarrassed to be called the governor of the poorest province in the Philippines. So I said, we can do something about it, Governor. But I'm crossing my finger that I could do magic, but I know, said, well, what are we going to do? I said, let's call all the mayor and make a sort of a planning, development planning and everything. And let's call UNDP to help us out. So we did that, and everybody has a program, and lo and behold, 2021, the next FIES, Lanao del Sur is one of the least poor. And then suddenly, one of the right hand of the government said, did you do something to the enumerator? Did you pay them, or the PSA? And everyone was wanting to explain what happened. And I told them, and the governor asked me, what did you do? I said, I did nothing. I just do what you asked me to do to create all this plan. I said, okay. It turns out, when I analyzed the data, I asked then the Secretary of NEDA, Carl, and then he asked the Undersecretary MAPA, and then MAPA asked the person responsible for the PSA data, and then that person answered me. And he said, it has something to do with, let's be honest, I said to the governor, this is an aid-driven poverty reduction. What happened is in 2018, we are hit by Marawi siege. And this is an outpouring of donation aid to Marawi and to the rest of Lanao del Sur. So you have this huge, within the data line, PSA, the FIES, the Family Income Expenditure Survey, looking at donation and all that. So it's an aid-driven poverty reduction. And whether it's sustainable or not is totally another story. Now, in the case of Sulu, because they also have a phenomenal decline in poverty, the story is different. It has something to do with barter trade expansion. What does it mean? You can ask me because I don't want to be recorded in public. I was told not to say that in public, the meaning of expansion of barter trade. So, when you look at the farm economy, this is how I actually look. Why is it that the private sector is not developing? Because it's leaking out. When we did the socioeconomic COVID-19 impact assessment, and we do the CGC, I think Dr. Briones was the team leader, and you have 104 billion leaking out of the system. In terms of balance of trade, everything is going out. So what can we do about this? What can we do is, oops, what happened? Yay, sorry, okay. There. What the policymakers should do is to create economic zone, agro-industrial park, processing zone, so that money going into the regional economy can circulate. So that people, private sector can flourish. One time, Australian Aid at that time said, what kind of help do you really want? We've been spending tens of billions of pesos in BARM. And I told them, you can't show nothing for it. You really want to help us? I mean, do you really honestly want to help us, the Bangsamoro? And he said, yeah. Open your market to us. Provide us a preferential trade agreement that we could export sort of agricultural product like banana to Australia, and we'll be good. We don't need your aid. And we will be rich, and you can actually ask a company from Australia to invest in us, so you will be assured of quality, if you really want to help us. Now, it comes with this is my last slide, guys. I've been studying development in the Bangsamoro, and to a certain extent part of the Philippines. I don't know whether this is true with the rest of the Philippines or not. The current model of government that we have, where the elective local executive is tasked for development, is actually the very people who doesn't want development to happen. So we have a paradox, wherein the people who are supposed to do the development doesn't want it to happen. And the reason for that is once, let me give you a very specific example. If a mayor did not even finish high school, or the mayor won by vote buying and intimidation, he doesn't want the status quo to change. Because once the status quo to change, and everyone in his village or municipality become doctors, engineer, or rich, they will no longer be beholden, and they will no longer be malleable. So it is in his best interest as a local executive to keep the status quo and let the underdevelopment continue. With that, thank you very much, and that's my QR code if you want to ask me more about what I discussed. Thank you very much.
Am I continuing this? You have more.
I didn't exceed the 15.
Where's mine now? Okay, hold on.
Thank you, Steve. You gave me
Okay. Do we need practice? There you go. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the ANU Philippines Institute for this very wonderful 2 months of visiting fellowship together with my friend Lou. And of course, this presentation is heavily informed by economics. I am certainly not an economist, but as you might have noticed, there's a lot of them. So in case you have questions, you know where to look. Well, anyway, so okay. Let me begin with this quote. Where is he? There he is. This is a very important premise when we talk about central-local relations. And I think we need to listen to this guy. Because when a lot of local governments would assert that any devolved functions would have to have a corresponding finance, they're just thinking about finance. But actually the very emphasis there is that you can only give finance when there is an according division of responsibilities. Thus, kapuno, dokoy, not jokoy, when you are decentralizing, you have to determine the appropriate functions, powers, responsibilities first. Before then, you can accordingly determine finance. Please remember this premise. Then another economist, Asamani point, there you go. That without any institutional or structural improvements, nothing will ever result with increased finance. So this will in fact only result to a lower budget execution or budget utilization rates. That's by Magno Capistrano and Casas. And then of course, some professor, Hodgcroft, according to him, only him, contrary to much of the prevailing rhetoric, the promotion of local governance means much more than simply giving money. If there are 3 things you have to remember, these 3 slides. But I'll run through actually. You must be familiar with the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. This is informed on the Mandanas-Garcia petitions based on an assertion that local governments deserve a just share of the national taxes. And just share is not just based on internal revenues, but the old taxes, national taxes. And that includes the collections of the Bureau of Customs and other collecting agencies. So these are the petitions, and then yay, they got it. Right. So the Supreme Court ruled in 2018 and then finalized in 2019 that greater funds will be made available to local governments. And so that's an increment of about 264 billion as to be transferred to the local governments. That's about 20% of the budget. That's a lot of money. So they celebrated that, of course, because this is actually the corresponding distribution of the funds. And so it will no longer be called IRA, as we know it, but NTA, or the National Tax Allocation. And so there's the shifting of the tide of local autonomy, so victory for local autonomy. It's a preview of federalism, all these accolades about what it means, and obviously the local governments are very happy about it. But then there are serious implications to that. Guess what? Diminished fiscal resources available to national government. And you also know what that means, right? And so obviously the knee-jerk reaction of the central government is to, all right, there are fully devolved functions that are already outlined in the local government code. Why don't we give everything to the local government? And so Executive Order 138, it is a directive under the previous administration that all devolved functions and services will be fully and permanently transferred to the local governments. So this is Executive Order 138. Obviously, the premise to this is that now you have a lot of money, you can deliver it yourself. That's what you want to do, right? Local autonomy. So the bigger resources, bigger responsibilities. Spider-Man? Right. So these are, within a phase, a transition of 3 years, they're supposed to prepare both the concerned national government agencies as well as the local governments would have to prepare their DTPs, or the devolution transition plans, right? But this is basically what happened. And this is just as prepared by Manalo et al., Estrada and Baduy. Just look at the figures. That's why we need economists, right? So if you look at the figures, it can actually be more than what the local governments will receive. Remember that the local governments will receive about 264. If they transfer everything, it will involve about 456 billion of finance from the national government. And so what are the implications of that? So you know what are and there are also complications in terms of the unbundling. How do you actually unbundle services or programs and activities that are being delivered by the national government, transferred everything to the local governments? So with all these, we have to consider the national priority agenda and the uneven absorptive capacity of the local governments. So you know the response of the Union of the Local Authorities of the Philippines. Basically, the gist of this is that they don't want it. So then they say, okay, this means we have to review a lot, then we can maybe backcast it, then we can decide later on what is something that's... I'll just show this to you, but we can talk about this later because my chair is very strict. So this is what happened now. As of August, the president announced that they will be creating a new EO. And guess who's leading the team? The guy back there. So he will be signing a new policy that will now then accordingly, So these are the key arguments then. So I argue that because they did not listen to Kapuno, basically the drafting of our code was in fact the very design of our local government code started with the wrong premise. And that has been asserted already by Kapuno and other scholars that in fact there is a narrow interpretation of finance follows function principle. And also, when we argue just share, we only think about the sharing of the money, but we never think of the sharing of responsibilities. And so, the emphasis there is that these expanded local allocations, without adequately adjusting expenditure responsibilities or local autonomy enhancement, mainly increasing the share without thinking of the just share in responsibilities, is a narrow interpretation of the Mandanas ruling. And so without effective central steering, especially a central steering for the much needed recalibration of expenditure assignments vis-a-vis a comprehensive reassessment of local capacities and the national development strategy, then it will not respond to the long-standing assertions of all economists and political scientists of our country that there are inherent iniquities of the very design of our decentralization system that the Mandanas ruling is not responding to. So it cannot respond to deeper structural issues of iniquities, and it only perpetuates the pre-existing iniquities and fragmentation in the country's decentralized system. And so it's a flawed distribution formula. We need to redesign it. That is one of the big challenges that we have to look into. Redesign the expenditure assignments, then the revenue assignments that will follow after. And then the long-standing problems of era dependency, why we are cynical. I want to start with what Akram just said. They don't want, some people simply benefit from the underdevelopment of a certain locality. And that's very prevalent in our society. And so, in fact, an assured fiscal transfer is a disincentive to local performance and local resource mobilization. The more money you give them, the lesser they perform in terms of revenue generation. In fact, this is shown by World Bank. These are the data. Read the paper. I have a lot of sources. So this is basically 60%, right? Or even more for capital outlays, which is very low in terms of local resource mobilization. And so across all LGUs, there's only performance when they actually have, what is this? The local revenue generation they tend to also be more accountable to their constituency. Right, and so there are imbalances to low aggregate. The performance also, if there is performance, this is also concentrated among the high-performing LGUs. Those who have higher local resource mobilizations are the ones that actually perform. Okay, and then the overall quality of local governance has also generally remained low. Okay. And so this is another World Bank study that in terms of weak budget execution and low budget utilization. From 2015 to 2018, the budget utilization is only about 7 to 8%, and even lower in capital outlays. So imagine giving all this money, and the local governments are notorious in underspending. So how does that translate in terms of local service delivery? Okay, so they posited, in fact, that the lower the BOR, especially in capital outlay across countries, is associated with increased LGU budgets. So if we listen to these figures, then it's not a good idea to give local governments more money. So this is like, so given this lack of absorptive capacity, it's a bit of a bleak future. And this is probably a good data that's produced by the World Bank. Look at that, even the cities, which have the biggest infusion of funds, have the lowest BOR, especially in capital outlay. So then you know that there is something fundamentally wrong with our structure. And if you look at the function by sector, look at how much they spend for local development funds or for local disaster risk reduction management, which we have been, repeating. That is one of the most the biggest threats of our country. So if local funds are in fact being spent, okay, so this is also, of course, confirmed by Magno, Capistrano, and Casas, that there is a correlation, the size of capital outlay is negatively correlated with the BOR. So I will just and these are just a long-standing problem of LGU underspending across LGU types. But I'm a political scientist, so the politics of it is the more juicy one. It's not just even about budget, whether they use it, but it's how they use it. So it's how the funds are accordingly spent. So this is by Toby Munsod. Disbursements are far less important than how resources are used to increase efficiency and productive capacity. Entrenched elite control of the local government, high politicized structures, according to Hera, and then the local budget disbursements are a more mayor-centric, governor-centric procurement and disbursement of funds. We know this story, right? We have the expert here, and so many of us, all these books and so much more in terms of scholarship, that we don't take. It sounds nice, right? Local autonomy, decentralization, but understand the very local context, or the very political context that you are implementing it on. Strategies of devolution are especially problematic in settings with strong local bosses and should never be attempted without careful analysis of the pre-existing character of central-local ties, according to my boss. Yes, sir. And because of this highly asymmetric territorial impact of the pandemic, I just run through, sir, the pandemic, they're not good, right? So these are the imperatives why we need to revisit. The COVID-19 has given us a lesson for that. And then more lessons in terms of our risks because of the, transboundary implications of services. Pag nag-aaway sila, Tagalog. So if they fight each other, they can't. They can't. If these local governments can't agree to each other, then good luck, right? Because they have local sovereignties and local autonomies. So there is a serious rethinking now. And look at the way they spend. Okay, now I have to really run. This one. Right? This is the imperatives of DR in transboundaries. And in the context of AI too, there's the local governments are incapacitated to deal with this. And they have acknowledged that. Huko here is here. So they've conducted a study about, the lack of priorities and investments among local governments. And so basically the challenge of the central government now is to rethink about redesigning our local governments, our distribution, beyond revenue assignments. We need to reformulate what just share actually means, okay? And then we have to look at that in accordance to how it is anchored by an effective central steering, aligning national guidance with local capacities and needs. And so we need to re-examine how and what governance responsibilities are accordingly devolved. Then we can think about the money. Okay, sorry. And so, seriously, now that I'm almost done, okay. I sort of like draw this, in my head. This is what central steering, when we think of centralization, decentralization, it is never a dichotomy. We all know that. It was supposed to be a continuum. But then there is supposed to be a central steering. It is only when we can make central steering work that we can make decentralization effective. And so maybe we can rethink about this whole joined up government, whole of government, not the whole of nations, co-opted concept, okay? But it's basically this joined up mechanisms. We need to enhance the regional development centers and their role in coordinating, these processes, especially on issues of disaster management, urban development, like artificial intelligence, governance, these considerations. What is the role of regional governance in this process? Right. And so, of course, there's a job for the executive. But maybe it's also about time we need to think about legislative matters. It's not just unpacking it. How about overhauling it for once? The local government code is designed to be re-examined every 5 years. It's been what, over 3 decades? Maybe it's about time. Who's member of Congress here? And so with that, I'd like to end my presentation and because I have a very good last slide. And so, so this is a very context of why we need to be very cynical about local governments in the first place. For those who can't understand, well, for conversations later. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be the last presenter. So thank you very much for staying put. So today's presentation is actually a paper on rethinking Philippine-Australia relations, a socio-digital inequalities perspective. And we're zooming into the household of the migrant to really understand these digital practices, but also engagement with politics in a transnational and local context. So this paper is actually part of my ARC project, and it's titled Exploring the Digital Divide in the Aging Migrant's Personal Home. So I'm particularly looking at the case of older Filipino-Australians in Victoria, Australia, and their support networks in Victoria, Australia as well, and in the Philippines. And they're actually considered like the Filipino migrants, the 5th largest migrant community in Australia, with the number of 361,860 Philippine-born here alone. So when I say older, 65 years old, for clarification. So if you're 65, you're within that bracket. So I'm actually applying and really interrogating this notion of everyday digital media practices for migrants and their networks through a social digital inequalities perspective, because this project is zooming into rethinking the experiences of digital inclusion and exclusion among older migrants, but also their support networks here and also in the Philippines. And in that way, I'm actually interrogating the Philippines, of course, as a homeland, but also looking at these everyday digital practices through news consumption. And when I say social digital inequalities perspective, we are not only looking at the social dimensions of everyday practices, but also the digital, they're all conflating. And how's that producing everyday kind of like experiences of being in the digital world. And when we start thinking about everyday digital practices, we are not only looking at the connections, but also the disconnections happening, either forced or kind of like, they're happy to just disconnect in different spaces. So in terms of the method, I actually applied a multi-sited ethnography, but also visual ethnography for my project. So I did semi-structured in-depth interviews among my participants, and also asked the participants to provide contents from their devices and how they're consuming and what does it mean for these contents stored, obviously, in a lot of devices. And I was also using photo documentation and also recorded house tours wherein I move into the house of the participants, capturing smart television, mobile devices, and all of this infrastructure is facilitating the use of connectivity. But it's also interesting because I was also asking them to reenact. Can you switch on your smart television? Can you show me what the YouTube videos that you're using? So there's an element of affective dimension, and that's also capturing why people disconnect and also connect through those spaces. So I did my field work in November 2023 up to now with older Filipino Australians in Victoria, Australia, in Melbourne, and also regional areas in Warrnambool, Ballarat, and Geelong. And up to now, I'm still working on this project and an ongoing project. But also for the support networks, they're covered through that particular fieldwork. But I also did my fieldwork in the Philippines from July to September 2024. And I'm happy I survived the fieldwork. And I'm here because of the typhoon, the flooding, the extreme heat, everything. So anyways, woo! So I actually went to Luzon, from NCR, Laguna, Pampanga, Cavite, but also Visayas and Tacloban, Samar, and Mindanao, and Iligan. I wasn't actually allowed by my university through travel advisory to go to meet Iligan, so I did a video call, video call, wherein my participant was moving the phone and giving me a house tour, showing me the surveillance camera, the smart television, and stuff like that. So all in all, I interviewed 33 older Filipino Australians, 32 support networks, and also 31 support networks in the Philippines. Quite a lot. And I visited, I feel like I'm like doing a door-to-door project. Tita, tito, ganon. So, and you kind of like 79 houses visited across the Philippines, but also in Australia. So, when we start thinking about connection, we can actually look at it for a perspective of a place, right? But place is evolving, and it's kind of like uneven as well and highly mediated now in network. And hence, we kind of like look Australia, the migrants in here, and their everyday lives would be shaped by this understanding of the Australian Digital Inclusion Index, measured through access, affordability, and digital ability. For Australians, it's relatively inclusive, but also exclusive, creating exclusion when it comes to older people and also for indigenous peoples. So there is infrastructure in Australia that facilitate the connection of here and there. But it's a different story when you're in the Philippines because, my God, the internet is so fast, no, slow. Okay? So it's super slow. So, and then we kind of like look at, for example, the Philippines. We have 86.98 million internet users in the first quarter of 2024. And then you have these users of Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. So those are the platforms being used, but at the same time, we need to focus that there's a kind of like issues of internet, non-users of internet in the Philippines. And we need to pay attention to that. And it's not necessarily you have a smartphone in the Philippines, you're connected. Because connection, you have to look at the outcomes, the affective dimension, and what could be kind of like the processes to actually go through, be able to connect in that particular space. And in the Philippines now, we have a lot of service providers. We have Globe, Converge, Dito, expanding. But we also have continues with sachet or tingi culture. So for example, for 10 pesos, you can do a few minutes on TikTok or all of these practices. I actually realized with my participants back in the Philippines, 30 participants, all, not all, but majority on prepaid. Those who are actually in postpaid, they're being paid by their employer. But in Australia, my participants all in postpaid. And that's telling a story in how connection could be happening. So I'm actually zooming into news consumption and really thinking about this diasporic experiences of belonging, connection, but also disconnection. And for me, I find that news consumption now and connecting to the homeland is very multi-layered and also complex, highly mediated by multiple digital devices and online channels and platformization of news. So this means that there's so many options that you can actually look at to follow a particular narrative of the news back in the Philippines and also in Australia. Importantly, with the shutdown of ABS-CBN in 2020, that led to migrants canceling their TFC or the Filipino channel in Australia and mostly now looking for news on YouTube and TikTok. And that's telling because if you're actually not interested to look for news, you won't go online. And that's very evident with some of my participants. But for those who are actually invested in news consumption, they go to YouTube and TikTok. But again, there's another layer who is a politician you're actually supporting. And now I was telling yesterday, the way we interpret fake news is actually very subjective now. For example, if I'm a supporter of Marcos and you're telling me that he did something wrong, I can tell you that's fake. I won't cover the fake news aspect here, but we can talk about it shortly. And also importantly, you can see, for example, here YouTubers, this is Enzo Recto, and that's also, for example, Christian Esguerra being followed by some of my participants watching all of these vloggers. In the Philippines, the collapse of ABS-CBN, they're able to still access GMA and also other online channels. But they were showing me, Irvin, it's not nice when you have a TV box. I was like, what's a TV box? Ano po yung TV box? So what's a TV box? So she's like, oh, we pay 800 and we can access a bit of Korean drama for women. They love it. You know, and then news. They're basically telling me, like, women, I don't want news. I want Korean drama. I want the drama. But it's the Senate hearing is a drama, right? So the kind of like tension in that space. So there's a kind of like gender dimension as well later, which I'll be showing. So these are some of the quotes for my participants. For example, one of my participants in Victoria, Australia, she was saying, oh, we already don't have the TFC. So she's part of a group chat, and there's one person there, politically active, following news in the Philippines, and they rely on the information that he's sharing in that group chat. So the group chat is becoming more of a space of political engagement. But again, it's who am I affiliated with? Who am I trusting, believing in this particular space? But at the same time, in the Philippines, I interviewed one of the participants. She was saying, I don't like the media in the Philippines because they don't show all of this information. She's saying, she's pro-Marcos. She was like, I'm following Maharlika, I'm following attorney, Harry Roque and Trixie and stuff like that. So again, this is a news consumption that's kind of like DIY, a do-it-yourself and being tailored to what you're actually interested in. And with the diverse consumption of this news information, it's now basically based on interests, priorities, and networks. For example, the selective consumption for most of the migrants, they don't want to engage with politics, but they prefer to track the impacts of the crisis and calamities back home. And you'll be wondering why. Because they send remittances to ensure that they're actually safe there, and that's also helping them to be kind of like assured that their family members are okay back home. Like for example, like this one, I still want to know what's going on, according to my participant in Victoria. But they also consume contents when their family members are still in the Philippines. But interestingly, they support, obviously, like a certain politician. And the group chat is interesting because it's a space for chaos. Like, for example, this visual, this is Tita's YouTube consumption. She's like, I believe in Marcos, because Marcos, yay. Then I went to the Philippines, I interviewed the nephew. The nephew received the content that she's sharing, and then the nephew told me, yang si Tia, the Tita, my God, she keeps on sharing all of this content. He was saying, Tita, fake news yan. And the Tita was saying, no, it's not fake news. And then the Tita said, do you want me to stop sending money to you? Then they stopped the conversation. So you can see the agency happening in that particular space. Pati ako nadamay pa sa mga chismisa na yan. Anyways. So it's also effective when we start thinking about news 5 minutes ago. So, effective. So effective is more of like my participants in Australia, they're saying, these are old people, they're actually displaced. They moved out of the Philippines 70s, 80s, martial law, and they felt they were actually economically displaced. So for them, it's an economic journey, and they're tracking what's happening in the Philippines for some. And for them, they don't want to engage with news anymore because it's nakakasawa. Paulit-ulit. It's becoming repetitive. Like this one, sawa na ako, 10 years dyan, puro problema. So it's repetitive. And also, for example, for those, as I mentioned earlier, if their family members still there, they'll engage with news. For example, they not engage if they don't have family members. Wala akong immediate family member that will be affected by what's happening back home. And the more interesting part is this quote, because I interviewed Tita in Victoria. She was telling me, I feel like we're becoming a province of China. So she's really angry. She's frustrated. So the participant back in the Philippines I also interviewed, she was telling me, I would be sending report to Tita about, the China invasion. And then she said, at some point, parang si Tita na high blood ata. And so there was an increase of the blood pressure. So she stopped sending the content because of the health and well-being of the older migrant. So it's a form of negotiation now, but also tailoring content based on your interests, on your kind of like alignment. Also particularly shaping news consumption, smart television. Across 79 houses I visited, everyone has a smart television. And that's shaping the way news will be accessed, because by default, when I ask the participant, can you open your smart television and how do you consume it? YouTube, Netflix, Korean drama for the participants. So it's by default, the media infrastructure is shaping the way how we can engage. So you need to be invested really to be engaged politically to actually access, because we're basically drowning with so many information, so many data, but at the same time, if you approach this through a temporal lens, we don't have time to actually process everything. And that's a dimension later which I'll show about the women not learning to use technology because of the constraint in the household. So 56% in Australia, they have smart television. And in the Philippines, boosted during the pandemic, a lot of people buying smart television. And there are also, take note, Chinese brands in the Philippines. Because I went to slum areas, they were telling me, Irvin, we have a smart TV, but this one's hulugan. So they're paying for like 4 gigs or something like that. But they have a smart television now. But it's also interesting, for example, with this one, they're using smart streaming services. We're in YouTube and then Netflix and Disney. Disney, it's interesting because if, for example, the woman in the house will be wanting to watch the news, she'll be saying, no, it's either my husband who controls the television or my grandchildren. If the grandchildren is there, you won't be able to really access the smart television. So they go to YouTube or any platforms, but they also stop because of the household duties. And infrastructural. So we tend to overlook the infrastructure with connectivity. It plays a part because I visited provinces, I visited different areas. The basic internet connection is not there. I even went to Giwan. This one's in Giwan. We went to the mountain just to access the internet. They don't have a television at home. They don't have an internet in their house. They actually need to go up to put 1 peso for 9 minutes of internet access. And when I tell them, how do you consume news? It depends if I have a data, if I have the prepaid and stuff like that. But also this person living, 1 minute? Okay.
17 seconds to 1 minute.
Okay. So the last, this video is visual is actually a participant who doesn't have a Wi-Fi at home, on prepaid, but again with prepaid cut. So he was telling me, I want to watch the videos about Marcos, but I couldn't because after a few minutes, gone. My data is gone. Prepaid is gone. I even actually was communicating to him through prepaid. And I was like, oh my God, Tito's ghosted me. I traveled all the way from Manila to Pampanga. And then, oh my God, when I arrived, sorry, Irvin, because no prepaid. Tito, thank you. And then we started the interview. So anyway, so it's an infrastructural, but also an aspect of the digital literacy shaped by the gender dimension. And this is what I'm talking about. Women would not be trying to kind of like learn technology and stuff like that. Because they were telling me, I'm busy, Irvin, with my husband who I need to feed, the children, the grandchildren. They would be using the internet few hours before sleeping, and sometimes the daughter will be policing them, oh ma, it's time to sleep, 2 a.m., you're still up and awake. So that kind of policing, that's powerful when we start thinking about this dimension of news consumption, but also literacy. For example, this one, the wife was reliant on the husband. When the husband died, she doesn't know how to operate the smart television. So she couldn't watch news anymore. So she'll just go to YouTube and stuff like that. This one, she's saying, oh, my husband, nakababad, watching in the PC. So I rely the news from him. And also this one, I don't have the guy in the house, my nephew, to actually assist me. So I couldn't connect. And that's telling when we're kind of like looking at it, this connection. And also this one for last set of data. The effective dimension of the geopolitical engagement with, for example, China and the Philippines on West Philippine Sea and the scamming with the direct impact on Filipinos. I tell you now, the understanding of fake news in the Philippines in my participants, automatically when I ask, what do you think of fake news? Celebrity. Someone died. And then they Googled. These are people who are not invested in terms of the politics, but those who are invested, they really go and make their way to actually engage in that news. But also, for example, the tension of this participant in Australia. She was telling me, I'm actually pro-Duterte. The crime and chaos reduced in the Philippines. But I also appreciate Marcos because he's helping in the economy. But I prefer Duterte. And then you have all of this also kind of like contesting, for example, this one. Talking about the West Philippine Sea. He's in the Philippines. He was telling me, no, I don't want kind of like, we're quite helpless as a country because we're all bunganga. We'll just use our mouth when there's a war or something. And this one saying Duterte is walang kakwenta-kwenta because of Alice Guo at that time. It's so fascinating because when I arrived in the house, we're talking about politics and the television was having a hearing of Alice Guo being able to escape and stuff like that. And he's so frustrated about that kind of condition. So what does it tell us about this narrative of the diasporic homeland belonging, connectedness, and stuff like that? We are in a digital era wherein it seems, it's very clear, it's kind of like becoming a do-it-yourself news consumption. And if you're invested in consuming that news, then you actually go your way and process that. But that engagement will be shaped by your trust on that particular narrative, the networks that you have, the priorities and affinities, but also the affective dimension. If you feel good or bad, if you're thinking about your health and well-being, but also the access that's not only infrastructural, but also social. And that's where we need to pay about the gender dimension, the social, the composition in the household, providing that invisible wall who can actually access those particular spaces, but also look at it through a transnational perspective. And more importantly, the kind of like looking at disconnection, but being forced to disconnect in such spaces. And I think that's important. Now we start looking at, okay, what does the diasporic living mean? Like, what does it mean to be a Filipino? What does it mean to actually navigate these multiple worlds? And how do we actually engage with politics when we have so much information, so much technologies, but we don't actually have the time? And there are barriers constraining that engagement. And that ends today's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening. Okay, can I invite everybody up here? And as I said, I'm not going to start with my own comments. Okay, I'll let the questions go, and if there's some time at the end, I can make some comments. But you've all been sitting here for two days, and you haven't had enough time to express yourself. So, yeah, Christine. Yeah, Christina. Yeah. I mean, you guys really smart.
I have a question on the Mandanas ruling. So, I mean, I understand finance follows function, right? Of course, function was actually, I'm glad that you brought up the local government code, because the function was actually stated in the functions of the local governments were stated in the local government code, which was passed in 1997, I think. 1991, right. And of course, because they didn't have finances to devolve in the local governments, the central government, in fact, took on those responsibilities. Now, under the Mandanas ruling, which was in 2018, right? Now the finance follows. And so, in fact, technically, finance did follow function, except more than 20 years later, right? So, I mean, I don't think we should be blaming the Mandanas ruling, in fact. I mean, it should have come earlier, yeah? I mean, so wouldn't that actually, I mean, now that it's here, maybe we could see that as a good thing, in that we can now rethink the functions that can now be actually devolved, which originally should have been devolved anyway?
Tough question, but I was like really thinking about it. There is a reason why we need to redesign the code and the functions, precisely because conditions change. Our needs now change. There's urbanization, there's climate change, there's more disasters, and these are the very fundamentals of defining expenditure assignments, which might have been designed on a very different time 3 decades ago. So to say that the Mandanas-Garcia ruling might be the finance that follows the functions decided 30 years ago, maybe then it needs to be rethought once more. That might take.
I realized I had the wrong tactic. I should take a number of questions. So, okay. So I'll take 3 here. Vanessa, is there somebody online? Oh, there is. Okay. So we'll let Vanessa get the online question.
Okay. So one person asks, what would you consider the low-hanging fruits in terms of policy recommendations to help LGUs improve service delivery, capital outlay, and fiscal management? And they're following up with, are there immediate steps or models being suggested to address issues like administrative capacity and effective resource allocation?
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Hello. Thank you for this Pakna panel. And so I think my question is that, you've touched upon a lot of like wicked problems, from literacy to misinformation to, catastrophes. How do we encourage multi-sited, multi-scalar, and multinational perspectives in addressing these problems, in a sense that, what works for one area might actually not be good for another area, or, to understand that it requires multi-sided solutions, and what prevents those solutions from happening? I think some of you already touched on that. Thank you.
Wow, that's cool. That's good. You could do that too. Yeah, so go ahead. No.
First, I'd like to really congratulate all four of you for having the interesting and also animated presentations, right, which kept us awake. So my question is for Justine. For someone who's also doing a research on the possibilities of post-development degrowth in the Philippines, can you give a concrete, and I really agree with your final words, can you give a concrete example on how we can repoliticize, pluralize, and mobilize in the context of a changing climate, and in a global South country setting?
Okay, so we'll let them take these down.
Let's begin with them, maybe. Others, just go like that. No, they begin. Just go on.
Yeah, I think I'll answer the question on the multi-scalar approach when it comes to, for example, understanding digital inclusion and exclusion. So the very statement is actually, you can't just have, one size fits all approach to actually understanding, let's address the digital divide in Australia and the Philippines, because it's very different. Like in Australia, you have the infrastructure, people can actually get access, and also the networks, but also the infrastructures that allow people to move into spaces. Not only physically, but also digitally. But in the Philippines, it's actually very kind of like interesting in terms of like the access, the literacy, but also the networks. But I also noticed that economic factor that's kind of like shaping the way people engage and disengage. And I feel like, for example, my participants in the Philippines, they're navigating this connective infrastructural collapse through they're adapting to it, but I don't want to center that, okay, we're actually adapting, they're resilient, they're able. Just to give an example, I went to condominiums. People in condominiums have two service providers in the Philippines. One is actually PLDT, one is actually Convergence. So for mostly working from home, if PLDT doesn't work, they have Converge. And if you go to squatters area, for example, some areas or like that, they struggle with the internet connection because they don't have the money to purchase that. And often their devices, mobile devices, are actually Chinese brands like Huawei, Realme, and it doesn't last. And they even showed me how they download the app for a particular phone, Chinese. They have to do lots of back channeling. Unlike us, automatic, you have the Google App Store and stuff like that. So it's very different, but at the same time, that's why I'm doing this transnational research, for Australia to see that people here do not only connect here, they're actually connecting back home and elsewhere, and that's shaping the way they use technology. Just imagine splitting of your pension. I interviewed mostly older people, right? They're on a pension, but they have to cut the pension and send money back home to cover the expenses not only of their children, but also the grandchildren. Can you imagine that? And that, for me, it's not only digital, that's social. That's why we kind of like need to center that it's not only, there's always like a saying, there's an app for everything. No. That's why I'm pushing back to the government, because the government... Is this recorded? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe I should address the Mandanas, the devolution. Insofar as in my part of the country, there's actually a problem with the absorptive capacity. In certain instances, there are areas where small-scale industry or people sprang out to serve local executive to comply with certain provision or regulation from the DILG. And right now, for example, the Bangsamoro government, they haven't really consumed the 2022 budget. So you have 2022, 2023, 2024 block grant still operating in 2024. So yeah, it's really good to pour money into this local government unit in regional government, but then again, their absorptive capacity is so weak, they cannot make the most out of it.
Thank you. I'd like to... sorry, do you want to go?
Or maybe just to add, just so the flow. Yeah, I think this on the question of how we can actually improve the competence, right? The capacity of local governments. That's from the online question. Like, especially in the capital outlay capacity of local governments, you know, there is so much that capacity building that can still be availed of by local governments, and that is still to be provided by, you know, like the national government. Like, whether we like it or not, much as we are also very cynical about the structures of our central agencies, there is still a more working administrative bureaucratic machinery at the central level compared to the local level. So there is much more in terms of capacitation that can be done, and that is where the RDC should come in, especially in harmonizing the planning. And in fact, right now, we can take advantage of the devolution transition plans that have been prepared by the local governments, where they have identified their needs and their priorities, and how they can be also harmonized and synchronized with the national development priorities. And also, I think it's very important to highlight that in as much as there are already advances made with the Government Procurement Act, there are still a lot of rebidding that is still happening and delays in procurement. And so I think that is one advance where we can also invest in. Thank you very much.
Jed, I'd like to address your question. Thank you so much. I think that, so his question is about what are concrete examples of how we can do this. And I think that question is really, it really shows the kind of, you know, it's so hard to imagine what adaptation could look like aside from seawalls and relocation. And it's really, you know, I've read this book that says the climate crisis is an imagination crisis. And so I think that, you know, I'm not saying that we should not do seawalls and all that. But I think that we can turn to our neighbors for inspiration. For instance, some of our friends from Fiji used, you know, playing games like throwing mangroves into the river, you know, as a way of planting mangroves, nature-based solution, but also, you know, playing games, you know, with the kids. Our friends in Bangladesh have used floating gardens, which is an indigenous way of kind of, you know, cultivating in agriculture, but that it also adapts naturally to the environment with floods and, you know, swells. And we can also look to the Philippines. You know, in the small area, small island of Tambaliza that I did some field work a couple of years ago, I've seen how the communities try to combine indigenous knowledge but also scientific knowledge, you know, to kind of predict what's going to happen in terms of the weather. And, you know, how reciprocity can be used as a form of adaptation too. So, you know, there's really a lot of possibilities. In fact, I'm going to Tacloban again next month to work with, and I told them, please don't invite the DPWH because they're also kind of really bent on seawalls. So I told them, you know, we have to reimagine how, you know, what other forms of adaptation is there.
So yeah, now, yeah. And
thank you,
okay.
Ervin.
Yeah.
The issue of connectivity of diasporic seniors, a sense of home, sense of belonging. I attended a very big Filipino migrant community event where all the tables, each table was asked, what is the thing that concerns you most as a migrant, especially seniors? And what was true in all the tables was loneliness. Everyone was talking about loneliness. And so when you talk about digital connectivity, I actually want to go sideways because, as you say, the social reality of connectivity and also the psychology of connectivity. Who do we and what do we want to connect with? Because I notice, and speaking from experience, Filipino Australians connect, when they talk about connectivity, it's just within the Filipino community and the other community back home. There is little engagement of the local community. So it gets very lonely. So I think there has to be some study about this idea of connectivity, connecting to home. You've lived here for 40 years, and you still think of home as your small Filipino community of people about your age and the home back home. That's very problematic. You will definitely be lonely if you don't even know your neighbors.
Well, we'll take a couple questions.
Sino? Oh, sige, ako muna. Alis na kami bukas eh. So, I was supposed to ask Winay question, but I realized that we're neighbors back in Cebu, so I won't ask her question. But I'll ask this question to Akram. I'll just go directly to the point. You mentioned about the role of regional governments and in development. And the recent legal development is the case of the province of Sulu versus Comelec ba yun? Or Senate, where it was declared that Sulu is not part of BARM. So would that facilitate or hinder development in that particular province, or the other way around?
Oh, no. I'm getting more questions. But I'm glad you asked that, because I told Akram not to say it during his presentation because somebody will ask. So it doesn't count against his 15 minutes. Okay, over there on the right, yeah.
Hi, I'm Ruchi. I'm a PhD student from Murdoch University. So I'm studying the history of floods in Iloilo City. So my question is perhaps for Justin. So we've seen because when I look at the history of Iloilo, it's always that the local government would say that they don't have enough money for all this flood mitigation ever since the 1920s. So, but also when you look at how flood incidents become disasters, you'd see the role of, say, large businesses and that operate not just in the city but in the surrounding areas. So isn't it time that beyond resilience we also demand, you could say, accountability from these companies, from these entities to finance actually the flood mitigation projects?
Okay, finally we get to it.
Thank you all for the fascinating presentations. I'm Queenie from Griffith University and Mindanao State University, Iligan. My question is to Prof. Akram. Sir, in your last slide, which I loved, you mentioned the key role of politicians in slowing down, if not totally stopping, the private sector growth in BARM. And there's currently a debate on whether BARM should push through with the 2025 elections. Some are saying it's not ready yet. So my question is, how might the 2025 elections in Bangsamoro affect the private sector growth and the fragile economic conditions in the region? And will the election or having an elected government stimulate economic growth for BARM, or will it perhaps worsen, exacerbate the existing peace and security challenges? Thank you.
See, I told you they would ask those questions.
Yeah, she judge.
Thank you.
I'm memorizing the question.
This follows from the last two questions to Akram. Just to round it out, before you answer. That point by Queenie, yes, of the negative role of local governments, referring probably to provinces, municipalities, cities, barangays, about wanting to keep the status quo rather than develop. Okay. How about in the case of the regional government, the BARM regional government? What is its take, or what is it doing or not doing in that regard? Are they also acting like the LGUs? And then in relation to the 2025 elections, and still related to that overall role of the BARM regional government, what would happen if it were not the MILF leadership anymore that comes out of that 25 elections? Because if the MILF leadership still comes out, then maybe there will be a continuity of the current direction of the BARM. That happened also because of the peace process between the GRP and MILF. So maybe just your view also whether that peace process has taken the right direction with its product, the BARM, and if not, what should be done?
Yeah. Will I answer? Yeah. Okay. I gotta address first the first question. No? You have to look at it from the context of the lens of Bangsamoro. No? Why we have the Bangsamoro government BARM and why the government is doing a lot for this region. When Manila is just a fishing village and Cebu is another fishing village, Davao is not even in existence. The Bangsamoro, the Sultanate, the Sulu area, is actually independent state with certain diplomatic tie with the Ming Dynasty. We are the center of civilization prior to the establishment of the Philippine state. So we have that historical context that we predates, and now we are the most underdeveloped, economically backward, and with the BARM as a means to rectify the Bangsamoro region being lagging, and now you have Sulu removed, it's gonna be a bad news because Sulu is one of the forefront in the revolutionary movement for succession, and now they are not taking part of the government sort of development agenda for BARM. So you have, for example, you have 7,000 plus public employee from the Bangsamoro who no longer be part of BARM. They'll not no longer be paid. But good thing, the Department of Budget and Management, the secretary who happens to be a Moro, said the BARM government can keep paying for this public official from the Bangsamoro regional government. So that's it. It's really a bad news for the people of Sulu. Now, the question about what is the view of the regional government in terms of this, the thing is like this. If election is a game, and it's like a chess, game theory kind of thing, there's a dominant strategy. If you use that strategy, you always win in an election. And that strategy is based on vote buying, political clientelism, intimidation, even to the extent of assassinating your rival. That's the winning strategy in this region. And that winning strategy works in an environment where there is low human development outcome. So you have HDI, less educated, voters are dependent on, like the last slide, they wake up from the grave and want to vote, kind of thing. You don't want that change because if that change, the dominant strategy no longer works. So it is your best interest to keep the status quo. However, this is a question also of the problem with the roving bandit and the stationary bandit. To a certain extent, okay, because for a politician, the overriding objective, the most important thing, is to remain in power. All other consideration is second. So if you are assured, for instance, that you have established political hegemony in a certain local government unit, then you realize that increasing the size of the pie will benefit you. And we have seen this in certain area within neighboring Bangsamoro region. I'm not going to mention the province, but they realized that, hey, we always win. We don't need to use this dominant strategy of vote buying intimidation, because if we increase the economic pie, we still be in power. We start implementing reforms. In the case of the Bangsamoro government, they are squeezed between using a more development approach at the risk of probably losing in an election. So they are squeezed. Do we come in as a reformer and show that we are an alternative to the traditional politician and political dynasty? This is from the BARM government of the day. Or do we partner with the local traditional politician because we are novice in terms of this is the first time we'll be engaging in election. We don't know. It's like someone who is an amateur playing with an NBA player. We might lose. So it is in our best interest to probably partner with traditional politicians who know how to play this game. And this is exactly what's happening right now. But from looking at it from the perspective of the national government, I think the policy of the Marcos administration is very clear. They're gonna shove everyone under the bus just to keep the MILF in power as government of the day. And we've seen this from the way they are using their military spending. They're no longer spending anything anymore on arms for insurgency or local fighting. Most of the funding is for external defense already. And from that, we could see that as long as we keep the peace, because this local politician, they have their own fiefdom, but the regional government can be kept with the MILF, so they will not cause trouble, because we don't want to bother after Marawi siege and the Mamasapano incidents. We don't want to get bothered with local insurgency or fighting anymore. We cannot afford this. Because if you look at the history, Philippines has one of the strongest military prior to the successionist movement. In fact, that's the reason why Marcos wants to invade Sabah. And all these decades, we become the weakest because of the insurgencies. Sorry, it's a quite long answer. We can discuss it more.
Can I quickly answer your question on the role of the large businesses? Okay, so I think it's important to acknowledge that climate change is not only a problem of environment or climate, it's a problem of colonialism, of capitalism, of anthropocentrism. I think when we look at the bottom of climate change, look at the essence of it, it's really us humans separating ourselves from nature. And when we separate ourselves, we tend to exploit it. We cut down trees, we build these shopping centers, we build these condominiums. And that's where we are at our problem. Now, currently, there's really a big push to promote the private sector, to include the private sector in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptations. For example, you see SM, shopping malls, having this rainwater harvesting facilities, building drainage facilities and all that. The use of terms like blue bonds, green bonds, carbon credits. I think that we have to be extra careful on that because it really provides imperatives for market-based solutions to climate change adaptation. And, it builds more imperative to build more shopping centers and shopping malls, right, in the future. Because, they can trap the water and all that. But actually, they're the ones who trap heat and, all of this flooding. So in conclusion, I think that now that adaptation is being folded into development, I think we have to be extra careful. Thank you.
Okay, I'll quickly answer about the loneliness. So, because I didn't cover that in this presentation, but loneliness is one of the major themes of the findings of my study. And interestingly, we kind of need to think about loneliness thinking beyond the digital. So I visited houses of older migrants. They live alone, and they're very happy whenever they see me because I eat with them. We have a chat, we have a cup of tea. They'll ask me, oh, hindi ka ba conscious sa figure mo? Mga ganun yung mga banat. So they're asking about my figure. I was like, what, tita? So they're telling me they're actually lonely because loneliness is actually emerging from the changing family composition. So in Australia, they told me once my children 18, they just live elsewhere, and sometimes they don't visit me, and they always tell me they're busy, they don't have the time. I actually felt bad because I was also thinking about my own parent or something. But they're telling me we're busy, they're busy, they don't have time. So they're using digital to actually find a space to connect to others. But I would argue that not everyone can actually be literate to use it. For example, I had participants, they live alone. They don't have someone to actually teach them to use Facebook. One participant approached me, Irvin, I want to connect to my friends, but I don't know, my iPad doesn't work. Then I switch it on. So I'm becoming like a tech person to connect them. But at the same time, they're coping with being alone through gardening, through performances at home, and they showed me all of these activities because they find that they're actually isolated, lonely, and some of my participants will be, the wife or the husband of my, children or something, they don't want us to visit anytime. Unlike in Filipino culture, you can just rock up and, I had the participant, she was late for 10 minutes. The wife said, no, the children can't see your mom because the sleep pattern will be disrupted. So she was crying to me like when she was telling that narrative because no, you can't go inside our house because you're late 10 minutes. So these are kind of like issues not beyond the digital. But at the same time, because I interviewed older people in the Philippines, it's a different story. Because in the Philippines, you say, oh, it's okay, you'll be happy, you have your family members at home. No. Because my participants back home was telling me how I wish my daughter didn't have this child. I couldn't go out of the house. I'm stuck at home. And then my other participant told me, how I wish my grandchildren already overseas. I couldn't leave. And one even told me, oh, look, she's pregnant again. So the kind of like, but these are, when we start thinking about loneliness, it's not about, because now it's a digital by default, right? The solution is digital by, no, we need to really think about alternative channels on how do we address, because for example, I work with Filipino migrant communities. They have, for example, dances, cultural events, and these are spaces facilitating this connection, not all facing on, YouTube. Because they were telling me, okay, we had the technology during the pandemic. That's great, but we couldn't actually connect, in that space. So we need to think of alternative spaces, not by digital, but this social discussion. And when we start thinking about loneliness, it's not just about assuming that when you're with someone in the house, you're happy and you're okay with that. And there's also that element of the gender and all of this kind of like factors shaping. And we need to understand. And they're also grieving. I will use grieving, because they're old. And they're like, I couldn't go back to the Philippines, Irvin. I couldn't go. But I also feel like the Philippines is like stepping like backwards. It's like becoming worse. So they're also grieving for that vision of the past when they left in a way and seeing them now. That's why some of my participants, they would be watching YouTube videos just to see like streets in Pampanga. Because they feel like, oh, I haven't been there for, 20 years and I'm seeing this street and stuff like that. So those things.
Let me just check if there's any question from online first. No, okay. So at the back, I'm being told. Yes.
I would like to ask Dr. Latif. Yeah, because you were talking about the private sector. Yeah. And then you're asking, why there's an absent private sector in BARM. I attended I think it's the Gawad, anyway, it's a group headed by Eddie Dorotan.
Kalinga.
Yeah, Galing Pook. And then they presented, he asked us to come. And then there were lots of BARM LGUs, municipal, city, government, and they were presenting their products and they were presenting business investments, opportunities. And then Sulu was still part of BARM. Whoever that was, presented an ASG-free Sulu. But the discussions that came up, number one, there's the perception, fairly or unfairly, that it's high risk for private investors. Why invest in a place like BARM with a long history of instability and conflict? And then number two, the business transaction costs is a big question mark. Information costs and a lot of other costs. So what are your plans to incentivize the private sector to invest in BARM?
I'll let him take one more question. Sir? Yeah.
A very quick empirical question. The Australian government's SBS services, Irvin, for Filipino radio and TV, what's the take-up rate amongst Filipino Australians? Secondly, Weena, for those of us who are not familiar with the governmental structures intimately in Philippines, I have to think from the Australian perspective, but Australian federalism is the main game in town is between the federal government and the state governments. The local government means really local. How big or how local is local government in the Philippines? What are we talking about here? And because that does affect the argument about function and
yeah, that's a good point.
Finance.
Okay. No, I'm cutting you off. You know, in service of getting out of here at a reasonable hour, and we still have open and closing remarks. So we enough quick.
Maybe with people, we have a 3-tier local governance system. So it starts with the provinces, and then the cities, municipalities, and then of course the barangays. So there's like 83 provinces now, and then of course under them there are municipalities of 1,400, and then like cities, and there are also highly urbanized cities. It's actually a very quite fragmented system because of their like direct supervision.
My specific question is, you kept using the word local government.
Yeah.
So straight from the national government to the local government.
Yes. There are 3 levels.
Barangays, or are you talking about the
Yeah. All of them across tiers. So there are 3 tiers. Okay. Yes. Why don't you?
Yeah. This is what I get for writing books. No, it's a generic term, and every level of government, the village or barangay, the municipality, and cities, the provinces, they have guaranteed income. So they have a considerable amount of autonomy, and the clan-based local political system gives them a considerable amount of clout. So yeah, there's a lot between the national government and the local governments in various sorts, but there's also lots between the local governments, et cetera, et cetera. So it's what is it? We have 250,000 positions that get elected in a general election. We have 80,000 barangays, 1,500 municipalities, each one of which is actually fairly powerful under the local government code. So.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll just very brief now. Actually, that's a very good question, and we have to look totally. First and foremost, when you say BARM, there's also attached to it being conflict, unsafe. You have all embassy. One time we have the project with Australian aid, and it's also supposed to be Bangsamoro. And because of the red flag from the embassy, we cannot work there. I used to work as consultant. So there's need to be a structural change. We have comprehensive agreement already on peace. And that red flag from a lot of agency, international and national, should be removed. That's the first thing, that we are already safe. Second is, when you talk about how do you approach aid, there was a good book by Silito Habito entitled Braving It and Making It, looking at certain company that invest in BARM and still made money. The next thing is how we totally look at aid and dispensing aid. During the Marawi siege, there was 1.5 billion Marawi Response Project. I was part of the team that crafted the supposed intervention. I told the U.S. Embassy, 1.5 billion is a lot of money. And we're gonna use this to help the IDPs and all these people. Can we just experiment for a while? And instead of providing aid, because when you look at aid, there's one way of measuring aid, and one way of measuring that is for every $1 received by the actual recipient, how much is spent. And it turns out that for MRP, the average of every $1, $3 is spent for that. So I said, why don't we just use the 1.5 billion as a guarantee for private sector to invest, and if they lose money, they can tap that amount. Just imagine for a moment that you have 1.5 billion and you invest a company, capitalization of 1.5 billion, and you establish a company in Marawi City, that would be hiring a lot of people, IDPs probably, weaving or whatever, processing zone. It's the same thing. If you lose your money, at least this company established there. But now, 1.5 billion spent by US aid, and you walk around Marawi, you can't see anything. It's just disappear in thin air. So perhaps what we need in terms of development is that we really have to, because what we've been doing is doling out money, left and right. Maybe it's time that when donor countries also bring their private sector into the BARM and said, Okay, you are an Australian company, you invest in the agricultural sector of BARM. If you lose some money, I guarantee some of the risk. That's why you incentivize this guy to invest. And then, because you're an Australian company, you have the quality standard, we can export that to Australia. So this kind of thing. Now, in terms of why local executives is trying to entice people to invest and develop, that's actually the counterfactual argument against what I present. Because in certain instances, if you are a mayor and you manage to attract international investor to your municipality like Toto Paglas and Amay Manabilang, you are assured of political hegemony because everyone in your municipality will be an employee in your company. And this is exactly what happened. Because if you are unsure of whether you win election or not, politicians will always be risk adverse. They want to maintain the status quo. But if they can increase the, if they become a sort of a stationary bandit and establish political hegemony, then that's the time they are incentivized to really increase the economic pie within the area of control. And this is what we are seeing. How do you move into that situation wherein, well, to me, it's becoming somehow ironic, no? I more like moving into autocratic something, no? And less about democratic thing, no? Because somehow that's the ideal probably, because we use sultanate. Sorry for a very long answer. I get carried away because it's a passion from my part.
It's a passion for obviously many people in this room. You know, this very lively discussion, and it's glad we ended on this note, despite the fact that people have been around for 2 days. Help me give a hand to all our participants. And now we say.
Colleagues, friends, I can't believe it that I'm saying this, but 3 really intense days are coming to an end. This has been a long day. I'm looking into the faces of everyone here. I sometimes looked outside the window and I wasn't clear, is it still light or is it night? But we are still here, and I think the first thing we should do is let's give each other a hand for really going through this for 3 days. So I promise you I will be very short, unless of course I put the hat on of an economist, then I have a lot more time. And so what I'm just wanting to do is very simple. I just want to really extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for making these past few days truly meaningful and inspiring. And I say this to the graduate students who traveled to Canberra from far and near and made this an incredible postgraduate day. I mean it to our presenters and chairs who took us on the first day through the big picture story, and then in the subsequent day today into the more finely devised and nuanced stories. So really huge thank you to all our distinguished guest speakers, panel chairs, discussants. These insights and expertise have not only enriched my understanding, our understanding of critical issues from governance, economics, human rights to climate resilience, regional security, but they have also sparked very fruitful discussions, offered valuable perspectives, and I think we will take these discussions with us and move forward. Now, there are many themes that are currently turning in my head, and I think what I need to do really frankly is to sleep and process all of this. There is tremendous potential here in the room for future collaboration, for book projects, for ideas, and I hope you come back to us and you pitch these ideas. I take away from today Justin's call to action and a different form of engagement, the call for including different forms of knowledge systems. I take away from today, particularly our last panel, this conversation around wrong incentives and absorptive capacities that are often not there for some of the well-meaning policy initiatives. And I take away also, of course, this long-standing discussions about elites and their interest in the status quo. In fact, if I reflect on the theme of today, we wanted to draw attention to the domestic politics. I'm not entirely sure how I would conclude our last 2 days. I mean, I know I owe Mauritius, we all owe Mauritius a positive story, but I think when we look at the Marcos administration, we also encountered over the last 2 days stories of continuities. And what I mean by that is this continuous divergence of ambitions and the reality on the ground, and that gap doesn't seem to narrow. Interestingly, though, we also heard stories today about actors that we didn't often put on the agenda that are agents of change. I mean, case in point, the Supreme Court taking a decision that now dramatically shifts the way we think or should think about local governance. And there are communities, there are actors that often are marginalized that probably are the true change makers. So there's a lot of food for thought, and Cleo and I will have a hard job to go through all of these ideas and condense them into a volume. But before I talk about this, and by the way, quick note to the chapter authors, I'm still going to meet you in a couple of minutes for 5 minutes to talk you through what we need to do. Before we do so, please join me in my sincere appreciation to the many volunteers who worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. I sound like a broken record, but I have to give special thanks to Vanessa, who almost single-heartedly organized this conference. But I also have to say a big, big thank you to Paul, to Maria, to Melinda, to Ross and Cleo, who have invested much of their time. And you can imagine some people said, what a great program, but this was a long process of figuring out who belongs where. And Nicole stepped in, many people, and I can't thank all of you enough for the work and the hard dedication. And then there are, of course, the volunteers for the last 2 days, and I'm looking here particularly at Joyce, at Alan, at Epi, at Jewel, and Eunice. So thank you for making this such a smooth experience for all of us. Now, there are you, the audience, who came, who engaged, the students, the researchers, the policymakers. DFAT is still here standing with us after 2 days. Your enthusiasm, your support really animated this conference and reminded all of us why we gather for these important dialogues. And it's that collective energy and commitment in this room that makes the ANU Philippines Update such a unique and impactful event. Now, looking ahead, I'm excited to announce that Cleo and I will indeed be working very hard, and Cleo is fully committed to this, on an edited volume that captures the insights and the research that was shared here over the last 2 days. This publication, I envision, will serve as a resource for those who couldn't attend, and more importantly, it will serve really as a lasting contribution to the field. So we look forward to sharing this with you in the coming year, and we hope it will reflect the depth and dynamism of the discussion we had here over the last 2 days. Finally, and then I come really to an end, a very special note for the future. As I said before, we hope to see many of you again in 2025 in Manila. And so that's where we plan to host the next Philippines Update. It will be a fantastic opportunity to continue these important conversations and deepen the connections between academia, the policy communities across borders. And I so very much hope that all of you will come and will enrich that experience in Manila. And you are definitely invited, and we will count on you. So thank you once more. Safe travels for those of you who are heading out, and let's stay connected as we continue to collaborate, research, and make a difference. So on that note, maraming salamat, and see you soon. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, quick break, and chapter authors will meet in about 5 minutes in Auditorium 2. Thank you. Thank you.